time for the inquiry to resume, we'll just do the usual announcements, I think, first of all, and hope Mr. Young
appears.
I think he's the only missing one.
I think so, yeah. I don't know whether Mr. Pereira or Mr. Rhymes are involved
Mr. Pereira,
today.
that's the point.
They're not asking any, they're not playing an active role in this bit.
No. Is Miss Bonnie coming? Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
Right, come on, Mr. Young.
You've been in Sitting Hall, the A2?
Well, I drove along the A2 this morning, but I left a bit of extra time, Mr. Young.
I've never had such bad traffic on the A2.
Okay, well,
I do apologise.
that's all right.
Cool.
Right, anyway, you've got all your...
I have, yeah.
Yes.
They start, I give
Oh, God.
All right, let's do the usual announcements first. So mobile phones, please make sure they're switched to silent. If we hear the fire alarm, then we leave the building, 2 fire exits at either side, down the stairs, congregate in the council's car park. Don't obviously come back unless we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Good. Everyone else?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Now, before we start, I've got a little something to say about the badges.
Oh.
We've all got badges to get in, and we've agreed that people don't need to, if you're here for, 2 or 3 days, you don't need to hand them in every day and then sign back in again. But unfortunately, a lot of badges have not been returned. I think, it's not the only one, but Mr. Bamber is the name that came up. Obviously just gone off with his badge. I mean, it probably didn't realise, but... Oh, well.
Dear.
Righty ho. All right, well, not... Okay.
Before we left, when I came in the following morning, I said to the girls he'd left it and the reception.
So I do recall it being handed back
All right,
to us.
well, I don't want to blacklist Mr. Bamber. It was only an example, what I was told. But there are, anyway, a lot of others apparently that people have gone off with. Now, it's very easy to do. I must admit, I've done it myself at councils. Always sent them back, obviously. But please, can you make sure, if you're not going to be here in 2 weeks' time, that you hand your badge back before you leave the council chamber, okay? And then we will arrange for you to get out of the building. That's the first thing. Second thing, on a similar theme, is it has been noted, apparently, that a lot of people are what's called tailgating. Tailgating is when you basically don't swipe your badge. Everybody must swipe their badge when they come in the building, and at any entrance or exit or whatever that has one of those things that with a red light on it to open a door. All right. If you don't do that, then the council say that they will actually take the badges away. All right. Now the upshot of all that is that they haven't got the resources to provide more badges. So it means that if we don't comply with this, then everybody will have to, well, people that haven't got badges will have to sign in every time. And if you've had to do that, you'll know what a pain that is. So please, can you heed the warnings? All right, I think Yvonne's going to email round as well, just so that the message gets firmly in everybody's mind. Okay. Right, after that little lecture, we will now carry on. Has anybody got anything to raise?
No, thank you.
No? Right, so, Mr. Simons, if you'd like to introduce your witness, please.
Certainly will. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mitford-Slade.
Good morning.
Madam, Mr. Mitford-Slade, as you know, has produced a main proof of evidence, which, just for anyone watching, is co-document 37.13.2. He's also produced a rebuttal proof of evidence, which is co-document 37.13.4. Both of those, the proof and the rebuttal, both have sets of appendices, so we'll be dipping in and out of those things. Mr. Mitford-Slade, just to introduce yourself to the inquiry before we get into the substance of what it is that you talk about. You tell us in your main proof of evidence on page 3 who you are. You're Tim Mitford-Slade. You're a chartered valuation surveyor and head of development valuation UK for Strutt & Parker, a trading style of BNP Paribas real estate advisory and property management. You're a former national partner of Strutt & Parker, now a senior director of BNP Paribas Real Estate following the merger of those two things. Member of the RICS, a registered valuer focusing on the residential land in the southeast, operating out of offices in Canterbury, Sevenoaks, Guildford and Bristol. Is all of that correct?
Yes.
You talk in your next paragraph on this page 3 about some of your experience in the southeast. And some of your experience that you talk about is actually quite close to home, as it were, in the sense of not being very far from where we're sitting at the moment. Could you tell, in a potted form, but just to the extent it's actually relevant to what we're going to be talking about today, could you give the inspector a flavour for how your career's gone and the extent to which your career's taken in this particular part of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I actually started my career here in West Street, working as an estate agent in Sittingbourne. So it's a market that has formed the very foundation of my career. I've been based out of primarily our Canterbury office for the last 25 years, but managed teams across the UK and principally down in the southeast. The vast majority of my work is dealing with development land, and that is both the viability of development land, but also importantly the valuation of development land for banks, for funds, for landowners, for developers, and also the trading of development land. I'm actively involved in the purchasing and sale of primarily residential-led development land very close to here. I sold Frognall Lane for 300 units to Chartway and Moat Group a couple of years ago. I purchased only last year the land at Swanstreet Avenue off Gladman on behalf of my clients. So it's a market where I'm not only involved in the land side, but also a market where I'm involved in the new homes as well. I've got many number of clients that have developed homes in and around Sittingbourne. Only at the moment I'm acting for Esquire Developments on 2 sites, one at Bobbing and one at Newington, where I'm engaged with them, I'm engaged with the purchasers of those units, I'm engaged with the affordable housing providers to give me a really deep understanding of the dynamics of the local market, not just the southeast, not just Kent, but here in Sittingbourne, in Swale. I'm heavily involved in all parts of the land and new homes market. But I also have extensive experience of much larger projects. A couple of them were mentioned yesterday by Mr. Finch, both Otterpool Park, where I've been retained by Otterpool Park LLP, who's a wholly owned subsidiary of Folkestone Hythe District Council, to assist them on the land assembly for the delivery of the 8,500 home garden community there. Chilmington was also mentioned yesterday, and I've been involved in that pretty much from when Hodgson was first involved in that site in 2016, I think. So, you know, there are big, large-scale developments locally that I am heavily involved in.
I'll ask you a little bit more about your involvement in those schemes that keep coming up, Otterpool and Chilmington, a bit later. But if you had to estimate how many residential sites, residential schemes, not generally, but in North Kent or even in Swale that you've been involved in terms of valuing them, selling them, doing viability appraisals for them, and the rest of it over your career, what are we talking about?
I mean, if it's not hundreds, it's very close. So, you know, I probably on average get involved with 20 or 30 development sites across Kent, every year. I've been here for 25 years now. Obviously, those are at different scales and different stages of development, but heavily involved in this market.
And just so the inspector's clear on what you actually do when you get involved, what over the courses of a project, over the phases of a project, from pre-planning through to planning, all the way through to shovels in the ground, people moving in, and all of that stuff over the course of a residential scheme, where do you sit in that sort of flow diagram?
Yeah, but both the beginning and the end. So pre-planning, I'll be involved often in feasibility and viability work, understanding the dynamics of a site from the very outset. I'll often be involved acting for the bank, either in lending for the purchase of the land and or the development thereafter, getting involved in cost plans, understanding from developers the real detail around the delivery of a particular site, but also at the back end, when the sites are built, I'm often involved in valuing the new home stock at the end as well. So I get to see the beginning and the end of development projects locally.
Sorry, you said you act for the bank. Do you mean you act for the developer and in negotiations with the bank?
No, my client, Ma'am, would be the bank.
Oh, right.
In what way?
So when a bank is lending on a development site, I will then go in and advise the bank on the value of the land, on the value of the completed stock, against which they will be securing a lending against a particular site. So,
are there any public? Oh, sorry. Do you have
No.
say? Sorry, I thought you were asking another question. Are there any public sector bodies that you advise?
So I act for Folkestone Hythe District Council at Otterpool Park. I don't tend to do public sector work generally, and back in the day, Stratton Parker didn't really do a lot of public sector work, but of course now that we've sold the business to BNP Paribas, they do an awful lot of public sector work, and certainly my viability colleagues in London act for a huge number of local authorities, but I don't get heavily involved in.
What about at the national level in terms of Homes England?
Yeah, so we are on Homes England panel. We do advise Homes England. My team locally probably do half a dozen or more valuations for Homes England every year. I did the valuation for Homes England at Chilmington Green when they put the infrastructure in there. I mean, it's going back a few years, but so yeah, we do that work.
Right then. In your answer to my first question about your local experience, you indicated that you thought that it was important, i.e. that local experience of the market in North Kent, in Swale, and indeed in, Sittingbourne and its surrounds, is important to the evidence that you're giving. Why?
It's hugely important. And I think one of the things that was picked up by Mr. Gardner yesterday was his analysis of the residential market in Sittingbourne, which is based on statistical data, as is mine. I hasten to add, we've both analysed it using data sets. But I think the differential is that I can stand back and I know all of those sites. I know the developers. I know the quality of the product. He makes a very valid point that the south side of Sittingbourne is more valuable than the north. And historically and statistically, and you look at heat maps, that is very much the case. But I think you've got to look at the character of the villages, the character of the homes, the sizes of the plots, the type of properties that sit on the south side of Sittingbourne as opposed to the north, and differentiating between the rural hinterland and the urban core. And of course there will be a fundamental difference between those values, and it's understanding that I think is really important. Yes, we both have use of data sets. In fact, all of us come up with, Mr. Spilsbury, Mr. Gardner and I, broadly similar values between 390 and 401 pounds a square foot. So we're all in the right ballpark, but I'm able to take that stand back approach and say, actually, this is a market that I know intimately, and I really do understand the values that flow from that.
Right. So, moving on from your experience of the local market, the scope of the evidence that you give, the scope of the agreement or disagreement, as we've now heard it from Mr. Spilsbury on the one hand and Mr. Gardner on the other, where do you see the broad lines of agreement and disagreement before we get into them?
I think there's some areas that we all agree on, which is, you know, the approach and methodology. There's no dispute between Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner and I on that. And I think hearing Mr. Spilsbury evidence the day before yesterday, there's an awful lot of information in there that we fundamentally agree upon, or at least broadly agree upon. The largest difference there, of course, we will hear later on in the inquiry around build costs, and I fully accept that the quantum of those build costs.
You're talking about the highways costs.
The highways costs, the strategic highways costs, have a huge bearing on this project. Neither Mr. Spilsbury nor I dispute that. I think what Mr. Spilsbury and I do have differences on are, aside from that, are some differences around build costs and whether or not my build costs for the units, the house build costs, the on-plot build costs are sufficiently large. We're both between 150 and 160 pounds a square foot, but getting into the detail of that is a difference. And you know, the other key difference which Mr. Spilsbury and I have is around the timing of the sale of the residential plots and the impact that has on offsetting the finance costs that flow from that heavy upfront strategic infrastructure. And I will talk through that later. But
okay.
Aside from that, Mr. Spilsbury and I have a lot of areas where we are broadly in agreement. Mr. Gardner also provided some very helpful evidence around values and costs, although I don't really give any meaningful weight to his conclusions, largely because neither Mr. Spilsbury nor I agree at all on his approach to benchmark land value, which underpins his entire analysis. And I don't believe that he is correct on that point, and in which case his argument largely falls away. But there are nevertheless some really helpful comments and that I have taken on board from his evidence and from what I heard yesterday.
All right then. Fundamentally, we'll get into the details of it in a minute, but fundamentally, what do you say that your evidence demonstrates? What are you trying to sort of show the inspector that your conclusions demonstrate?
So, very fundamentally, I am of the opinion that this scheme is viable, this scheme is deliverable, this scheme provides a significant quantum of affordable housing at 20.83%. And you know, all of that in the round, I stand back and I go through each component part of the appraisals and the approach to arrive at that conclusion, and I consider that they are all justified. Obviously, a lot of that does hang on the strategic infrastructure costs, and I'm not going to go into that detail. But taking the applicant's cost that's been provided and running my financial models, those are the fundamental conclusions that I come to. So
just to then lay the groundwork for how your evidence fits together with other evidence in the inquiry, you don't give evidence on DM8, which is the affordable housing policy in the local plan and how that should be interpreted. That's for the planning witnesses.
Correct.
Mrs. Dickinson and Mr. Bashforth. And you also don't give evidence on the infrastructure, on the strategic highways costs, because those are covered by, in particular, Mr. Gearing later on in the inquiry.
That's right.
Although those are inputs into your analysis. Okay, right. Let's do it then. So, starting at the beginning, the application is submitted many years ago, and there was an FVA, a financial viability appraisal that that was submitted, was it alongside the application?
No. So I think this is really helpful, Ma'am, to understand the chronological involvement of my work, where my instructions have come from, because there are criticisms, some of which are valid, around the justification of the evidence that has been submitted at the outset, a point both Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner make. And I think it's really important, Ma'am, for you to understand how it's evolved. This started off as an application that didn't require a viability assessment. This was an application that complied with policy. Sorry, Ma'am.
There are two applications.
Yes,
aren't
sorry,
there?
Ma'am, you're absolutely right. But both applications were submitted on the basis that policy DM8 at 10% affordable housing would apply, and therefore at the outset the applicant was never anticipating, never needed to provide any form of viability evidence, and only after that application was submitted was I then instructed by the applicants to provide a statement that 10% affordable housing was deliverable. That was the exact question that I was asked. I can only assume that the council had asked the applicant, can you just give us some comfort that 10% is indeed deliverable, which was the original piece of work that was undertaken. And it wasn't necessary or appropriate at that time to provide detailed cost plans into strategic drainage or road infrastructure or abnormal foundation costs. Those weren't the types of cost exercise that would have been appropriate to answer the question that had been asked. It was only after that point in time that Mr. Orst of Pathfinder was instructed by Swale to...
Can I interrupt?
Yes, Mum.
So you said at the beginning that you didn't submit any viability work because the applicant believed, that's not a loaded belief, but anyway, thought that policy DM8 required 10% affordable housing. But then you said that after the application has been submitted, you were instructed to find out whether 10% is deliverable. But if it was policy compliant, I don't really understand why.
No, Mum, I don't specifically know why I was asked that question. It was policy compliant and no viability would have been provided. But I don't know why Swale specifically asked for comfort that 10% would
So
be.
Swale asked you for that?
Swale
they?
asked the applicant, as far as I understand, Ma'am, and I was
Right.
then instructed on that basis.
Right. So Swale asked for a viability assessment even though it's policy compliant in your view, or not your view, but the applicant's view. Is that right?
Yes, Mum.
Yeah. And then, so you submitted an FVA, but you didn't think, so you just submitted a FVA, but not necessarily to do detailed costs, just to sort of...
That's right, Mum. Only after that point in time,
I see.
Mr. Orst of Pathfinder was instructed by Swale on the basis that if DM8 did not apply, what would, in his opinion, not mine, what would, in his opinion, be the quantum of affordable housing that could be delivered? And that then triggered a 12-15-month period of time over which Mr. Orst and I exchanged huge amounts of data and correspondence, looking at values, looking at estimated costs, looking at cash flows and appraisals. I looked back on my files only the other day, Mum, and there was over 50 different scenarios run looking at that all of this. So this all occurred after the initial statement was put in. And so it has evolved in a slightly unusual way. And I think that's really important because there are criticisms around whether Section 2.6 of the RICS professional standard has been complied to, and whether or not...
What does that say, sorry, in a nutshell?
So that requires justification of the evidence. It must be reasonably justified.
Yeah.
And during this process, a huge amount of information was shared, but accepting that there was no detailed cost plan. I would caveat that and say At no point was any cost plans requested, at no point by either Swale or their consultant. All of the information was provided on an open book, a transparent basis, which also complies with section 2.4 of the RICS in terms of transparency of information. So that was all shared with the council's own advisors. And that then culminated in Mr. Orst in April and then in September, I think, of 2024, providing his advice to Swale around the quantums of affordable housing that could be provided.
We just take a step back.
Yeah.
The Mr. Orst, we've heard a lot about him. He's not here, obviously, but who is he? What qualifications has he got in your understanding?
My understanding is that Mr. Orst of Pathfinder does a significant number of viability assessments in Swale and elsewhere on behalf of the local authority. I don't know what qualifications he has.
I'll just give the inspector references to his reports, just for ease. The April one is core document 4.20, and the inspector will see if you want to have a look on the last page of it. It lists all of his qualifications. He's a surveyor, among other things. Yeah. And his update in September of 24 is core document 4.19. So. This process that you and Mr. Orst were going through, the sharing back and forth of information, how long does this process go over? Approximately.
I mean, it went approximately a year.
A year?
Yeah.
And what was he pushing back on in the beginning? I mean, what were you being asked to justify? Anything in particular?
Yeah, so I think, I produced a suite of appraisals, as did he. We had lengthy discussions about residential values. I think at the time I was around £390 a square foot. I think at the time he was around £400 a square foot. We had some differences around some of the build costs. He was provided with a full suite of estimated costs relating to, but at the time, both the strategic infrastructure and the site-wide infrastructure, the ecology, the landscaping.
He was provided with those?
So he had estimates.
From who?
So they came from me via the applicant.
Yeah.
And those were shared. He didn't push back on any of those. He didn't question them. At no point was a cost plan asked for. I'm sure had he asked for a cost plan, without speaking for the applicant, had it been requested, no doubt they would have looked into that. But in terms of commissioning a detailed cost plan, hundreds of thousands of pounds, without all of the information around drainage and highways and topography and ecology, that wouldn't have been appropriate at that point in time.
But doesn't that just undermine the whole exercise? I mean, that's Mr. Spilsbury's point, is that you're doing this back and forth with Mr. Orst. You're looking at, he's pushing back on values, you've shared all your costs and all of that, and so you're coming towards trying to agree a position in the end, which you do, obviously. But unless that exercise is informed by a detailed cost plan that goes through every step and really stress tests it, including the roads, obviously, not just the roads, but including the roads, then what's the point? It's just a waste of time.
No, I think that the question is the evidence reasonably justified? Are there some benchmarks against which some of these costs can be tested? Mm-hmm. And I stood back and I looked at other large scale developments. I take Otterpool Park for a very good example. Mm-hmm. The entire cost here at Highsted Park was about 40,000 a plot. Otterpool Park at the time was around 37,000 a plot. It's actually risen now to a virtually identical number, also 40,000 a plot. So we've got two large-scale schemes, different challenges in terms of delivery, but both have got very, very similar costs in order to bring forward all of that infrastructure, similar number of units, same geographical area, and therefore standing back from that, are the costs reasonably justified? Yes, they are. I think you can also refer to the Aspinall Verde work that was done for
That's the
Swale.
the Swale-wide study that we looked at.
That's
a bit,
right,
I
which
think
is
yesterday.
in Appendix 7 of my proof. And that talks about site prep and infrastructure costs there. And, £17,000 per dwelling. And for strategic sites, it goes up to £22,000 per dwelling. And then I stand back and I say, well, actually, on the north, which isn't strategic, it's a much smaller site, we're at about 14,000 a dwelling, so very similar sort of ballpark. On the south, 25,000 a plot, broadly aligned with the strategic figures in the Aspinall Verde work. So there are tools, there are references by which one can stand back, objectively review that, and it would be cost prohibitive, time prohibitive, and inappropriate with the amount of information available to go into a detailed cost plan from a QS at that point.
Let me ask you this. Mr. Gardner was talking about his experience of cost planning, and he talked about, well, he wasn't doing the cost planning, but seeking cost plans, using cost plans. And he drew an analogy to a scheme that he'd been working on, which I think was 9 units or so, a fully detailed application. And he said, in response to, I think, a question from the inspector, that the overall approach between these two sorts of scenarios, except the scale's different, obviously, but the overall approach, he said, was actually very similar, very similar. Is that your view?
No, not at all. A detailed application for a dozen or so units is completely different. We got thousands of acres of development here. A huge amount of technical due diligence would need to be done and will be done, but that would only be done at a post-outline stage. You're not going to go in with full technical surveys around the roads and the ecology and the topography and drainage and everything else that goes with that. At this early stage, we've got to remember this is a snapshot in time, a large-scale, urban fringe, strategic site, 8,400 homes. You wouldn't go into that huge depth of cost at this initial viability stage.
So tell us, just to be clear, how does this work? You mentioned that costs were provided from the applicant side to you?
That's right.
For the different items in the build?
Yeah, so I was provided with their own stack, their own appraisal, some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't, and that gave a mix of units. It gave estimates, justified estimates from, bearing in mind that the applicant has been in this market 25 years. They're an experienced developer, they're an experienced house builder, they're an extremely experienced promoter of development land. They have their own in-house technical expertise. They work on a huge number of development sites. And therefore they're able to provide me with reasonably justified estimates, and they are estimates, of various different items, which I then shared fully with Mr. Orst and the council.
And to what degree, you mentioned you keep talking about standing back and the exercises you were doing to compare to different other schemes that you've worked on in the area. How does that play into this process of costs?
Yeah, so I think it's important that when I'm involved in valuing development land, and I value a huge amount of development land, I see an awful lot of cost plans at various different stages, and obviously there aren't many cost plans of schemes of this scale, and certainly not at this stage. But even drilling that down, when I'm selling sites, for example, I ask developers to provide me with their estimates of costs, particularly around the infrastructure, so that I can understand for my clients whether or not the offers on the table are reasonable and justified. And I stood back from the estimates provided, and there was nothing there that struck me as an anomaly. There was nothing there that was ridiculously too high or ridiculously too low. I think it's really important that we are at such an early stage in this application process, and the way that the FVA evolved, it simply wasn't appropriate to go into that level of detail. But I still maintain that the estimates provided are reasonable, and justified, and therefore in accordance with the RICS professional standard.
On the RICS professional standard, one of the charges that's levelled against you in relation to it relates to justification for costs, and that's something that you've just talked about. There's another point about statements that you're supposed to put into an FVA to do with that are required by RICS.
Yeah, they're more than required. They're mandatory. Yeah.
Okay.
And I accept that. Hands up. You know, that's an oversight on my part. There is a statement that has to go in. It's a mandatory requirement. That statement is not in the original piece of work. I openly accept that. However, I do put it in my rebuttal evidence as confirmation that I have indeed complied with all of those things. And I think the statement is there to say, have I done those things? And yes, I have done those things, but the statement isn't explicitly there, and I accept that. And we've talked about the requirement for justification of evidence, but you know there is also a requirement there for transparency of information under Section 2.4, and all of the detailed cash flows, all of the calculation sheets were all shared with the council's own viability consultant. They were all done on an open book basis. There was no redacted information. I think unhelpfully there's a couple of appraisals there that say not for circulation, but clearly they are in circulation, ma'am, because they're before you in this inquiry.
Right.
And
being circulated.
so
Yes.
at any time the council could have put any of this information on the planning portal. Nothing was redacted, nothing was held back. And therefore, you know, I maintain my position that all of the information shared between myself and the council's advisor was wholly transparent.
I mean, in the back and forth that took over a year, as you've explained, how many different scenarios do you think you must have gone through with Mr.
I
Ross?
counted at least 50. At
50?
least 50. And these were different scenarios modelling different approaches to values, different approaches to profit margins, different approaches to the finance rate. So, you know, there is a requirement to undertake sensitivity tests, and there is a sensitivity test in my rebuttal. Were these initial appraisals tested? Absolutely they were tested. Are those sensitivity tests before you today, ma'am? No, they're not. Were they provided to the council via their consultant? Yes, they were provided and they were done.
So the initial appraisals were subject to a range of sensitivity testing that was shared with Mr. Orst. Is that what you're saying?
So, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
The position... The position of both Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner is that Mr. Orst's work, there's a lot of people who aren't new in this question, but so Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner are saying that Mr. Orst's work's basically not worth the paper it's written on, that it's fundamentally compromised and should be given no material weight whatsoever. Poor old Mr. Orst's not here to defend himself, but let me ask you, what weight do you attribute to the analysis of Mr. Orst, based as it was, as you've explained, on a year's plus worth of going back and forth with different sensitivity tests over the numbers?
Yeah, I think you know the quality of the work is detailed. The quality of the work is robust. He has pushed back on various areas. Values being a very good example, and we shared a lot of comparable evidence between us. He's been provided with all the information. He's reached his own opinions as to the level of affordable housing that can be provided. Reading through his reports, there's nothing there that I would suggest is necessarily unsatisfactory. But obviously, I'm not here really to speak for the work that Mr. Orst has done.
Mr. Gardner says that the costs are high or too high on a per acre basis, and your costs have changed over time.
They have, and I think this is really important, Ma'am, to understand that, and this is really why it's important not to try and crystallise everything at the outset, because things do change, things evolve, and the costs around the strategic infrastructure and the highways came through even after my proof of evidence had been submitted. So, there is always the requirement to relook and recheck. And reevaluate the numbers before you. So, yes, they have changed. Are the costs high compared to what? I mean, this is a fairly unique project. It's infrastructure-led, it's infrastructure-driven, and therefore the costs are going to be high.
Can you explain, this is a point of detail on the changing costs really, the difference between the way that the North and the South work in respect of the master developer appraisal, and how the risk of duplication of lines and all of that kind of thing that arises from the difference in methodology? Yeah,
so I think there was a couple of things that came out there. One was around Mr. Gardner said that the costs on the north from JCE costs were actually coming in a bit lower than the costs that I had used, and also on the south. He did reference a fairly large difference between the JCE costs and my own appraisal, and I think it's really important to understand that actually the JCE costs included a lot of costs already embedded in that master developer appraisal. So
give us some examples.
Landscape and ecology, archaeology, utility works, professional fees, all of those that are related to the road were stripped out of the JCE costs because they're already allowed for elsewhere within the MD model. So the costs are exactly the same. But the presentation of the MARM is different. But that is only so that I don't present double counting of costs.
Okay, we'll come back to that risk of double counting later in the inquiry. Benchmark land value and the supporting evidence in respect of that. Was this something that you knocked back and forth with Mr. Orst as well? Yeah,
we reached a conclusion fairly quickly on benchmark land value, and helpfully Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner all agree that a range of £100,000 to £110,000 per acre was an appropriate rate to use. The evidence behind that was fully submitted at the very early stage, because I think that was really important for me to analyse whether or not this scheme could bring forward 10% affordable housing. It wasn't really a matter of contention for neither Mr. Orst or I. There were some minor differences, but in essence that evidence went through. We went through it jointly and we reached an agreement. And aside from Mr. Gardner, we're all agreed on the benchmark land value here.
Right. So, let's move on then to the key topics of contention between you and Mr. Spilsbury and Gardner in different directions, but there's still points of contention. First big heading is values. Obviously, underneath values as a heading, there's different sorts of things that you're valuing. So values, first subheading then, residential, which is the single biggest swing, certainly between you and Mr. Gardner. That was a
right.
Big swing, as we were looking at yesterday of over 130 million or whatever. So residential values. So selling the houses, and also then on a per square foot basis, but then also how that feeds into the way you've done it in the master developer appraisal, selling the plots, the serviced residential plots. Can you talk us through, is the right place to start maybe with the per square foot basis that feeds into the wider number?
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Okay.
Just standing back and just giving a very sort of high level view, Ma'am, as to where we are on those points. So I'm at £390 a square foot on the north, and I consider the south because it's got greater potential for landscaping premiums, placemaking premiums. I have a slightly higher rate, Marm, on the south of 395. Mr. Spilsbury and I, in our statement of common ground, agree those. Mr. Gardner is at a higher level, maybe only by 5 to 10 pounds a square foot, but that is, as he set out yesterday, a real one of the key drivers between why the serviced land value of £78,000 per plot and £95,000 per plot. There are a handful of inputs into those that cause that huge swing, and I think Mr. Spilsbury, Mr. Gardner and I would all agree that the very nature of residual appraisals are thus that small changes across 8,500 homes make very big differences, and that is really crucial. So just drilling down then into why I'm at a slightly lower rate than Mr. Spilsbury, and I don't, sorry, Mr. Gardner. I don't want to go into every single line of every single piece of evidence that he's done, but he makes the point that he's looked at each of these schemes. He's gone into the planning background to look at the heights of the units and so on. He still comes out with an average figure that is fairly significantly less than he actually puts in his evidence. And I appreciate that the time for cross-examining him was yesterday, and Mr. Simmons did put the question to him, but he was actually averaging a rate of less than where I'm at, but also he doesn't take account of any meaningful incentives which aren't readily available to see in the public domain, and that's where his data will have come from. I think he makes allowances of about 2.5% for incentives, whereas there are incentives. Take Rose Church Homes for example.
Where's that?
So that's been developed at Great East Hall Farm, literally just up here on the edge of Sittingbourne, on the eastern edge of Sittingbourne. Great East Hall Farm was sold by Trentport Investments to Countryside and others and developed out, and there was a small parcel of land left over that they themselves then developed with their own brand, Rose Church Homes. I've been heavily involved in that, in valuing that for their funders, and I've been party to detailed information around the incentives, and as a valuer you are required to ask the developer what incentives are being offered, and they range enormously from removals to paying your service charge for a year, to contributions to legal fees, stamp duties, and so on. But typically they range between 4.9 and 5.25%. So we can see actually that's double the level of incentives that Mr. Gardner has allowed for, and it's not the same on every site, and some sites might just have a cashback of up to £15,000, others might have stamp duty payments made. But in the round, it's really important to stand back and not just look at the statistical data, but to really get under the bonnet of some of these units and really understand what's driving them. And we've got to remember, this is a really challenging market at the moment.
Why's that?
Well, interest rates are stubborn at the moment. They're not coming down at the level that I think was expected. There is still a cost of living crisis. There is still a lack of confidence in home buyers, and sales rates, the volume of which a house builder is selling their new homes, has slowed significantly over the last 18 months. So all of that is then forcing developers to look at their existing stock and to reprice it accordingly. And that's why I reached the conclusions that I have reached, and it is really only understanding that. But also I think it's really important that you can't necessarily apply different rates to different units and
Different rates of what to different units?
so different sales rates. So we've all adopted a pound per square foot rate, which is a really good way of analysing new home sales. And obviously larger units tend to sell at a lower rate and smaller units at a higher rate. Mr. Gardner went into an awful lot of detail around sort of 3-storey units and other different types of housing. We're at a really early stage here, Ma'am, in the planning process. You know, we're at an outline stage here. We don't have detailed designs of the units. We don't have detailed plot layouts. The only appropriate way of addressing this is to stand back and provide a blended blanket rate that reflects the market as we're at today.
You mentioned placemaking premium. That's a phrase that you used, and actually it came up a bit yesterday and the day before as well, this idea of a placemaking premium. Where does the idea come from, and what's its relevance here?
So placemaking premium is there as a scheme evolves, as it creates a sense of community and a sense of place and a sense of it being different from somewhere else. It draws typically over a prolonged period of time, statistically, a slightly higher value than you would get in your core market where it's come from. And this is something that Mr. Gardner plays along particularly. And I completely agree that there is a placemaking premium. And I think Highsted Park could, over time, create a really exciting placemaking premium. And I think this is where the viability review mechanism comes into play, because if we see this urban fringe garden settlement starting to come forward and create that sense of community where people go, do you know what, I would rather live here than somewhere else in the local area, then absolutely, I think it's inappropriate to get too carried away at this really early stage as to what that premium might look like, simply because we're looking at this, you know, at a very, very high level. But I don't disagree at all that placemaking will come into play in the fullness of time. And it is for that reason that I've layered an additional value on top of my cost to values to allow for that.
So what's yours?
I thought you might ask me that, Mark. I may need to refer to it specifically, so bear with me.
Hang on, let me see if I can help you.
I think it's 7 to 9%. 9 on the south, 7 on the north. But if you bear with me one moment, I will give you the exact figure.
Yeah, it's your main proof, page 10. I think what you've just said was correct. 3.21 on page 10, final sentence.
Thank you. Yes, it is. It's 7 on the north and 9 on the south.
I suppose you could say, though, couldn't you, that, I mean, you made the point that you can't really, you have to stand back, you can't really, you have to put a blanket figure on values at the moment because you don't know the mix, you don't know, you know, heights and how many apartments and how many houses and all the rest of it. So that affects your analysis.
Yes, ma'am.
But you could use the same argument with this, couldn't you? At this stage, you don't really know. I mean, it might be fantastic, it might not, but
Absolutely, and I think that.
Is it quite, you know? And yet you have applied. I don't know whether this is high or not. 7% on. It seems quite high to me. I mean, not that I know anything about this, but I mean, I don't know. Is it high?
I don't think it is high. You know, I think if you look at the evidence of other areas, Kings Hill, that there was
the one we heard about yesterday. Is it?
Was it?
You mentioned Kings Hill.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. The one we heard that was the new settlement. Mr. Young thinks it's an exemplar.
Yeah. So I think Kings Hill is often referred to as a really good example of placemaking. That was the old airfield outside Westmoreling. And I can't recall what the placemaking premium was there. There was a paper on it. I might be guessing, but I think it was around 12 to 15%. But there is clearly potential here. for value growth, and I think that's really exciting, and I think that's a really important point, is that maybe the placemaking premium is a bit conservative. It's hard to say at this stage, but I genuinely think that this
I think the
scheme
inspector's concern was
It was,
that it was,
Is it-
that it
said
was
it
too.
sounds a bit high.
I think Mr. Gardner
too
thinks
high?
it's too low.
Oh, right, okay.
But the inspector's concern is that it might be too high. I.e., what would it not be better? I mean, theoretically, you've allowed. Let's just see. Sorry, in the south, 9% placemaking premium in the south. Isn't that a bit punchy? Shouldn't it be lower?
No, I think it probably should be 15%, but blended over the entire project, bearing in mind you're not going to get that in the early years, but you're likely to get it in the latter years. I think that's an entirely appropriate figure, and I think a lower figure probably doesn't reflect all of the wider benefits that the applicant is looking to bring forward.
But I suppose they would be, as you say, in the later years. So you're evening it out over the whole development,
Yes, ma'am.
aren't you? So there might not be anything at the beginning.
It might not, Mum. No.
You know, when they're living in a mud field or something. But as things
In the mud field, did you say?
as things get on and you get a country park and whatever.
And I think that's why valuation, Mum,
That's
isn't a science. I think we've still got to stand back and
So
take a view.
that 9% that you're allowing on the south is not to be inferred then, is what you're saying, as being like a flat line 9% over
No,
the
not
20
at
years
all.
of the build out. It changes over time.
Yeah, and I think it's you can move these numbers around all day. At some point, you've just got to draw a line in the sand and say, as we sit here today, are these values justified, robust on the evidence before us? And I believe and I genuinely believe that 390, 395 is right. And I know that insofar as only earlier this week, Tuesday, I received an affordable housing bid on a site I'm working on at Newington. Just to the
Down
west,
the road, yeah.
just to the west of here, a smaller site. I accept a smaller site, but that was a bid for 10 affordable houses within a house builder scheme, an SME house builder scheme, and their offer was 59% of £401 a square foot. Now, slightly higher value area, slightly higher quality product. But that still gives me comfort that 390, 395 is absolutely robust here.
What happens if we end up in it? Is it Kings Hill, did you say?
Yes.
In a Kings Hill situation, happy days over the next, say, 20 years. Placemaking happens. Values react. Maybe they react more than you've anticipated. Maybe 9% starts to look a bit conservative, and prices start to be achieved that go beyond what have been anticipated in the FVA appraisal. All of a sudden, there's some more value in the scheme than you'd thought, or you think at the moment. How does the review mechanism come into play then?
So the review mechanism then looks at values at the prevailing time, and that gets plugged into the appraisal. So any higher values that come forward at that point in the market will be captured to ensure that the full quantum or the maximum amount of affordable housing that can be brought forward can be, if at all possible.
Sorry, I thought you were going to ask a question. I think that's it on market housing values. On affordable housing values, how have you approached that topic?
Yeah, so Mr. Orse and I, and hopefully Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner are all agreed that at this stage a percentage of the private market sales values is appropriate. We're at 58%. As I say, just now, this site at Newington, I've had an offer at 59%. I find that quite unique in today's market. I would say that over the last 18 months, we have seen a really challenging affordable housing environment where the values being offered for affordable housing have been much lower than perhaps we've seen in the past. However, with the spending review, with an injection into the affordable housing sector, I think we're going to see that bounce back fairly quickly, and therefore I still maintain that it's appropriate that we are at around that 58% of private market sales values when it comes to our affordable homes.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes, they do, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's market housing and affordable housing values. Then, of course, there are parts of the schemes that are non-residential. There's the commercial land. So let's take that, and then there's the district centres as well, aren't there?
So I think for Marm's benefit, she refers to it as the employment land, but yes.
Employment land, better word. Okay, for the employment land, what's been the approach to the employment land and how that should be valued?
Yeah, and I think this is really important because this has evolved over time. And this is a really good example of standing back and listening and re-evaluating the evidence before us. And you know, sitting here today, was £400,000 an acre too conservative at the outset? Yes, I consider it probably was, Mum.
That was your starting point.
That was my starting point.
Just absolutely. To take it in stage, where did that come from? That was just your sense of the market at the time?
Yeah, that's right. You know, I just took a stood back position. You know, there's a large amount of employment land. At that time, £400,000 per gross acre net acre didn't seem to be an unreasonable number. I think having now gone into more detail, having looked at the evidence presented by Mr. Gardner, Mr. Spilsbury has also helpfully provided some evidence around that. You know, that is too conservative, and I've increased my figure to £700,000 per acre, which is a mix of both industrial and logistics uses and office uses. Mr. Spilsbury is absolutely right that office uses do trade at a lower value. He cites in his evidence a comparable at Perry Court Farm at Faversham, which my firm sold on behalf of Hallam Land. There was some residual land left over there. Some of it was sold to Aldi, which I think is referred to in Mr. Gardner's evidence, but the land next to it has been retained for office use. That is on the market. I think the guide is around £550,000 per acre. There has been offers on it. I won't name names, but there are a number of local developers that have offered on it at that level. The difficulty has been finding an office occupier to take that, and Faversham, although geographically, if you're not from Kent, doesn't appear very far from Sittingbourne, it is a very different market.
Could you unpack that a bit? I suppose both residential and commercial, because we've heard a lot about Faversham. In what way is it a different market to the Sittingbourne area?
So, and I can't recall which expert, it might have been Mr. Spilsbury, picked up on this valid point that it's really great being close to the ports, unless you're in logistics. And this is why you have your golden triangle up in the Midlands, because lorry drivers take their rests on the ferries and on the tunnel, right. And then they have to get going on the other side. And stopping at Canterbury or Faversham or Ashford is often too soon. But Sittingbourne's a little bit further on from that. Okay, it's not a Dartford market, I accept that. And that is the very reason why this isn't £1.5 million an acre. It's half of that top level line, because there will only be certain values that could be achieved here. And likewise for the office market, you know, this does create a new environment here in Sittingbourne. There is quite a lot of office market in and around Canterbury, Whitstable and Faversham. And there isn't a huge amount of employment demand there as opposed to here. So I would expect the office values to be maybe around 500,000–600,000 an acre here. The logistics and industrial values probably closer to 750,000–800,000 an acre. But of course we don't know exactly who's going to come in and buy this land, what uses they're going to put to it, what the market's going to be like when it comes on stream. And therefore, standing back, Ma'am, and just looking at a blended rate of 700,000 an acre, in my professional judgment, feels right.
You've seen the comparables that are put forward. You've referred to the one from Faversham from Mr. Spilsbury, and then there's a few from, I think, 5 or 6 from Mr. Gardner. One of them, to be clear, he sort of struck out mid evidence because that was an internal group sale of the Kent Science.
Well, and it had 500,000 square foot of existing buildings on it, so it
that one
wasn't
goes.
land.
But putting that one aside, he still had 5 other ones, and I think it was one of them, one of the 5 did achieve on his figures a sales rate of the equivalent of I think just 1.1, something like that, £1 million per acre. That was the 0.44 hectare site. You're turning to it. Let's turn to it. I'll just get the name of it. It's just Mr. Garden. Yeah, I'll just find it. One moment. Commercial land. It was a table. It's in his main. Hang on, where's it gone? Sorry. Commercial values. Yeah, it's in his proof of evidence on page 16, main proof. And it was. We went through all of these. Obviously, just again for the inspector's benefit, the bottom one we're crossing out on his analysis because that one's not a relevant comparator. The bottom one, but then there's still 5 above that. The first 4 are all, well, they're all under £700,000 an acre equivalent as we went through. But the last one, so the one that is block 1. Precision 2 Industrial Estate, Bingham Road, Sittingbourne. That one is the equivalent of 1.1 million pounds per acre. That's what that works out at. So what do these comparables tell us in your opinion? And in particular, I suppose that last one is that last one a reason to be pushing your values a bit higher, really?
No, I think there's two fundamental things, Mum, that come out of this. I think one is that there is an outlier there at over 1.1 million acre. It's a very, very small site, and I think we are talking about tens of acres of employment land, a significant quantity of employment land, and basing your evidence on one particular very small site, bearing in mind the smaller the site, the higher the rate per acre will get paid. But also on the Eurolink site, those were ones also at Great East Hall Farm, which was acquired by Trenport many years ago and developed by them, and those were all serviced parcels. Trenport put in the road infrastructure and the utilities to the boundaries of Eurolink 5 as part of the ongoing works down there with Countryside, and therefore it's incorrect of Mr. Gardner to suggest that those were unserviced, fully unserviced sites. They were serviced to the boundary. So on that basis, I disregard that evidence.
Okay. So is there anything, Mr. Gardner's up at, this is one where Mr. Spilsbury's at 500,000 an acre, so below you. Mr. Gardner's at 1.5 million, which is above you. You've talked about Mr. Spilsbury's number, but on Mr. Gardner's number at 1.5, is there any evidence that gets you up in that direction?
There is no evidence whatsoever that gets me remotely close to that. At the absolute peak of the market, just as we came out of COVID, you might have seen £1 to £1.5 million an acre around Dartford on sites there, but you certainly wouldn't have seen it here. And those values have very quickly come back down as that boom in the logistics market has come away. So no, categorically there is no evidence whatsoever to support that figure at that level.
The rest of them are quite a bit lower, aren't they?
Sorry, Mum?
Well, yours was 700, wasn't it?
That's right, Mum.
And the other ones, the other examples, Eurolink, which you said was service parcels.
They're at 500.
So they're comparable, aren't they?
Sorry?
So they would be comparable because yours are serviced, aren't they?
Yes, in terms of the nature of the land, Ma'am, although that particular location is very different from being next to a new motorway junction. So I would certainly expect a fairly significant premium over those values for the location here in Highsted Park next to the motorway, as opposed to being stuck on one of the more traditional business parks in Sittingbourne. So that's why there was an upwards adjustment from that comparable to where I've arrived at my figure.
I mean, you say stuck, but it's still just off the M2, isn't it? You go up the A249, isn't it? And that's a strategic route as far as I understand it. And then you've got the the whole idea is to make that link round Northern Relief Road, isn't it?
Yes, and absolutely. When
that's all been improved, hasn't it? All the junctions and so forth have been.
There have been improvements.
Doing them.
There have been improvements over time, but I still think the geographical location between the two does warrant an upwards adjustment, Mum.
Okay, thank you.
These sales and the Euro link are back in 18, 19 and 21. So the full improvements in terms
absolutely,
of the A249.
yeah. We've seen a big upswing in values since then as well. So that's absolutely right.
The sales in the Euro link and these examples are 18, 19 and 21. But do you know, maybe you're not the person to ask about road improvements on the 249.
I'm pretty sure those... No, I don't.
Fair enough. Well, exactly. That's the point. They've not finished yet. Okay. Thank you very much. That was the commercial, or the employment, areas. The district centre areas. Can you talk us through how the approach, what approach you've taken in respect of district centre areas?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think at the outset, I didn't really add any meaningful value to them. I think on reflection, that's...
Why not at the beginning? Why not? I mean, why not?
I think in essence, they were relatively small in the grand scheme of things. They wouldn't come forward for a number of years until we got sufficient chimney pots in place. Sorry, Mum.
I was writing the last point down.
Start again on district centres. No, not at all. Sorry, I should have. I'm trying to keep an eye on your note taking.
No, it's fine.
Okay,
district centres.
District centres. So let's take it in stages. So at the beginning of your exercise, you weren't attributing much or any value to them. Is that it?
That's right.
And
yes.
and you were then saying that was because, and then. Explain why not.
Yeah, I mean they were unlikely to come on stream in the early years. We didn't have. I didn't attribute any meaningful value to them. They're relatively small parcels of land, but having reviewed the evidence of Mr. Gardner and taking a stand back approach, I think I was probably being too cautious, and I think therefore it is entirely right that following that review that additional value is included for those. Yes, they will include some low value and possibly even loss leading uses like community halls and so on, which would need to be passed on pretty much at nil value after cost. But there will no doubt be retail units within there and other uses within those district centres that will of course on reflection have an element of value, and I've gone away based on Mr. Gardner's evidence and looked at a couple of similar sites. One's at Tattenhoe, which Mr. Spilsbury referred to. I thought that the site had actually sold. It obviously was under offer was the figure that I was given, so I will stand corrected on that, but that was 515,000 an acre, and also at Chilmington Green, the district centre there, we did have, or there was an offer from Henry Davidson Developments HDD at 470,000 an acre, for a whole variety of other reasons relating to Chilmington Green that hasn't come forward, but it just gives a tone of where those district centre values are, and I consider at this early juncture, not knowing exactly how the district centres are going to come forward or at what time and so on, it's appropriate to allow £500,000 per acre for those district centres. Mr. Gardner does refer to the sale of one parcel of land to Aldi, which was the land promoted by Hallam up at Faversham, but I don't consider the sale of a parcel of land to a supermarket to be comparable to a district centre.
What sort of value was that achieving? A higher one?
I think it was 1.9 an acre. It was, I can't recall the actual number, but it was significantly
Much higher.
higher, as I would expect for a supermarket.
Okay. Right, so that's your broad approach to residential values, employment land values, district centre values. We'll move now, or presently, we'll move to costs and the components of the costs analysis. But just before we do, is there anything that you'd like to add on values at all at this stage?
Well, unless you're going to come back on the output at the end, which is the plot value.
Let's do that now. No, wasn't going to come back. Let's do it now. So the overall serviced plot per plot value that you would use is, this is the sort of 76-ish thousand.
77,900 and something.
Yeah. Do you want to just find the correct number and then?
Yes. It is. 77,970.
So just explain to the inspector exactly what that number represents. That is the serviced plot value.
Yeah. So this only relates to the southern scheme, Mum. And within the master developer approach, the master developer will bring forward the strategic parts of the scheme and sell serviced land parcels. And by serviced land parcel, it has highways infrastructure up to it. It will have a hammerhead into the entrance to the site. Archaeology on site will have been done. Any remediation, obvious remediation, would have been dealt with. The utility infrastructure would have been pulled into the boundary of the site, and the wider sort of drainage strategy and so on will be in place. So it's effectively a platform for a house builder to come on and start building houses. There is still work to be done on site. There will still need to be phase 2 ground investigations to establish exactly what sort of footings might be required. So there are likely to be some abnormals on the site, but in the round, it is a give or take a plug and play development site, and the model is done in such a way that we've taken a sample, or we've taken a sort of typology of 120 units. Now,
where's that come from as an approach?
So at the 120 units is broadly what a developer would look to do over a 2-year period, give or take. So it's just it's a good size parcel. Now, there is no suggestion that the master developer here will just be selling lots of 120 unit parcels. There will be some smaller, but there will be some significantly larger. But it's just a way of easily identifying what the value of a plot is.
Okay.
And that is what the 77,970 is, and that's set out in the serviced land parcel appraisals. Yep. But it's necessary then to stand back and say, well, is that really reflective of the market? Well, Mr. Spilsbury and I say, and his evidence is slightly caveated on house building costs, and I fully accept that. But in the round, we're in the similar sort of area. Mr. Gardner was a bit, I think he was at 96 something. He's back slightly now to think 95,000 a plot. So in simple terms, Ma'am, I'm at 78,000 a plot. And he's at 95,000 a plot.
And that makes a massive difference.
Across 7,150 plots, Ma'am, that makes 100 million plus difference. I mean, it's a real driver. And of course, if plot values do end up being higher because values exceed costs, well, this becomes a more viable, more exciting, more deliverable scheme. But we've got to take a point in time and ask ourselves, is £78,000 a plot reasonable? Well, I consider it to be entirely reasonable based on the inputs that I've adopted. I then stand back and I ask myself, well, what would other serviced land plots sell for? Now, we must bear in mind that there actually aren't an awful lot of service land parcels traded in this part of Kent. There was an exercise at Otterpool Park, but for a variety of reasons those got delayed. And at Chilmington, although some plots have been sold off, they're not particularly comparable. I mean, there was one plot sold off there for 100,000 a plot, although those were for very large houses to Brookworth Homes. It was only 50 units and it included no 106 and no affordable housing. So, on that basis, 95,000 a plot with 40% affordable housing and the 106 contributions can't possibly be correct. I've also just had a look back at some of the work that we've been doing with Savills on the modelling of the business plan for Homes England at Otterpool Park. And again, that is in the range of 80 to 90,000 pounds a plot, but with less contributions towards 106 costs. So on a like-for-like basis, we are broadly in the same place.
Hey, so Otterpool Park, you're saying that there are service plots there?
No, sorry, Mum. At Otterpool Park, because that scheme has been delayed for a significant number of reasons, they aren't available in the market. But there is a business plan that I've been working on with Savills to inform Homes England as to, very similar to this exercise, what service plots are likely to come forward at. And they range sort of 80 to mid 90,000s per plot, but are on a slightly different basis in terms of the 106.
So you said that the 106 is not included?
Correct.
But in these service plots,
They are included, that's right.
so the developer wouldn't have to pay them, or would have to pay?
So the developer
So the
hands
house
over...
builder.
Sorry, the house builder hands over the 106 payment on top of the
Hands over.
77,970.
Hands over to the council.
Yes, because it's included as part of their
Sorry.
cost.
Yeah.
So, sorry,
Yeah.
You need to
So-
just talk it through. So, in what way, just taking it a big step back, in what way are 106 costs for the house builder reflected in, related to a serviced plot values? How does it work?
So they're entirely embedded in there. So if in the cash flow I've got the sale of 250 plots, that will include 250 contributions of whatever the per plot sum is, £15,000 per plot, 17,000. There's an exact figure, but that's included in that. So when they buy the service land parcel, they've already made an allowance in their cost for that sum of money. That then gets handed over at the point of time that they buy the land,
So,
in order to deliver the 106.
greater 106 costs lead to a lower per plot cost.
That's right.
so sorry, just to absolutely know that.
Of course.
So that 77,970, they won't have to pay affordable housing or costs or
Here at
Section
Highsted
106.
or at Otterpool Park,
no,
Mark?
we're talking about Highsted.
Yes.
They won't have to pay any affordable housing or Section 106 costs on top of that.
No, they will. Very
They
much
will?
so.
But
Yes.
is that reflected in?
That's reflected in that. So
Oh, I
the
see.
cost of 22.5% affordable housing and the 106 costs are all embedded in
So
that.
let's just put it another way.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
now.
you've got it. So, okay, I'll leave it.
So that, yeah.
So, i.e., if there were no 106 costs, let's just say, what would happen to that 78?
It will be significantly
It'd
higher.
be way up. So the fact
Right,
it's at
okay.
78 is reflective. Right then, I think that's it on values for now.
Thank you.
We'll keep. We'll right to go for another 15 minutes or so before. I mean, we can stop whenever you like.
What time do we start 9, 10? Yeah.
Costs. So that's the values side. Costs side. Obviously, there's a few headliners, and I suppose the biggest headliner of all is one that we're not going to get into at all today, which
Of
is
course.
the strategic road-related costs. So that's all for evidence later in the inquiry. But there's some other things to talk about too. So, what's been your overall approach? I mean, we should probably focus in, shouldn't we, on house costs? Because that's one thing where
that's right.
you and Mr. Well, all of you actually, you, Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner, are all take different numbers. Again, Mr. Gardner's he's below you, and Mr. Spilsbury's sort of above you, and we'll come back to the extent to which he's above you in a minute. But and you're between them essentially. What approach have you taken?
Yeah, so I've taken a hybrid approach, referring back to the BCIS as a starting point, as all of us have, we've adopted. I've adopted a figure of what's equivalent to £156.90, and Ma'am, I'll tell you how I arrive at that. It's £150 a square foot plus an additional sum of money for extra external and on-plot costs. And so wrapped up within all of that, you've got your all of the costs of building a unit for sale in the market. So what is a person buying? They're buying their house, their garden, their driveway, and in some cases garages, and I'll come on to that. So all of that is wrapped up in that £156.90.
You just talk us through, before we lose the 156, just to talk us through very, very sort of stage by stage, how literally do we get there on your analysis? So you mentioned BCIS, right? So what's your starting point so far as BCIS goes? Is that how do you approach that database?
So if we turn to paragraph 3.31 in my proof of evidence, Mum.
3.3.
There is a table there.
Page 11.
Bottom of page 11.
Proof, yeah. Page 11 of the proof, yeah. Not sure that. Oh, have you got Mr. Gardner's? Page 11, build costs. So you talk about you and Mr. Orr. So this is one of those topics that you and Mr. Orr will have under discussion for that year of negotiation. Yes,
and Mr. Orst was, from recollection, slightly higher than me, but not a lot, a few pounds. And I've used a hybrid rate of £150 a square foot.
Okay.
And that is arrived at by taking the estate housing general average over all of the 5, 10 and 15-year data. So if you look at the table, Ma'am, there is a lower quartile pound per square foot column, starting with 129 at the top.
Explain what the lower quartile means, please.
Yes, of course. So all of the data that gets provided to BCIS, and this is a point that Mr. Gardner makes, a lot of it does come from local authorities and registered providers, and not an awful lot of it comes from developers and house builders for commercially sensitive reasons. But nevertheless, it is a widely recognised benchmark from the RICS as to the starting point for the cost of a house. And there is, as with anything, a range from the top to the bottom, and the middle of that is the
quartile. Why not go, I don't know, average or whatever? What's the point of going lower quartile?
So that is really all driven by the quality of the product and the buying power of those delivering that product. So an SME house builder providing a bespoke, high quality, high cost home will typically be at an upper quartile rate or even above that. A volume house builder building at economy with a lower quality product and lower quality materials and lower pricing on externals and landscaping and all of that will be at the lower quartile rate. Now, the local plan Aspinall Verde study actually endorses a median rate, which is a rate that sits, as it says, right in the middle of that range. And you could say, well, actually, this ought to be a median rate because this will have a range of both volume house builders and higher cost SME builders. But equally, you can look at this at a lower quartile rate and then add on the things that aren't included, Ma'am, which is external costs, which I think we all broadly agree are around 15% on top of that sum. And those external costs allow for the things that aren't in BCIS, particularly in terms of utility connections into the units, garages and so on. So
You can't just take BCIS unadjusted, because then there'd be no garden.
yeah,
or
you'd
whatever.
have no gardens, you'd have no green infrastructure, you'd have no spaces between the buildings, you'd
Right.
have no leaps and laps. You wouldn't have all of those things that sit within a serviced plot that's not strategic. So there will always be those costs. And that is broadly assessed at 15%. That's an industry benchmark. It's one that Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner both adopt. And I add that to the rate I've actually taken is £129 a square foot, ma'am, to which I've added 15%.
15% is about externals, is
That's
that right?
right.
Okay.
Okay, so that takes me to £148 a square foot. I then round that up to 150 and add an additional sum of £6.90 to account for additional garages or things that might not have been accounted for there, just to try and give a stand back, robust figure. I wouldn't be wrong at £152.50, I wouldn't be wrong at £157.50. I think there's got to be an element at this very early stage. This isn't a detailed planning application. We don't have cost plans. We don't know exactly how many terraced houses we're going to have, how many semis we're going to have. Are we going to have one garage per 12 units or one garage per 15 units? Mr. Spilsbury makes a very valid point that garages are an additional cost, and absolutely they are. But I think on a scheme of this scale, you're not going to have a garage for every 5 houses. I doubt you'll even have a garage for every 10 houses. Certainly your flats won't, your terraced houses won't, your affordable housing will probably have very little in the way of garaging. So actually what I would normally expect on a large volume house builder site here is a lower quartile rate plus this 15%, gives us a figure in the round of just below £157 a square foot, which, standing back, given my experience of the market, I consider to be entirely appropriate and sufficient to bring forward this scheme.
Can I just ask something? Sorry. I thought the whole idea of this scheme was that it was going to be a very high quality exemplar type development. And yet you're saying you go with the volume house builder at a lower quartile, the lower quartile, which is for the lower quality.
Well,
That doesn't seem to chime very well with what's being promised.
I do accept that, ma'am, there are clearly circumstances where actually volume house builders will be even lower than lower quartile. So it's a blended rate that takes account of. Take a Persimmon, for example. I know from looking at their cost plans that they are below lower quartile. I mean, they manufacture their own bricks. I mean, they've got a huge number of cost savings. So, and there will be, SME developers here building at a higher rate. And, as this evolves, if that then generates higher values, then all of that will be captured in the review mechanism. So there is a sense check here. To enable and to ensure that the quality and the values do make sure that the scheme remains deliverable whilst maintaining its commitment to affordable housing and 106.
Can I just check something? The witness said with SME builders building higher quality homes, you would expect the upper quartile or higher.
I've seen higher, that's right.
Yeah, higher than, okay. Thank you.
But equally, they'll be delivering a higher value. Oh, sorry.
They'd be delivering what?
A much higher value product.
Much higher value.
Correct.
So if those costs go up and the values go up accordingly, how does that play out in the world of a financial viability appraisal?
They would largely equal themselves out. So, if you're building at £180, £190 a square foot and selling at £420 a square foot, you're getting higher values but higher costs. Your per plot value isn't going to be significantly different.
So what's happening is that you're starting with BICS values, you're layering on 15% externals, and then you round up, and that gets you to 150, and then you're adding on top of that more externals, which gets you to just under 150.
Yeah, and that's my stand back approach. That's my is 150 all in really enough, and I don't think it is, and that's the reason why I've increased it even more.
You're at 157 now. What does that include? We've heard in Mr. Spilsbury's evidence there was discussion about things like, we've talked about garaging already, but other things like EV chargers was one of them. Everything else. What is included within that number?
All of that, so EV chargers, future home standards are included in that. The garages are included in that, but I don't consider there'll be a significant number of garages. There will, of course, be detached houses, larger detached houses that actually, if you look at the BCIS data, have a different rate. Smaller terrace and semi-detached houses have a lower rate. Flats have a higher rate. We don't have the detailed understanding of the makeup of all of these units. We don't have a detailed application for us to look at all of these unit types. So it's inappropriate to try and get into that granular detail as to exactly what we're costing at this stage. We've got to take a high level view as to the likely makeup of each of these plots based on the mix set out.
Another thing that you're criticised about by Mr. Spilsbury in relation to the house building cost side of it is making sure that the numbers are up to date. So it's not just a question of updating, values. You've got to update costs as well to make sure that we're not relying on, data that's not been adjusted, say for inflation or whatever. Your 157. I'm just in round figures, 157, or 157 pound figure. How up to date or out of date is it?
So the table that we've been looking at is the most up to date table based to April of this year when it was last looked at. So there would be a suggestion, therefore, that my £150 a square foot in the original piece of work was too low, but actually now looking at it, it's right and reflective of the market. Have costs moved on? They have, absolutely, by a few percentage points, as Mr. Spilsbury rightly points out. But actually, my £150 a square foot, up to now £157 a square foot when you add it all in together, is still robust, viable, and transparent based on April's data.
Right. Be a good moment if we're looking. I mean, we're about to move to talk about the cash flow thing, which is a whole separate topic. So if we're looking for a break,
So you need a cup of coffee before that.
me too.
Okay, how are we getting on? Are we? Oh, good.
Very well. Yeah. Let me just have a look at my notes and see roughly what proportion of the way we are through, what quartile we're at. More than half, and way more than half. So I don't know how long.
Finished by lunchtime?
Oh yeah. Before then, yeah.
Okay, good. All right then. So we will have 20 minutes break. We will break till 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, it's now 11 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. I note we have a letter of objection from a local resident. Should have been circulated to you, I hope. Okay, that will no doubt go on the website as an inquiry document in due course. Thank you. All right, so shall we cash flow?
We shall, just before cash flow.
Oh,
Going to get to cash flow in about a minute. I just had two more questions that I thought of during the tea break on
Cross cash
house
flow out
costs.
then.
So on BCIS and all that stuff. The first thing was just, do you remember all that discussion about median, lower quartile and all the rest of it?
Yes.
How did we get to lower quartile? The original FVA, what approach did that take? Do you remember?
It was just a hybrid. It was £150 a square foot. It was a figure that was broadly aligned to what was then the median rate.
Median.
So
So not lower quartile at that point.
It wasn't, no. But as a cross check, I'm a firm believer that there's got to be a balanced view. But yes, at the time it was a median approach.
Let me just, before we leave that, just give the inspector, if she wants it, a reference to where that can be found. It's the original let me just get this. You can see references to median at core document 39.4.2. Oh, sorry, your appendices. Sorry, your Mr. Spilsbury's appendices. Appendix B. You don't need to turn it up. It's just for the inspector's reference. Appendix B. Let me just get the right reference. Oh, hang on. Is it Appendix B? It's Appendix A. Sorry, Appendix A, which is the Orst review. Sorry, Orst, Mr. Orst. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it right.
Yes.
And no, that was a review of your work. How does it get from a median rate to a lower quartile rate? What was Mr. Orst's view?
Mr. Orst's view was that it ought to be lower quartile rather than median. And during those discussions, we looked at the combination of the BCIS rate plus an externals rate to arrive at a figure that we've now got, which is the equivalent of a lower quartile plus 15% externals plus an additional. That sum of £150 is the same as the current median rate of 150. But of course, that doesn't include all the external costs. So there's a balance between the two.
Do you know why? Obviously, you can't speak for him.
I can't.
Maybe you can. Do you know why Mr. Orst was taking the position he was on costs?
No, I mean my starting position is it needed to reflect the Aspinall-Verdi study,
Right.
which clearly said that Swale should be adopting a median rate for viability studies. It was only after that we did a more detailed assessment as to what was appropriate to come up with a different figure.
And here's my last question before we get into cash flows and everything. The inspector asked a question after you'd explained what lower quartile means and all of that, and it was a question along the lines of, but on the one hand you're saying lower quartile house build costs. On the other hand, the scheme is promising a high quality scheme, putting it shortly. And she said, isn't there an inconsistency there? So my question is this: are there aspects to creating a high quality scheme, a high quality place, with all the things that come along with a high quality place, whatever those might be, in your opinion, that sit outside of a BCIS per house building cost?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like what?
Well, it's all the extensive landscaping. It's the suds and how they're treated. It's the whole environment, how the district centre comes forward, how the community buildings look and are stitched in. So there's a lot more to creating value and place over and above just the quality of your actual house.
Right then. Time for cash flow, the thing that everybody's here to get into. Now, before let's just get out the table or the table in the evidence. Before we go through it, I'm just going to ask you some questions. But if we could just turn to the cash flow table, it's your proof of evidence, appendices, and It's Appendix 9, paginated page 325, and this is one which I've not got it hard copy, but I can imagine it might be quite small to read hard copy. May or may not, you can have a look, obviously. So CD 37.13.3, and then page 325. Yeah, both. Have you got that out already? Brilliant. All right, we'll just wait. We'll all find it, and then I'll ask you some questions. Have you got it? You've got it, madam. So it should say top left-hand corner once you zoom in, Southern Scheme MD appraisal, and then a cash flow table. Have you got that? Great. All right. We will look at this in a sec, but before we do, let me just ask you at a higher level than in the table, but just to sort of get to make our way in. How does the sale of land from a master developer to house builders who are doing the building, how does it work for a scheme like the South? Could you just talk us through it?
Yeah, so there will be a programme by which a number of different land parcels will be presented to the market as early as reasonably possible. This is a commercially incentivised private master developer who requires early receipt of land sales. The earlier within the project that those receipts can come in, then the more viable the scheme becomes in terms of offsetting the costs of delivering the expensive early infrastructure.
So these are parcels. Parcels go on the market.
Correct.
And when's that happening in the broadly? I mean, are the roadworks all finished before
No,
the
not
parcels?
at all. So, I mean, as the technical work is being done around the roads, and arguably even before the first spades are in the ground, and I understand the applicant has already got expressions of interest from house builders, that process and the whole sale of land and the delivery of the road is done concurrently.
Right.
At no point is any master developer going to deliver a motorway junction and a southern relief road in its entirety and then sit there and wait to sell the parcels of land. That's completely illogical.
Oh,
Before you even get any further, can I just ask? So, is the master developer will be Quinn, will it?
Yes.
so that's us. I mean, that's the people on this side.
yeah.
of
So
the
they're the only master developer.
No, not at all. I mean,
Oh.
well,
The only master developer.
sorry. In this particular example, yes, Quinn are taking the role as master developer, but in standing back and looking at this entire project, this wouldn't matter whether this was Henley Camland or Vistry or someone else acting as a master developer. The model remains the
Yeah,
same.
no, I realise that. I'm just asking about this particular.
In this
is that the
case,
intent?
In
Quinn's
this
the
case,
master developer.
The answer was no, not at all.
Sorry.
Quinn the only developer, and the witness said no, not at all.
No, I meant as in the only master developer out there.
Oh no, I mean,
Sorry.
I said not
Yes.
unique.
No,
I'm-
on this scheme,
Okay.
yes, the answer is the applicant is the master developer. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Right. So, the plots of land, parcels of land, are put up for sale by Quinn to the market for the market being house builders in this case.
Yes.
Of different sorts. There might be big ones, small ones, but it might be SMEs, or there might be the Persimmons you've mentioned, or whoever.
Yep.
National builders or local builders. That's happening, and the highways works are ticking along.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Gearing talks about, in his evidence, and this was gone through by Mr. Spilsbury, the idea of phased payments.
Yes.
So let's assume that some of these plots actually sell.
Yes.
Then how does the house builder, in what way does the house builder reimburse Quinn for the plot that they are buying? Does it all happen on day one?
No, not at all. So the way it would work is that there will be a number of different house builders acquiring land in various different sizes of tranches with various phased payments. So we're not suggesting that a land parcel of 500 units would be sold in day one on the nose. That's not how it would work. It would be phased across that programme.
Why on earth would a house builder, I'm summarising something that inadequately what one of the things Mr. Spilsbury was saying, why on earth would a house builder be interested in saying, right, okay, here's a parcel of land, we want phased payments on it over, months or years even, before before the road opens, in a couple of years' time or a few years' time. Only after then we can actually start occupying any of the houses that we're going to put on this land. Why would they do that?
Because both processes are very lengthy, and therefore, whilst the road construction is being done, all the technical due diligence and on-site and the early construction of those units starts at the same time the road is being delivered, so that as soon as the road is completed, then occupations can start to take place. You wouldn't reach a point where you're going to start building only after the road is completed. The two will run in tandem. This is a really exciting, exemplar settlement, and house builders will want to get an early position on the land. And what they would do is they will put down an initial payment to secure a position on the land, and then they will start working through their reserve matters, their technical design, their phase 2 ground investigations. They would be doing all of that work.
You all right with that noise?
That's fine. They would be doing all of that work at the same time. So it is.
I'm so sorry. Would you? I'm finding it just a little bit distracting. Yeah, it's all right. Sorry to cut you off.
So it would be concurrent. You're not going to wait to start to do your on-site investigations and your reserve matters applications, which can take a significant period of time. You want to do those as early as you possibly can, so that you're kind of ready to go with the market.
But again, to summarise, summarise one of the criticisms Mr. Spilsbury makes, they're never going to pay market rates, are they? They're not going to pay, because they're going to need some sort of finance, aren't they, tied over themselves until they can get occupations in a few years' time. So they're not going to be giving you market values, are they?
No, I think actually they will be giving us market values at the time, because they're going to be seeing the opportunity there. If they're not paying market values at the time, someone else will step in and take their place. And I've got a good example not far away here in Tunbridge and Malling for 950 units, where we've secured a deal of £50 million for those units, and the first land payment is being made next year, with 2 more land payments to follow at the same time as the final conditions are being discharged on the infrastructure and they're able to get on site.
Well, hang on a minute.
Sorry, Mum.
That example, so they've got planning permission for 950 units.
Yes, Mum.
Are they doing a serviced land model similar?
So the infrastructure is there. It's not quite as fully
What
serviced.
do you mean it's there? They don't have to build it?
So highways infrastructure is
They don't
there,
have to-
utilities infrastructure. No, the house builder doesn't have to be.
No. But I mean, to actually unlock the site, does the infrastructure have to be built?
Yes, it does.
Like
Finished.
our site?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Right, okay, so that's got to be built, and then there's a service plot arrangement, is there?
It's not. This is it's a much smaller scale. So the house builder will be buying an unserviced plot, but the highways infrastructure and utility upgrades will have been done. So it's a slightly different.
Like our northern site, is it?
You're not too.
That's
not
a
too,
similar thing,
yes,
which is
not
rather
too,
different.
Not
from
too
this.
dissimilar, ma'am. And there's another example which the applicant themselves have done up in Norwich, where they haven't even started the infrastructure yet, but are selling parcels of land now to house builders to help fund that. So there are a number of different mechanisms whereby a house builder will take an early position on land to secure it at market value, and then take it forward.
Can I just start? Sorry to interrupt. Obviously, that's a new example, and I don't mind that. But could we have the name of the site, the house builder, so we can go and check all the details?
I can't for confidentiality reasons, so I'm quite happy to redact that as an
Okay,
example if you'd rather. No, not the Quinn one. I can certainly use that example.
To redact the Tonbridge one, yeah. Okay, thank you.
So sorry, so which one are you not going?
The 950 units in Tunbridge and Malling, ma'am, I will redact that.
That's not a Quinn one.
The Quinn one's the Norwich one.
Quinn one's a Norwich one.
So
Right, could we have more details of that then?
I don't have an awful lot of detail, ma'am, and I don't refer to it in my submissions, but my understanding from discussions with the applicant is they have secured sales to volume house builders with early payment to offset the infrastructure cost. But I don't have the details.
Just to say, Mr. Gearing it's Mr. Gearing's scheme, so
he's gonna.
he can speak to it on when we.
Yeah, I know about Quinn's in Norfolk because of clients of mine there. Can we just have the site name? Eastern Park, yeah.
Beeston.
Beeston Park. We can refer.
Right, carry on.
Yeah. There is a CD that talks about Beeston Park and has the site details. Beeston, Beeston. We'll get the CD number and give it to you all now. But right then. So. Let's have a look at the cash flow table that you.
Explaining about these phased payments.
Okay.
So you said that there's a phased payment up front before anything much happens, and then the two will go concurrently, you say. So what happens after? So what's number two phase?
So the payments for the land will be made over, say, a 2 or 3 year period, whilst they're doing their technical due diligence and starting on site. So they're taking a position on the land and bringing it forward just so that they are able to then deliver the homes at the same time as the road is being completed. Otherwise, you've got this lag between road completion and then getting on site, doing your technical due diligence and your reserve matters, ma'am. So in order to minimise that lag, there needs to be this overlap between master developer delivery and service land parcel delivery, and within that, for the developer to be able to get on site and start all of that work, they need to have made an initial payment.
So when do they pay it off in full? Or by when do they pay off their land parcel to Quinn's in full, say?
Well, certainly by the time they start selling homes.
Right.
So it is within the period of the construction of the infrastructure.
But they don't start building until the road's completed, or they do.
Yeah, they will be doing all of their on-site work during that process.
I mean, what have they got to do? They'd have to do reserve matters, wouldn't they?
They've got to go through a full
they've got to do
reserve
all
matters,
that.
get phase 2 surveys done, ground investigations and so on. So there is an awful lot of work to do.
That's before they put a spade in the ground.
Yes, that's right, ma'am.
So you're saying that's going to take 2 to 3 years to do?
It can do, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so after 2 to 3 years, then they start building.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And
So that the
road's not-
occupations are ready.
road's not complete by then?
It will be close to being complete. I mean, it's
3 years.
It's programmed in for 5
Well,
years.
not 3 years from now. It's 3 years.
No,
Let's have a look at the cash flow.
No
Because that's what.
planning permission now. But I'm saying
certainly not from now. It's from when
planning permission's if planning permission's granted, I might say, then you're saying from 3 years from then.
That's not what we're saying, though. According
No,
to
we're
the
not
cash
saying
flow.
that.
Let's have a look. So if we zoom in, because there's obviously this is a cash flow that goes on over 25 years, but for the purposes of this bit of the conversation, we kind of only really need years 1 through to say, well, 6, but really 1 through to 5. If you've got that, okay. Have you got that?
yes.
Right. So, in year, and is this year 1? Sorry to going back to what the inspector said. Is year 1 in this? When is year 1 in this cash flow?
It's commencement of works, so it's when you start spending the cash on delivering the infrastructure.
So, is year 1 in this cash flow? When is, if you like, theoretically, where are we at the moment in years here? How many years before year 1 are we at the moment?
Well, it's the period of time between today and getting all the technical work done to start on site to deliver the roundabout, the motorway junction. So I don't know how long that's going to take. It's a period of time.
So, yeah, start of the
For
works.
the purpose of the cash flow, ma'am, yes. It's the commencement of works.
Your microphone, madam. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And any strategic.
So we don't know what
highway-
order. You don't necessarily have to do the motorway junction before you start on the road.
I don't speak to the order of the construction, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. So commencement of work, spade in ground, going to be doing something to do with the highways.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Right. So year 1, and we can see that, can't we? Because in year 1, if you look at just focus on year 1 just for a moment. We'll look at year 2 in a minute. In year 1, we've got the first. If you look at the costs bit, madam, which is B, have you got B infrastructure costs? We start spending money on it. So highways works, the link road, that's 13.1 million, and the highways works, including junction 5A, 15.75 million.
Yeah, I would just caveat to say that the model you're looking at, whilst the mechanics are the same, and the timeline is broadly the same, the inputs are slightly different because this relates to an earlier piece of work before the cost plan was updated. So it's a really helpful tool, ma'am, in looking at the timeline,
Right.
but the numbers themselves have been updated.
Okay. Either way, it's to really just to get a sense as to the mechanics.
It is correct from that point. Yes.
Money is expended in year 1 on highways works because at this point things are starting.
Yes.
Or whatever. Now, if we just that's money being expended. We can also see, just for the inspector's note, so we don't have to do this every year. We see years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's money being expended out every year on both the link road, this is the southern road, and also the motorway junction. All that money's being expended in years 1 to 5 of this process. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
So that's on the costs side. Just go down now. There's other costs as well, but just put them to one side just for a minute. Then there is a revenue line towards the bottom.
Yes, that's right. And the revenue line, unhelpfully, if you look at the highlighted green tab at the top, and I think this is where.
I've got green tab on mine.
Green tab.
Not got
Oh no, it's not. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at. But anyway, there is a reference to units.
Oh yeah,
And
there is a reference to units. Can you put aside the reference to units for a minute, because I want to come
Yes.
back to that. I just want to focus for a moment on the revenue line, and then we will come in a minute to what the development trajectory is doing at the top of the table. So there's a revenue line. In year 1, there's no revenue at all, either
Correct.
from residential land, commercial land, or that's it, right?
correct.
And so, therefore, in year 1, there's 51 million pounds of borrowing that is happening,
Correct.
and therefore needs to be financed. Now, that's year 1. In year 2, there's an income of £37,263,000 attributed to residential land.
Correct.
Now, what is that, what does that number represent?
So I think this is where it's really important to stand back and to look at this over the full 5 years of the programme, or years 2 to 5 inclusive being 4 years. Over that period of time, you'll see that there is columns that say 500 units, 250 units, 250 units and 500
You're looking
units.
at the top, you're looking at the development
top.
trajectory.
So over that period of time, that 4-year period, there is the equivalent of 1,500 plots sold. Now, I would emphasise that those are plot sales, which is the breakdown of selling parcels of service development land. At no point are these completed units, Ma'am. I think we need to be very clear on that. And whilst it says units, the inference is actually that they are land plots. And more important...
Sorry,
Ma'am.
just on that. So would you divide that by 250 to get the number of plots?
That's
then?
absolutely right, Ma'am. So we've got the equivalent of 1,500 units being traded
over years 2, 3,
over
4,
years
and
2,
5.
3, 4 and 5.
That adds up to 15. So you've got 500, 250, 250, 500. So that those 4 years add up to 1,500 plots. Those are being traded over years 2 to 5.
Correct.
How many plots is that then?
1,500, Ma'am.
That's 1,500 in total.
No, because you have to divide the number of units by 120.
Oh, sorry, Mum.
Don't
No, there's a confusion there. Let me help you. So that is the total number of plots.
Service
I
residential
see.
plots.
Service residential plots, Mum.
1,500.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
On which each one will have
Have a house.
Have a house on it in the end.
So yes.
So they'd have 120 houses on in the
No,
end.
no.
sorry, Mum.
Let's just go back then. Just put a pin in this. Can you go back to the 120?
Yes.
What's the relevance of the 120 in the residential serviced plot appraisal?
Okay, so if we turn then to my appraisal of that, which I think is Appendix 3 of my proof of evidence.
Yeah, so it's the same document that we're
but
in.
I think maybe I could look at that in here. Maybe.
Yeah, you've got that hard copy. Yeah, the serviced. Do you want page 41?
41.
Yeah, page 41 is the serviced land parcel appraisal. Page 41.
So if you turn to page 42, then, Mum, you will see a line about halfway down the page of page 42 that says acquisition costs.
Yeah.
And underneath that line, Mum, it says residualised price.
Yeah.
And that is a sum of £9.02 million.
And how many plots does that cover?
And that is 120 plots.
Or units, as they're described on the table, aren't they? You see, under revenue, you've got sales valuation, and then you've got is the first column, and then the second is units.
That's right.
The unit, do you see?
No.
Yeah. Revenue at the top.
Yes.
And then the first line down under revenue is sales valuation. Have you got that, madam?
Hold on. Oh, I see the units now.
Yeah. So those units, those units on this table represent serviced land parcels.
So one serviced land parcel.
That's right, Mum.
So each unit, as they're described, equals a serviced land parcel.
Right.
Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
And just explain to the inspector why, for the I know you've touched on this, but just to recap, why is it that your appraisal looks not at one serviced land parcel or one unit, but at 120 units or 120 serviced land parcels all on the same page? Why do you do it in groups of 120 parcels?
Because house builders don't buy plots. They buy land with planning consent for 120 units. Now, I know that sounds a bit perverse because it is the same thing, but I think when you look at this, what we're looking at is the sale of land for the equivalent of 1,500 homes, plots, it's the same things. That number remains the same, 1,500 over years 2 to 4. Now, obviously, when a house builder then buys the land, there will be a certain number of units consented on that land. And the example we've provided is 120 units, but it could be 50, it could be 250. So the easiest way for the master developer to understand what their revenue is going to be is to break down the land sales into the number of consented units on that. Run an appraisal, which gives you a plot value. So that is the value. So in this example, ma'am, on page 42, the house builder is paying £9.02 million for this site on the assumption that it has planning for 120 houses and flats. So that breaks down in this example here to just over £75,175 per plot.
And that
is the receipt that the master developer then gets, and that is what goes into the master developer model.
So the 9 million is the cost of one service plot?
No, not at all, ma'am. That's the value of 120
It's important
plots.
to get this.
Yeah, but it seems a bit coincidental that 120 appears in both the number of units in the service parcel and also in the other calculation.
In what other calculation?
Well, I mean, I could understand it if you divided it by 120, but I can't understand it.
You
as
do.
you explained it.
That
You
is
do
right,
divide
that is
it.
right, ma'am. If you divide £9 million by 120 units, that gives you £75,175 per plot.
And that's the figure. That's the per plot.
The 9 million is the plot. Sorry, the serviced plot value then.
It's the service parcel of 120
Parcel of
plots.
120
No,
plots.
But it's not. But why is it 120 plots and 120 units per plot? I don't.
No, it's not 120 units per plot. It's 1 unit per plot. That's the basis on which this is. It's
Well, I
one
thought there was-
home on every plot
Yes.
within a parcel.
But perhaps the easiest way, ma'am, to visualise this, if you think about a brochure for a development site with new homes on it, if you wanted to go and buy a new home, you'd see a master plan with the plots numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would be each of the houses you could pick within that. So if you visualise that and say there's 120 plots on that service parcel.
Yes.
Each one of those plots represents one house that you then sell into the market. So when the developer buys the parcel that you're looking at, the whole of that site of 120 units, he buys that for £9 million. Each one of those 120 units is 75,000 because you times 175,000 by the 120, and that gets him to the £9 million that he's paid for the site.
And to tie this up, madam, or to try and make it so that you can see how this feeds through, if you just turn on to page 46. We're now in the master developer model, so we're taking forward the figures from the previous spreadsheet into the master developer model, and you'll see the very first line under revenue, sales value, is serviced residential land units 7,150. Those relate to serviced plots. Unit price 75,000, and that 75,000 is equivalent to the 9 million divided by 120 that you've seen in the previous
So
table.
if you multiply 75,175 by 120,
You get 9 million.
Correct.
I don't really know if I do understand that, but let's carry on.
It is quite
anyway.
important that
Well,
It's slightly the wrong table to use. This is just to try and be helpful.
right.
It's not the right table because there's a later table, and if you go to page 57, that would probably be more useful because that's where Mr. Mitford Slade gets his 77,970.
Yes.
I'm right, aren't I? Yeah.
Right. Explain it again then using that table.
Sorry. So if you then turn to the master developer page 58, you'll see a sum there at the top. Under service residential land, it says units 7,150,
Right.
and next to that is a sum of 77,979. Now, that is slightly different from the 75,000, but that's only because it's been updated. So,
All right.
but the mechanics, Ma'am, are exactly the same. So the master developer receives land for 7,150 houses.
Sorry, say it again. Master
So
development.
the master developer
Yes.
receives a land receipt from
Yeah.
the sale of land.
Yes.
Let's try and use plots and parcels.
Sorry, yes, the sale of land parcels within which there are 7,150 plots.
Hang on.
So, distinction between parcel and plot, which which may lie at the at the heart of it, of the confusion. The parcel is the thing that's got, for the purposes of the serviced plot appraisal, 120 plots on it. That's a parcel. When it comes to, but the parcel's only relevant for the purposes of that serviced plot appraisal. As soon as you've done your serviced parcel appraisal, parcel's got 120 plots in it. You move on. You take your cost, your revenue per plot, and you insert your revenue per plot into your master developer model. That's what the reason I'm leading on it is because Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Mitfordslade have done this in the same way methodologically. It's just a question of that they've got different answers, but it's the same approach. It's that this is the way the master developer model's working.
Okay.
Would it help, Ma'am, if I took you to Appendix 4 of my rebuttal?
Might do.
Let's see.
I'm not sure. This is just these are particulars of sale for a housing scheme.
So this is an example here, Ma'am, of
Just a minute then.
land for sale for 250 homes.
Appendix 4. Hang on.
I think it's page 55. You're there, that's right.
Right.
It should be development site for 250 homes in Cliff.
Yes.
So I think as the best way to explain this, Ma'am, is what you're looking at. If you turn to page 57, at the bottom left-hand corner, what you're looking at there is a parcel of land within which there are 250 plots.
Right.
Okay.
So the house builder will sell that parcel of land, and we'll call it £9 million. It's
Just
not,
for the purposes of
for the purpose of this exercise.
yeah.
And each of those small houses, each of those dots, the land value element of that is 75,000 each.
Per-
If you had 120 of
plot.
them, you times it by 75,000, you get to your £9 million.
So each plot is
75,000. But the parcel of land that the master developer is trading is 120 of those.
I see. Okay.
Now, let's go back to your cash flow table, which the inspector might have up on the computer screen still, hopefully. It is Mr. Mitford-Slade's appendices on page 325. Now, have you got that, Mr. Mitford-Slade? Now, when we see the word units then in the development trajectory bit and line A, what does units mean?
Plots. So based on the discussion we've just had, Ma'am, read that as plots.
Right. And when we see in year 2, say, that it says 500, for instance, obviously it says something different against each year, but just to take year 2 as an example, 500, what's that? What's going on there? It might sound a stupid question, but what does the existence of the number 500 under year 2 actually mean? Oh, sorry. If you look at top of the table, Year 2, sorry. If you look under year 2, the first number that you should see is the number 500. Yeah, so year 2, 500. This is in a row that's called a development trajectory, 7,150 units. Year 1, 0. But year 2, 500. What does that 500 actually mean?
So what that 500 means is that is 500 plots being sold. But I think the important nuance here, Ma'am, is that it is the equivalent of 500 plots being sold.
What do you mean by
And
that?
So the way I would explain that, Ma'am, is that if you had one developer buying land for 1,000 homes, he would pay for that land, in this example here, in 2 tranches, one in year 2 and one in year 3. Therefore, the equivalent of the land payment is 500 plots in year 1 and 500 plots in year 2. So just to repeat, a landowner buys a parcel of land for 1,000 homes. He buys it in 2 tranches, 1 year and the second year. The price he pays is the equivalent of 500 plots in each year, which is half of the 1,000. And the reason that's important is because this cash flow is not there to suggest that you sell land, a parcel of land for 500 units, and sell that in year 2. That's not, I mean, you could, but that's not the way this is designed, because the reality in the market is that house builders will phase their payments over the early years of this project.
So let me try and pin this down, because I'm just let the inspector write that down. When I asked Mr. Spilsbury about this in cross-examination, he obviously went through his critique of what he'd understood this table to mean, and you might remember the inspector have a note, and I said, what you're saying depends on a couple of assumptions that you're making about the way that the table works. And so what I want to do is get you to comment on the assumptions that we discussed with him now. So the first assumption is that he was making is that when we see 500 or whatever in year 2, different number in year 3, that what's happening is that there is full revenue from all of those plots being paid up front prior to completion.
Yes.
And what's your take on that?
It's not. It's the equivalent of the breakdown of those parcels over that period of time. So what that means is that that 500 units is you're receiving half the land payment for 1,000 units in that year, and you're receiving the next at a different point in time. So here, for example, you've got 500 units in year 2, 250 in year 3, and 250 in year 4. Mm-hmm. So if you sold a parcel of land for 1,000 units, you would receive payment
which is
for
the
that
sum
land.
of those 3 numbers. That's why you've picked that.
Correct. So 500 plus 250 plus 250 gives me 1,000.
You sell a parcel.
So I sell a parcel of land
plots.
for 1,000.
Okay.
You'll receive 50% in that year, 25 in year 3, 25 in year 4. Now, the reality is that actually you'll be receiving less in the early years, more in the latter years, but you'll be selling a number of these parcels, Ma'am. You wouldn't just be selling 1 or 2, you'll probably be selling 3 or 4. We've also got to remember that these also contain over 1/5 of the plots are affordable homes, so there'll be additional revenue coming in for the land element for the affordable homes as well. So there's a lot to look at in terms of the interplay between the two, but I think we need to be very clear from Mr. Spilsbury's evidence to in his interpretation of that to what is actually working through this model is the sale of land in tranches during the construction of the roadworks, and the payment received by the master developer is the equivalent of 500 plots or 250 plots in each year.
I don't want to overlabour this, but could I just ask it in this way? Is this a table that's about the sale of houses, or is it a table about the sale of land?
It's a table purely about land. There is no sale of any houses during that phase.
And if I could then have with all of that, as it were, behind us, take you back down the table to the residential land revenue line, which is towards the bottom. It's sort of 6 or 7 lines up from the bottom. Just let the inspector find it. Residential revenue. We've looked at some of the costs, obviously. Revenue, residential land, nothing in year 1, and then
Correct.
we can see that numbers start appearing in year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and on and on. So just to get to sort of to really kind of just be clear about it. In the first year, showing on this table, £37 million revenue from residential land. What is that?
So that is the equivalent of the receipt from 500 plots. Now that could be, and I'll try and make this as clear as possible, that could be half of a land payment for 1,000 units from one landowner, or it could be 1/5 of a land payment from multiple landowners. So I think what we're trying to say here, Ma'am, is that there are a number of house builders acquiring land in phases at the early stages of the project to enable them to get on site, to do their reserve matters, to undertake their technical work. So it is not the sale of houses, and equally it is not the sale of one parcel of serviced land in year 2.
You said it could be half of the land payment from one landowner. Do you mean from one house builder?
Sorry, yes, one house builder, Ma'am. But I would expect there to be a number of house builders here. So if we had 3 house builders, Ma'am, then each of those are transacting on land for 500 units in those first 5 years. So Persimmon buys land for 500, Vistry 500, Redrow 500, for example. So that's 1,000 units. The payment received from those landowners would be paid in tranches equivalent to 500, which is 1/3 in year 1, 1/3 in years 3 and 4, and 1/3 in years 5.
So, put another way, one of the other key assumption that I asked Mr. Spilsbury about, the first one was about you get full upfront payment for each plot, and you've answered that. The second one is that one should review this cash flow and infer from it, and he says this repeatedly in writing and orally, that what you have assumed is units being developed. Let me have another go at asking that question. He says that one should infer that you're assuming houses are being built and indeed occupied in years 2, 3 and 4 and 5 as well, before the highways works are finished, which would be in conflict with the 106 and conditions scheme that we'll talk about later in the inquiry. That's how he's read it. So you need to answer that allegation.
No, ignore houses, ignore bricks on the ground. This is the sale of land only.
And so, the spectre that Mr. Spilsbury raises, because this is sort of where it all goes, the consequence of his criticism is, he says, because you've messed up and you've assumed that people are going to be occupying houses in year 2, for instance, one of the things he says, or year 3 or whatever, before the roads open. In fact, he says, what will be needed is a whopping great loan, because the money's not coming in from any house sales, because no one's occupying. So you're going to need hundreds of millions of pounds more of finance, and that's going to put an absolute, I'm summarising, but a big old hole in your viability appraisal, more finance costs than you've accounted for. And that's the nature of his critique. So what is your response to that critique?
So this is income received from the sale of land to a number of different house builders during the early phases to help offset the early infrastructure costs. Because if you've got no income coming in those first 5 years, as Mr. Spilsbury absolutely correctly identifies, your finance payment is extremely high. So there needs to be a mechanism by which you can trade land and bring revenue coming in during that phase. And it would be illogical, impractical and completely unviable to wait until the road is completed before selling that land. You've got to find a mechanism to bring that early revenue in. But it categorically is not the selling of houses in that period.
All right. All right. I'm going to move off cash flow, but just going to ask whether or not you'd like to ask anything else about it before I do.
No, I understand the principle, even if I don't understand all the mechanics.
Yeah.
I don't think that matters.
No.
I understand what the principle are. Hopefully it's not going to all be upended and I'm going to have to, I don't know, when you ask questions.
Hopefully not. Righto. Thank you very much. Now, moving towards the latter phases of your examination in chief. I want to ask you about, you've talked about some of the strategic schemes in the area that you know all about and have worked on. You mentioned Otterpool Park and you mentioned Chilmington. And indeed, as Mr. Finch told us yesterday, problems that have occurred or challenges that have occurred at both of those places in terms of delivering them in accordance with their 106s or at all have been of great concern to Kent County Council for reasons that he explained. So, on Otterpool Park, what do you have to tell the inspector about the extent to which, it's comparable, the extent to which what has happened at Otterpool Park, I suppose, is the first question. And then once we know what's happened, is there reasons to think that, the cause for concern at Otterpool Park would lead to cause for concern, here?
Absolutely. I think, Mum, there are some similarities. They're both in Kent and they're both of an identical scale. So I think that's probably where the similarities end in some respects. Otterpool Park is owned in part, about half of it, by Folkestone Hythe District Council. They bought the former racecourse off Cozumel Estates and they bought that outright and they have option agreements over the rest of the land to bring together this vision of a garden community. And the fundamental reason why that scheme has stalled and now requires Homes England intervention, and they have a collaboration agreement. Mr. Finch was asked the question. They have a collaboration agreement that runs until September. The reason that has stalled and now requires intervention is because of the way that the land is owned and the way that the land is not owned.
Could you unpack that a bit?
Yes, I can, absolutely. So Folkestone Hythe District Council, through their delivery vehicle, Otterpool Park LLP, they have to buy all the optioned land that accommodates the wastewater treatment works. So there is a requirement to deliver the wastewater treatment works within phase 1 after the occupation of 500 units. And that land is owned under an option agreement. And the way that the option agreements are worded, which is unusual, but it is a legacy of when they were signed with Cozumel Estates, is that they require the land to be pulled down in its entirety. So you can't just buy 40 acres of the landowner's land to put the wastewater treatment works on. You've got to buy several hundred acres. And what that means is that the initial outlay is that you've got to buy land for 420 acres of farmland, which is subject to a minimum price in their option agreement of 100,000 an acre plus indexation. So in very simple terms, you've got to buy land for £42 million plus a £20 million wastewater treatment facility. So you're outlaying £62 million before you get any work undertaken at all. That is just to assemble the land.
Well, 800 to have, you said 500 units. They can.
Sorry, no, ignore that. That's a red herring. That's just that the wastewater treatment works has to be delivered in the first phase.
I thought you said they could occupy 500 units before.
No, not at all. Not at all, Mum.
Yeah, you did say that.
That's when the wastewater treatment. So you have to deliver the wastewater treatment works by the time 500 and 500.
Yeah, so they can occupy 500. So they get the sale of that. Presumably, there's enough capacity in the system to accommodate 500 of the units.
I think
and
it's
then
500.
They have to upgrade the wastewater treatment works, which sometimes happens, isn't it? So they will get a revenue from those first 500 units, won't they?
No, not at all, because they've got to buy. Folks in Hythe, as the master developer, have got to buy the land.
I mean, they will get the revenue eventually, but they've got to
They
buy
will
the
get
land
it. Of course,
first.
they'll get it eventually. But so they've got to pay upfront £42 million just to bring the land in. So it's a bit like if Highsted Park required third-party land, which it doesn't, but if it needed third-party land for the motorway junction, you'd have to buy that land.
Yeah, I understand that, but I thought you said they owned some of the land.
They owned half, but they don't own
why
that
can't
land.
they build that some of that out, up to 500 units? Why can't they do that?
Well, they can't deliver any of their land until the wastewater treatment works is underway. But the important is they can't start work on the wastewater treatment works and therefore can't sell land until they've bought this additional chunk of land. So there is £42 million worth of extra upfront cost. There's a lot of other reasons why Otterpool Park is fundamentally broken. But that is the requirement, is to bring in that additional land.
So you're saying there's an upfront payment for land before they do anything.
Correct.
That's required in the tens of millions.
Yes.
And that has a knock-on effect on their finance costs.
Yes, because that's a day one cost of you not doing anything. You've not started any works. You've not even got your 106 agreed. You've got to buy that land in order to deliver that, because you don't own it. Unlike here at Highsted Park, where you have landowners that are already assembled.
So, just from an FVA point of view, if you like, from a viability point of view, Otterpool Park needed Homes England to, I don't know, what did they need Homes England to do?
Well, they need Homes England grant funding in order to acquire the land and deliver the wastewater treatment works, bearing in mind that the council have spent, a huge sum of money getting to the point that they're already at.
And right. Is the situation there comparable to the situation here?
No, because there are no requirements to acquire third-party land. There's no massive upfront costs to bring land in. The land is already self-contained here.
Sorry, just a minute.
No, it's all right.
Right.
The second scheme is Chilmington. You've referred to this one already. Could you just talk us through? Is there also at Chilmington a viability challenge, if you like, putting it as neutral, an issue on viability as to whether or not the scheme can come forward in full?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the issue with Chilmington is that it's been delivered by Hodson Developments.
So that's a developer.
He's a developer, but he's taking on the role of a master developer as well for a scheme of this scale.
Just what scale?
5,750 homes.
And is he a local or regional builder?
He's done small-scale developments up in Ascot and some in Park Lane in London, but he is not a house builder. He's not a Vistry or a Barrett Redrow or anyone else. You know, he's a very small developer.
So what happened there? What happened in terms of land? And
So he bought all of the land. So
he bought all of it.
Yes. So there are a lot of similarities. He bought land off the Pullen family, of Pentland and others. So he pulled together all of this land at the outset, which incurred a huge upfront cost, not just of buying the land, but securing debt in order to enable him to do that.
So he bought the land with finance?
He bought the land on finance, correct.
He bought it all outright with finance?
Correct.
And then starts incurring finance charges?
Starts incurring finance charges, and COVID comes along, and everything stalls and stops. But he's still holding all of this land outright. I guess the best example here is someone coming in and paying the benchmark land value, £136 million up front, and then delivering houses after that. You just simply wouldn't do it. It's a very unusual way for someone to deliver something of such scale, well over 5,000 homes, to buy all that land outright is very unusual, and that's the reason why Hodson Developments are in the pickle that they are, Ma'am, is that they're carrying a huge amount of debt on that upfront purchase.
Right.
So the two are similar insofar as they...
The two, you mean by the two?
So Otterpool and Chilmington are similar in some respects because they have huge upfront land assembly costs,
right,
and the finance that goes with that, which isn't the case here.
So in both cases, it relates to this idea of whoever the developer or the master developer might be, whatever, they have acquired the whole site up front, and then they've had to finance that.
Correct.
And it's the finance costs that
primarily.
Right. So, what, if anything, can the inspector take away from those examples? Both examples of great concern to Kent, obviously. I mean, we're not an inquiry into either one of them, obviously. But what do they tell us? Are there any lessons to be learned?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this has got to be done in a phased and controlled manner, insofar as the infrastructure goes in at the same time as you're able, or shortly thereafter, start selling service land parcels in tranches. So you've got land coming in, and you've got costs going out and land coming in. But the way that the model works here is that you're not buying all of the land up front. As the master developer here, they'll be securing a position on the land with the landowner, and as that land is sold, the receipt goes to fund the infrastructure, and then there's a further payment back to the landowner. So it's compressing the process and not launching yourself into a position where you're buying everything outright.
Could I just ask, yes, in terms of, so obviously Quinn don't own the land at the moment.
No.
So they've obviously got option agreements, or an option agreement, or whatever, I'm presuming.
They're promotional agreements.
Promotion agreements.
Rather than options.
What's it? I don't know what the difference is then.
Doesn't matter, but yeah.
It's a similar thing, that there's a sort of... Go on, Mr. Gearing, I don't mind.
So essentially, Quinn won't draw down the land or buy the land. They would form a master developer with the landowners, and then you only sell the land to the house builders. So you don't buy the land at a price and sell it again. It's sold once. It's one land transaction, which is reflected in the agreement.
Quinn don't buy it.
So they combine with the landowner to be the master developer. Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
So, because of the differences in structure that you've been explaining, so I expect to write that down. In terms of land ownership, or not, the master developer model that you just need to turn your microphone back on, Mr. Mitfordsley. That we've got here on the Quinn model versus the approach that's taken, say, at Chilmington, where he bought it all up front, or at Otterpool, where they've also got to buy it up front before they can do anything. If public subsidies needed in those ones, in Otterpool and in Chilmington, does it follow then that, well, as Mr. Finch said, it's likely that there's going to need to be public subsidy here because they're all in Kent and they're all large residential schemes.
No, they're fundamentally different in the way that they're brought forward. And no, of course, once a planning permission has been secured, anyone can take steps if they so choose to look at other mechanisms for financing that.
I mean, like Homes England or that kind of thing.
So there are ways of doing it post the consent to planning permission, but this is fundamentally different in the way the mechanics come forward.
Right. Okay.
That's another thing now. Just thinking about what you're talking about, the promotion agreement and so forth. So when these plots, or whatever you call them, are sold to the house builder and you get the stage payments, presumably Quinn won't get all of that then. They have to pay back the landowner, wouldn't they?
Well, Quinn and the landowner are the master developer, so they get it all in their pot to pay for the infrastructure.
Quinn and the landowner are the master developer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That is, I think, enough on that for now. There's just two more things I want to ask you about. The first is the topic of sensitivities, sensitivity testing. What if you're wrong about some of your primary assumptions, etc. And I suppose just to begin by explaining to the inspector what has she got before her from you by way of sensitivity testing your primary approach.
So what we've got in Appendix 10 of my rebuttal is a sensitivity test that looks at changes to both residential house values and residential build costs. If we turn to
your rebuttal appendices from Appendix 10 to page 243. Sorry. We'll just find it first.
10.
So rebuttal appendices rather than proof ones.
Yeah.
And Appendix 10 is on page 243. We'll get there first.
Hold on.
Yep. Okay. Right. So.
Oh yeah. Right.
Okay. So is this the one that's called sensitivity with extra £10 million cost? No. Oh, have I done the wrong one?
Oh, sorry, yes, no, you're absolutely right.
Yes,
Sorry, yes.
you.
Sensitivity with extra £10 million worth of cost.
All right. Just firstly, I suppose then, before we look at it, why did you do this? Why 10 million extra?
Because what I wanted to test is what happens if the Dadswell cost plan is more correct than the JCE cost plan, and what if there was an extra £10 million worth of cost? How would that impact the scheme? What impact would that make on the ability for this to be a viable and deliverable project? And obviously you can use multiples of 10 million, but I started at 10 million just to see what would happen if you increased your cost. So what you can see there, Ma'am, is underneath the 6-kilometre link road.
Hang on, let's just find it. So page 245. This is your sensitivity appraisal. There's the heading construction costs about halfway down, right? Or in the right spot?
Yes.
Yep.
You got that, Madam? Construction costs. And where in construction costs are you taking us?
I'm taking you to the 6-kilometre link road, Ma'am, which is 121.48 million.
Right. And is that more than you'd originally
£10 million
input? That's
more.
10 million more. Right.
Now, of course, Ma'am, there are other costs that go with that.
What other costs?
So there are finance costs that go with that extra 10 million.
Oh.
So you'll see that the finance rate goes up. the margin that's required by the master developer will go up.
Hang on, just slow down. What other numbers change as a so you put 10 million into the link road, as it were, just for the purposes of a sensitivity test, and it goes up to 121. But you say other costs also increase as a consequence of that
That's
121.
right. So there is another
which lines go up, and
So
by how
The
much?
finance cost line goes up,
And that's the 61, is it? The 61,682?
correct?
And that goes up what to the tune of what, broadly?
About 4-5 million.
Okay. Because there's more to finance.
And the profit goes up by a couple of million.
Profit
and,
goes up by...
Is it on cost? Yes, it
Yes.
would be.
And there's a small increase in the professional fees as well. That are
fees go
attached
up
to that.
because the fees are a percentage of the... Are they a percentage of the
Of cost, correct.
So the profit on cost goes up by how much then?
Let me just compare with the... I'll give you the exact figures, Mum.
Thank you.
So the finance cost goes up, call it 3.7 million.
Okay.
The professional fees go up about 400,000.
And that's up to that's the 12.987
Yes,
line.
that was 12.6 something.
So that's gone up a few 100,000. And what else?
Your disposal costs go up by 100,000.
So which line's that? Sorry.
Disposal
Disposal
fees.
Disposal fees.
They go up by a couple of 100,000 actually. Your profit, which is quite a large one, that goes up by 2 million.
2 million.
So all in.
Is that it? Are those the lines that change?
Yes.
Okay.
Should be about 8 million of extra cost on top of the 10.
On top of the 10. So it's that 8 million in addition to the 10. So the 8 million flows from
Yes,
the 10,
10
as
million
it were.
of cost is actually 18 million of total cost.
I see. 18 million of total costs.
So the question then arises is if you had an extra 10 million pounds worth of cost,
Yeah.
which then generates a total cost of 18 million pounds,
Right.
how much would the plot values have to change by
Have to change by.
in order to ensure that the residual value remains the same as the benchmark land value?
Okay. So
So if I then take you to...
just to hang on, pause. So what the question you're asking yourself there is, if 10 million pounds of cost is added to the road, which leads to 18 million pounds in total because the other things flow on, how much would residential values, am I right to focus on residential values, or is it all values have to go up? You say plot values.
Yeah, they flow from each other, but yes, no, stick with plot values.
How much would plot values,
Land values.
Yes, Mom. Yes, land
how much
values.
would land values, yeah, how much would land values have to go up, I suppose, land values have to go up, to ensure that residual land value remains the same as as in your primary appraisal? That's what you're asking yourself?
That's right.
Okay, and what's the answer?
So if I then, Mom, if I may take you to my rebuttal evidence, page 15, sorry, 18.
18, one moment.
Hold on.
Right.
So does that mean you're keeping your section 106 costs and your affordable housing at the same?
All at the same, yes, there's no change there.
But you'll, yeah.
Right, so what page in your rebuttal?
Page, what was it, 18 was
Page
it?
18.
1-8.
rebuttal.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So if you look at that and the appraisal side by side,
okay. Oh, we've got to have them both. No, it's all right. Hang on. So, me just get them both.
So what you'll see in the appraisal, ma'am, is that the value of the residential land has to go up to £80,600 per plot. And the way
hold on a
you
minute.
see
Hang on, just slow down. That is the top line of the appraisal at your Appendix 10.
correct.
Hold on, I'm not sure I've got the right bit in your rebuttal.
Okay. So no,
you have,
rebuttal.
Mark.
You do. You need
I have.
so
That
just
table's correct.
let's just lay the table, as it were. You've got hopefully his rebuttal Appendix 10 on the one
Yeah,
hand.
got it, okay.
So the 80,600 number is the unit price
Look at the appraisal, ma'am.
in the appraisal
At the top,
at the top, first section revenue.
Oh, yes, unit price, yeah.
So that's gone up from your
77,970
7,000 or whatever. So it's gone up.
So it has to go up to that level in order to keep the benchmark land value and the residual land value in equilibrium. So the question then
In order to basically deliver everything
Yes.
viably, in order for the whole thing
for
to
the whole
work.
thing to be viable, if you have an extra £10 million worth of costs,
Yeah.
your land value per plot has got to go up to 80,600.
Yeah.
And to demonstrate how that works, I then refer you to my table on page 18 of my rebuttal.
Right. So how does
And there, ma'am, you
Yeah.
will see two coloured boxes.
Okay.
The green box, ma'am, is the starting point. That's where we were before, 77,970 per plot.
so the two numbers? The top number is a per
That's land value. That's
land value.
the land value of 120 of the number below
That's
it.
the land value is that per parcel at that's the 9.3, and for 120 plots, and then the per plot number is the one that is 77,970. Right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's where we are at the moment in your main case, as it were.
That's right.
Okay, so then what happens?
If you then look at the orange box, mum,
Yeah,
the orange box has a number at the bottom of that box of 80,541,
Which is pretty similar to the one in your
which is very similar to the 80,600 in the master developer.
right. So what has to happen in order to get to that from a values point of view or a build cost point of view?
So sales have to go up 2.5%, but that also allows for house building costs to also go up 2.5%.
Why should you be looking for both of them to happen? Is there a relationship between the two?
I think it's reasonable to assume that there is a relationship between the two, yes, but equally if house prices went up 2.5%, and there was a static movement on build costs over that period, then actually there'll be an even higher plot value.
Because then you'd be in 84,006 pounds.
And the impact of that, ma'am, if I try and break it down as easily as I can without going into lots and lots of numbers,
I think we're a bit late for that.
is that for every 18 million of extra costs, all of that can be absorbed just by a 2.5% increase in house prices and a 2.5% increase in build costs. So, which was what we would broadly expect. If you look at house price growth and BCIS growth over the last few years, there is not huge disparity between those. So that gives comfort that there is plenty of buffer here if costs were higher. But if house prices went up 2.5% more than build costs, then actually you'd be up to £84,000 a plot. And that would enable you, please tell me if I'm going too far.
yeah, you are going too fast.
Sorry.
So basically, if house prices
Go up
Go
2.5%, mum, more than costs. So costs stay static as the equivalent.
Yeah.
But in
Then
that
if you-
case, you're looking then, madam, at the table to the right, the box to the right of the green box. That's the scenario that's just been described.
So then it goes up to 84.
84,000. And what that then means, if that happens, 2.5% more revenue than cost, then there is the ability for £41.3 million of extra cost to be absorbed.
Where'd you get that figure from?
So that does require a calculation.
Oh,
Mark.
don't worry. So I'll just write it down.
Thank you.
So then there's ability for 41.3 thousand.
41.3 million of extra
Million,
costs
I mean.
could be absorbed just by a 2.5% uplift in values.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
And I think what that demonstrates, Ma'am, is two things. Principally, that residuals are highly sensitive. And I think that's why it's so important to stand back and really look at this, not just as a pure number exercise, but actually try and relate it to the real world as best we possibly can, because there are huge swings in here. But also I think what this clearly demonstrates actually is that there is huge potential actually, and this will be music to Mr. Gardner's ears, that actually there is huge potential for an uplift here in values.
And if that happens,
if costs don't rise, if construction costs, and I don't want to get into that debate, are set at where they are, and we do see a rise in residential values, that will generate significantly more value, and that will then be captured in the review mechanism to make sure that more contributions can be made at the time, if able to be done so.
and just to clarify, although you're showing, this is your boxes shows things going up, but it also shows things going down as well as part of your sensitivity testing to the left of the green box. The review mechanism, is it a two-way review mechanism or is it upward only? As in, which is to say, could affordable housing drop, or does it have to only increase in accordance with the review mechanism? We'll talk about later in the 106 session.
It's an upwards only.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Benchmark land value. I don't want to spend too long on it because we've had quite a lot on it, but just in a nutshell, as you said, the numbers are all agreed. The EUV at £10,000 per acre is agreed. The uplift of times 10 is agreed between the three of you, I mean. You're agreed with Mr. Spilsbury, full stop.
Yes.
You're not agreed with Mr. Gardner. It was that the debate wasn't about the numbers, it was about the area over which the uplift is to apply.
Yes.
And so just to tell us in a nutshell what you're saying about that.
I think we touched upon it yesterday, Ma'am, but this is all about one landowner selling his land for 10 times more than his neighbour. And the reality is that you can't look at benchmark land value on a net basis. You've got to look at the whole thing. The green infrastructure, the blue infrastructure, everything else that goes with a scheme of this scale is intrinsic to driving it forward. You can't cherry pick benchmark land value against part and not the rest. The whole of the site is required to be brought forward together in unison, and you can't have parts of the land with higher value and parts with the lower. It simply just wouldn't stitch together.
So I mean, I think I'll leave that one and leave it for Mr. Bell to ask you questions about.
Thank you.
I will ask about Warburton. Is your opinion, in a nutshell, does that create a sort of general precedent, if you like, that when one approaches the topic of benchmark land value, uplift should only ever really be looked at on a net developable acre basis?
I don't give any weight to the way that the mechanics of the Warburton appeal worked, simply because one landowner there was not being treated as a ready, willing, able seller prepared to take market value. At the end of the day, they were prepared to take what was else was left after the residual. It's not an appeal case I go to in any great details. We've done that yesterday, but it's an outlier and doesn't sit with the rest of the way the market operates.
Got one more question before I ask you to summarise your final conclusions, then we're done. It was actually to do with sensitivity testing. I just should have asked it a minute ago, but I'll just ask it now. You've got a table in your sensitivity testing we were just looking at. You show how things might, as it were, improve or get worse. You know, values might go up, values might go down, costs might go up, costs might go down, and that's what you're showing in your table, how that affects the price per serviced residential plot, right?
Sure. Yes.
You've talked about the upwards only review mechanism in the
Yes.
event that things improve. In the event that things get worse, things on the ground get worse, if build costs shoot up, whatever, if values go down, if the things start, so we're moving towards the left hand of your table. What happens? In a case like this where the developer has a profit margin, how do things get built in a world where things get worse?
Yeah, I mean, clearly the market is going to be cyclical. That there are going to be good times and there's going to be bad times, and that will go through that process. There will be times when values are at a lower ebb, but this is a commercially driven landowner promoter collaboration to bring forward land quickly and drive it forward from a private sector perspective. And yes, there'll be times when land sales slows down and land sales pick up, and there is a profit margin in that to enable that to flex. So, you know, I think it's, you know, and clearly, if the upfront infrastructure costs are so high, then the master developer just won't bring it forward. You know,
why not?
Because it wouldn't be viable to do so. And it's a point Mr. Spilsbury makes, is that actually, if those costs are so high, then this scheme it simply wouldn't happen.
But if it's rising cost to the tune of your table, the profit margin comes into play, you say?
Yeah, so I mean, there is a profit margin there, which is risk and reward. And those two parcels together, you know, it's at a level to reflect the fact that the master developer landowner bringing the site forward will share in the spoils, but have to absorb softening in the market as well. It's not a 6% figure. This is a large sum of money that enables that buffer to be built in.
So let me ask you this, that you're talking about a privately delivered or privately brought forward development.
Which it is, yeah.
Which it is, obviously.
Yes.
No, I know. I appreciate that. But what about, how would that approach differ if you were doing a publicly led, say a publicly delivered, say, piece of road infrastructure, and you were pricing that up for your FVA? Is there the same private profit margin to buffer any changes to costs or whatever?
No, it's a completely different approach. So where you've got extra over cost allowances built into a public sector, that takes the complete worst case scenario.
Why have they got to do that though?
To basically offset the fact that there isn't the equivalent profit margin on the other side of the equation. So
Right.
so the landowner promoter is able to accept absorb some of those risk allowances costs within their profit margin, which by its very nature is risk and reward.
So take Kent, for example. Say Kent were delivering a road,
Yes.
say, theoretically, and say the road costs 100 million or whatever. Once it gets to 101 million pounds, as it were, if it runs over, how do Kent deal with such a situation versus how a private developer would deal with such a situation?
Well, they would have to build in sufficient contingencies
They'll have to layer on the risk.
Yeah, and just keep layering and layering and layering. Whereas here, you know, if there are cost overruns, then you've got an element of contingency allowances, risk allowances, and margin. I think that's a really important thing.
And margin.
And margin, so that the profit margin to the landowner master developer helps to offset that.
So we'll come back to costs obviously in a couple of weeks, but from your point of view as a appraiser of financial viability, does it make sense to do not one or the other of those things, but to do both? So, but what I mean by that is to both layer on risk, project risk, scope risk, and contingency onto your base cost. To do all of that on the one hand, which Kent need to do, because in case it goes to £100,000 and one penny, they're out of luck. to do that on the one hand, and also to incorporate a buffer for private profit margin on the other.
That's complete double counting. So, yeah.
And why do you think it's double counting?
Because the master developer is able to absorb that within their profit margin.
You're saying that Kent and the private master developer aren't in the same boat
No,
from that point
not
of
at all.
view?
No.
Well, we'll have to hear more about that in a couple of weeks. Right then. Overall, standing back, as you surveyors like to say, what's the overall position for the inspector to report to the Secretary of State in your from your perspective?
Yeah, I think just winding the clock back to the very early parts of these discussions, is the evidence base reasonably justified at the outset, given the way that this FVA has evolved, and we've now got costs coming forward? Yes, I consider it is. Is the scheme, based on the evidence that I've provided and that of Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner, on basis of my evidence, is this scheme viable and deliverable? Yes, it is. Of course, ma'am, that is predicated upon costs, which we're coming back to in a couple of weeks. But it is viable, it is deliverable, it does deliver affordable housing above 20%. There are sufficient buffers within that to allow for cost overruns, and if we get the exemplar garden community that's envisaged and we get additional values coming forward, that will all be captured within the review mechanism. So I'm very comfortable sitting here today that this is a scheme that can come forward in compliance with the requirements of it being viable and deliverable.
Right. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mitford-Slade. Madam, those are all the questions and evidence in chief.
Right. Now, Mr. Young, we can either do half an hour of cross-examination, or we can have a break early and continue after lunch.
Break early and then we'll start off.
Thought you'd say that. Right. Fine with me. All right. So we'll have a break until 1:30 then. And then, do you think we might finish? Right. Okay.
No, it's your cross-examination.
I don't think we'll finish cross-examination.
Okay, no, that's fine. At least it's honest.
Yes, as you predicted.
As I predicted. Yeah, well. Anyway, right. Let's see. So we'll break to 1:30. Thank you. time for the inquiry to resume. And just before Mr. Young gets started, can I just, dare I ask a question about these service plots?
Oh
please?
God, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you don't,
No, I think I do.
it really is about
I
you,
know,
as Mr. Young
I-
said yesterday.
I do understand. I've got to understand.
Please do.
I understand the principle, but I just wanted to check that if you, I was looking at the spreadsheet over lunch.
Which spreadsheet are you looking at,
I
madam?
don't know, the one.
I don't know.
The one we've been referring to, that
Oh.
I put up on the screen. And
Oh, do you mean the cash flow?
cash flow?
Yeah, so that is, just so if people are following along, that's Mr. Mitford Slade's Appendix 9, page 325. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what I just want to understand. I understand that you're saying that those units are not dwellings, that they are
Those are plots.
plots, right? Apart from the fact they add up to 7,150, which I think is the number of dwellings. But anyway, that aside, so if it's so, can I just check a service land parcel, which is what we talked about?
Yes, Mum.
Talking about a lot. That, I think you said not this time, but it was said that that is actually comprises, for the sake of all the assessments, of 120 dwellings.
Yes, that's correct, Mum.
Is that still correct?
Yes, Mum.
Right. So how many plots would it comprise?
120. So a dwelling is a plot, Mum.
Oh.
So every one dwelling sits on one plot.
Okay. Well, that's what I thought right from the start, but
You were right then. That means we've ended up taking
no,
your...
I don't know. I don't really know. But I mean, I thought I was told I was wrong.
I didn't mean to say you were wrong about it, that's what you'd said.
But you went into a very long explanation when you said that plots are not equivalent to dwellings. There's
No.
something
I
different.
said parcels aren't equivalent to dwellings. Plots and right, yeah. We were making a distinction between plots and houses. This is a table that
Dwellings,
looks at
houses.
plots. It doesn't look at houses. That is something we've said.
Right. So
it-
dwellings are houses, I think.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
A dwelling will sit on a plot.
So a dwelling will sit on a plot. So when you say there are 120 plots in a service land parcel,
Yes,
Yeah.
Mum.
That's right.
there would also be 120 dwellings
Built on those said plots, Mum. That's correct.
built on those plots. So when you talk about then, if we look at the cash flow thing,
Yes, Mum.
500 in year 2,
500.
500 is plots, not dwellings.
That's right, Mum.
Correct.
500 plots, but you just said plots equals dwellings.
So to understand this, Mum, the plot is the bit of land that sits underneath the house.
yeah, I understand
So
that.
so the house builder buys the
The land.
parcel of land
Yeah.
on which there are 20 plots. He then builds them at a point in time,
Yes.
and that then has a house on it. So in
Yes.
this cash flow, the revenue that
Yes.
comes to the master developer is only the land element, because if you look at
Yeah,
it,
yeah, I understand that.
So I think the point is that even though there is a one-to-one relationship assumed between plots and houses, plots and
Yes,
dwellings,
yeah. It isn't
this
only-
cash flow does not model the construction of houses. This
No.
cash flow models the sale of land plots.
Yes,
and that's
because-
what drives the revenue that you see in the cash flow.
Yeah, because the houses are being built by the developer who's
Later on.
buying the plot.
Exactly.
Or
But so,
buying
for
the
example,
land.
500 in year 2 or whatever, that is an amount that is equivalent to £37,263,000
Yes.
at the bottom.
Right, okay.
And that is what this table's showing.
I see. So it's not really quite as difficult as I thought it was. Right, okay, that's
Not as what, sorry?
quite
Clear.
as difficult as I thought
Oh,
it
maybe.
was.
I'm sorry. If you had it and we've managed to muck it up in
No,
your
no, no,
understanding,
no.
I am
No,
sorry.
that's fine.
Can I also say, just before the cross-examination starts, quite importantly, there are two massive trays of fresh Kentish cherries sitting in the kitchenette that
Oh,
are
you should say.
for all, and there are punnets and things like that. And in
Wow.
the break or whatever, they are for everyone to try.
Thank you very much. That sounds fantastic. To buy, did you say?
No, to try. Yeah, that's gonna go into our.
It's, I think, because it's farmers, I think it's pick your own.
Your own, very good.
No.
Well, that's very good.
Try
Thank
before
very
you
much.
buy.
Certainly would like to try some of those.
All righty.
All right, Mr. Young.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm afraid we won't finish today, but we'll have
understand.
three hours of it anyway.
Thank you.
What we're going to start with is to understand the process. Your clients obviously were promoting this site through the local plan process, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And they had hoped it would become a garden community and that it would form part of the local plan, yes?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And all local plans have to have viability evidence underpinning them, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and the council went to Aspinall Verde, who do a lot of this work, and asked for that to be looked at, and they looked at various viability considerations, yes?
Yeah, I've seen a copy of the draft viability study that they've undertaken, that's correct.
Yeah, did they look at this site, because obviously it's a huge site, did they look at it as part of that work?
I don't know without referring to it specifically.
Yeah. You alluded in evidence in chief to the fact that Aspinall Verde used the BCIS median value, and indeed that's set out in the Pathfinder reports. That was something that Swale had as an aspiration, I think. Is that right?
I don't know if Swell have an aspiration. The figure appears in Aspinall Verde's study.
Yeah. Now, what we know, obviously, is the local plan didn't progress. Your clients put in planning applications, I think, back in 2021. Is that right?
I don't know the date, but that sounds about right, yes.
Sounds about right. Okay, all right. If you go to the core documents and go to CD 1.11, hopefully you have them loaded up. And tell me when you're there.
Sorry, I don't have a... Do we have a hard copy of it at all?
I don't know. You have to. You
No,
will,
my internet's just gone down, so I haven't got... Bear with me one moment.
There'll be lots of core documents, presumably. Yeah.
Have you connected to public, Swell public system? Oh, actually, I'm on the Highsted part one. Or the Highsted part one. Try that.
Oh, well, just bear with me one moment, sorry.
There's two I think you can connect to without
Do apologise, bear with me, sorry. No, I don't, I'm afraid. Is there another means of accessing it? No. It's gone down completely. Oh. Is there a spare laptop that I can see it on? Sorry. The wonders of technology. Can you just refer to me to the core document? Sorry.
It's 111, sorry, 111.
So where would it be? Oh, 111. Got it. Ah, yes. Thank you. Yeah, I have that now.
Okay, thank you. Don't worry about these things. This is, we used to just move around loads of boxes, and this is slightly preferable, slightly. The position is then, what we have is a report from you, a viability assessment, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm going to put this into my category of curiosities about the viability evidence from the applicant. This is curiosity number 1. The 22nd of January 2024 would appear to be a good 2 to 3 years after the application was submitted, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, we've got a huge proposal here, haven't we? It's always been your client's intention to build a motorway junction and then to have a 6-kilometre link road, yes?
Yes.
Those are undoubtedly enormous costs for a housing development.
They would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
And those enormous costs, obviously, you don't need me to tell you, will have an impact on cash flow, yes?
Yes.
In big schemes like this, cash flow is king, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Yeah. So when cash flow is king, and I'm a developer and I'm bringing forward something for 8,400 homes and strategic highway works, which on our case of 360 million, in your case 195 million, and everything else that goes with it, 5 schools. If I'm a developer like Mr. Quinn, I'm going to want to know whether it all adds up, aren't I?
Well, Mr. Quinn is the promoter, I think, first of all.
Yeah.
So I think there's a fundamental difference there between what a developer would be doing and what a promoter would be doing.
I'm really sorry, it's my fault. When I said developer, I was using it in a generic sense of somebody who seeks development, like a Richborough Estates and a Gladman. But let's use your terminology. There's house builders,
Yes.
and then there's land promoters, yes?
That's right, yes.
Some house builders, like Blaw's, are also land promoters. Strategic land is a major part of
Indeed.
what Blaw and others do, okay? But in this instance, Quinn is here acting as both a land promoter, yes,
Yes.
with the landowners in tow, who've been sat through quite a bit of the inquiry, yes?
That's right.
Yeah. And then Quinn also build homes, as I understand it. Is that right?
They do, that's correct.
Yeah. But they're not a Persimmon and they're not a Barrett. They're much smaller scale, yes? So here am I, a small to medium-sized builder down here in the corner of Kent, and I'm thinking about building something which turns out to be the biggest planning inquiry for housing the country has ever seen, yes?
Indeed.
It's quite a big undertaking, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, and the proposal, because of the roads and so on, has a high risk profile, obviously. Yeah, good. So with that high risk profile for the biggest housing proposal to go to appeal we've ever seen, or to be at inquiry, I should say, it's not an appeal, then I would quite like to know if the sums add up, really. So most developers, and I assume Mr. Quinn isn't any different, most land promoters generally like to run appraisals, yes?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because that becomes relevant for whether you want to bid for the land, whether you want to promote the land, what you think you do. They want to know what the sales values in the area, and helpfully, as a local agent, you've been able to give us that information, haven't you?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and we've not contested your sales values because you've got better knowledge of that. You work in this market, you're helping the trading of land and the sale of land, and an agent, as well as being a valuer, obviously. And so that's the first thing the land promoter wants to know. What are the sales values going to be? What am I going to achieve, yes?
Well, I think a land promoter is going to be standing back and going, is this a scheme that I want to be bringing forward for a planning application?
I do understand that, but if you just focus on my question, it'll just save a lot of time. So my question is, do you think, Mr. Quinn, one of the key things he'd be interested in is what will the houses sell for?
I think, yeah, at some point in that process, that exercise will be undertaken, but I don't think you'd start out a project of this scale necessarily starting with a value exercise. You've got to start out this as a planning exercise.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, I presume you've spoken about this with the client, he started out not knowing what the sales values and the costs would be. He just thought this looks like a good planning idea.
Well, I think that's fairly simplistic,
But your words, largely.
But at the end of the day, a land promoter is there to try and achieve a planning consent. Now, if during that process, or if even after that process, the costs turn out to be too prohibitive for whatever reason, then they would withdraw from that process.
Yeah.
But to enter into that exercise, the expectation is that this is going to be a viable and deliverable scheme.
Yeah, but the thing is, isn't it, that if you're going to do that, as you've described, rather than spend money on all the reports, because planning applications these days often involve quite a few reports, you'll know that. You'll know that all the experts you have to employ for the ecology and all the rest of it is quite expensive, isn't it?
It is.
So before I start off on that journey, if I'm sensible, I'm probably going to think about whether all this is viable, yes?
Yes.
Which is why most developers will run appraisals to see if it's viable, yes?
And there were appraisals run, no doubt, by the applicants to establish that.
Yeah. We don't have those appraisals.
No,
the first site of any appraisal work we have is 3 years into the project, which is your report that we're looking at now, yes? So in terms of publicly available information, Quinn may have done their work. We don't have any of that. We don't have any evidence to prove they were looking at financial viability. As you say, they were looking obviously at a planning project. And now they've gone and submitted their planning application. And then 3 years down the line, roughly, 2 to 3 years down the line, your appraisal is produced. You were commissioned to produce that appraisal, weren't you?
I was, that's correct.
Yeah. You've worked for Quinn before.
I have worked with Quinn before, yes.
Yeah. The terms of your engagement throughout this whole process have never been on a contingency or uplift or fee related to success basis, have they?
No, not at all.
No. You're simply being paid a flat fee, yes?
An hourly rate, but yes.
An hourly rate, yeah. And on that basis, you provide this appraisal, and inevitably, you needed to look at the project to understand whether you could justify the conclusions to say whether it was viable or not, yes?
Yes.
The main purpose of this exercise, as I think you fairly said, was to establish whether affordable housing could be accommodated and whether and what level that would be, yes?
Whether or not 10% affordable housing could be delivered, that's correct.
Yeah. So I'm interested in how that arose in 2024, or probably late 2023. At what stage were you instructed, first of all, on this project?
I would say late 2023.
Yeah, that would correspond with the data of the report. And the reason was, presumably, the client, your client, had been asked to identify or provide evidence to justify the 10% affordable for the northern site.
That's certainly my understanding, yes.
Yeah, and so that's what that exercise was done. So the council were looking at that. I don't want to, and you're not a planner, so I'm not going to ask you questions about what the policy compliant level is.
Thank you.
That wouldn't be fair. Now, this particular report is focused on the northern site. We'll come on to the southern site as well. You say, in accordance with your instructions and terms of engagement, you enclose a letter that you've undertaken appraisal of the land, and this is when you are at Strutton Parker, is that right?
That's correct.
Good. Okay, the letter is the first thing we see, and it sets out the various components. If we have a look, please, at build costs, so that's section 6.
Yes, I'm with you.
We can see the build cost has been assessed against BCIS data, rebased for Swale, is that right?
That's right.
The appraisals have been run at £150 per square foot, noting the following: estate housing mean and estate housing median, yes?
Yes.
So that's the figure that's identified there, the £150 per square foot, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, is that incorporating a 15% uplift for externals?
No, that figure is purely a hybrid figure, so the 150. The estate housing mean and the estate housing median do not include externals. They are BCI ECOS excluding externals.
Yeah, so the 150 can't include that either, because that would take you over 150, wouldn't it?
Well, the 150 is a hybrid that does include those external costs.
Then I'm not following, and it's my fault. Okay, so estate housing mean 147. If I was to add 15% to that, I'd be much higher than 150, wouldn't I?
Yes, you would.
If I took 141, which is the median,
yes,
I would be higher than 150 if I added 15%. Yes,
I quite agree. Yes.
Yeah, and both of those are without externals, aren't they?
That is correct.
Yeah. So your 150 isn't incorporating the 15%, is it?
It's a lower rate.
Just focus on the question.
Yes.
Okay.
So the 150.
No, let me put it again. Your 150 doesn't reflect a 15% uplift for externals, does it?
It does.
So how do I get? We'll go through the maths. I don't care how long it takes. How do I get from 141 or 147 to 150? No, we've agreed that. So it can't be 15%, can it?
So what I've taken is a mean and median rate, and I've just looked at them in the round to see what they look like. The 150 is detached from that, and it says to me, what is a reasonable rate for me to put in as build costs at this point in time?
Yeah. And
then I add another £6.90 on top of that.
Yeah.
So that's the exercise I've done. I've not gone, what is 147 plus 15% or 141 plus 15%? I'll use something there.
Yeah.
It's a hybrid figure.
Yeah, you've used a different figure because you haven't applied 15%.
Well, I haven't done an exercise of taking
No, just focus on the question. You haven't applied 15%, yes or no?
Applied 15% to what?
Either 147 or 141.
No, I haven't.
No, good. All right. Now, if you carry on down, please, and have a look at the additional site delivery costs, we can see an externals figure for on-plot works of 6,750 per unit, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And that's on each individual unit.
Yes.
Okay. We've got different figures because obviously we've got pounds per square foot for the actual. I'm sorry, madam. 6.2 is a table, page 4 of 13, and there's an external figure of 6,750. Yeah. Okay, and this is in January 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've got various figures there that are provided, and then below that we get the professional fees, and at the bottom, planning obligations. You've assumed, on the basis of information you had, that it's £16,645.63 per unit, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Profit set at 17%, yes?
That's a blended profit, so that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Incorporating the affordable housing at 10%, which reduces you down below your 20.
Indeed.
I understand your point. Okay, and then we have the figures there. Now, this is obviously the letter. I think it'd be fair to say. You said at the start, enclosed within that letter. Oh, sorry, you had the letter. This is an appraisal, but obviously what the appraisal is doing is providing all the figures and some text to explain them, yes?
That's correct.
If I want to identify the actual appraisal, if I go to Appendix 1, so madam, we're on page 10 of 13. What I've got is a license copy, developer appraisal, northern land parcel, 10% affordable housing, which is what you're asked to test, yes?
That's right.
Okay. And then if we go down to that, what we have is an appraisal summary. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, and for those that roll around in these numbers all the time, this is your standard summary appraisal figure that comes before the actual appraisal itself, yes? It's a summary of it.
It's a summary of it, yes. Obviously, there's a cash
Yeah.
flow and working model behind that. That's correct.
Yeah. So if we have a look at the construction costs, those are all set out there on page 11. And then we come to things like abnormal costs, interim junction. This is the northern site, of course, section 278. Yes.
Yes.
And then on the next page, we've got professional fees, disposal fees, finance, etc. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it ends, save for a timescale and phasing graph. Yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Now, what we don't have, and this is obviously something supporting the planning application, goes into the public domain. What we don't have is the cash flow details, do we?
No.
All
not
the
here.
printouts from the appraisals.
No.
Yeah? So all that was provided was effectively a appraisal setting out all the components and then the summary of the cash flow model or the appraisal model. Yes.
That was all that was provided at that stage. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now there was also one done from the southern site, so that was CD 1.11. CD 7.28, so you may need some assistance.
No, I have that now. Thank you.
Okay, has yours come back on?
I've got that on a on
okay.
a copy on here anyway. So yeah, thank you.
Are we going back to this?
We're going to 7.28.
Are we going back to this first one?
No. So you can close it. Is it a close down request?
Sorry, I should have been more specific.
Yes. So I understood. Okay, and if we have a look, this won't take very long. This is the same thing. It's the 22nd of January. This is for the southern side, yes?
Yes.
And it's the same format. And again, its purpose was to justify the level of affordable housing, yes?
At 10%. Yes.
Okay. And it refers in the background section on the first page to 10% affordable housing. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, but then if we go down and follow this through, we can see that on page 5, the section 106 contributions for the southern site are £18,495.58. So it's a higher figure than the northern site, yes?
It is.
Good. And then if we carry on down, we've got the discussion about the benchmark land value. We're not in dispute with you about that. External use values, we're not in dispute about that. And then the conclusion is that the southern site could deliver 10% affordable housing on a residual land value of 122,500, yes?
That's correct.
And that is higher than where you had pitched the benchmark land value, is that right?
That's right.
Suggesting that maybe more affordable housing could be provided, but the council was at that stage only asking for 10%, or appeared to be only asking for 10%, yes?
That's right.
And again, obviously, we don't have the cash flow model, do we? No. Right, now, obviously, the council received this, and council officers are not valuers and chartered surveyors generally, so they send it off to Pathfinder, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. So let's have a look at Pathfinder's response to this then. So Pathfinder produced a review. Let's look at, on the northern site, CD 420. CD 420.
Thank you.
And I think, well, let's just check the date of that. April 2024.
Yes.
Great. And you've got that in front of you now?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what Pathfinder were asked to do is obviously look at your appraisal. That's the purpose of it, yes?
Yes.
You then said that there was a series of exchanges between yourself and Mr. Ost. Is that right?
Yes.
And what I'm interested in is just that process. This is the first one, I think, because it's April 2024, 3 months after yours was submitted. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there's quite a lot to look at with these
Yeah.
things, so that's why perhaps it was 3 months. And he looks at all of this detail, and the report is 19 pages long. The position is that there isn't a great deal of cost information provided in your appraisal that you submitted in January, is there?
Other than the estimates provided there, no, there's no more detail on that.
Yeah, so where do we find him talking about the fact that, for this project with huge infrastructure costs, more information should be provided? Does he say that?
I don't recall him asking for that, but if it's in his report, then I stand corrected.
Yeah, it just struck me a bit obvious when you're doing a viability appraisal to wonder what the costs of the major infrastructure might be. He's looked at various things like benchmark land value and so on, and it concludes, doesn't it, at section 8, analysis of FVA outputs and appropriate sensitivity analysis. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
The proposed scheme with 10% affordable housing as proposed by Strutt and Parker generates a residual land value of 26 million or 108% of the benchmark land value. This exceeds what could be considered to be an economically viable level of land value as required by National Planning Policy Framework. It notes sites need to deliver a minimum return at which it is considered a reasonable landowner would be willing to sell. We note in the recent published viability testing local plans document it's necessary for the scheme to provide a competitive return for the developer to ensure the development takes place and generates a land value sufficient to ensure the landowner to sell the land, persuade the landowner to sell the land. We've repeated the exercise considering an identical scheme. So this is what valuers often do, isn't it? They look at the developer's scheme and then they try to replicate it to find the sweet spot, as it were, where it comes in at the benchmark land value, yes?
That's correct.
And what they say is on their work, 11.76% affordable housing could be obtained. Do you see that?
That is the conclusion that Mr. Orst comes to, yes.
Yeah. Now, if we have a look at the bottom, you said something really curiosity number 2, in your evidence in chief. You said, I don't know what his qualifications are, but they're at the bottom of his letter, aren't they?
I did refer to those qualifications in the letter.
Yeah. You didn't seem to know very much about it, but I would have thought that the first thing I'd do when I've got an opponent is I'd have a look at who it is and I'd see if they were suitably qualified. He obviously is suitably qualified, isn't he? Because he's MRICS.
He is?
Yeah. You knew that, really, didn't you?
Well, I knew he was a surveyor. I didn't know his exact qualifications without referencing where he'd written them down, so no.
Okay, so did you ring him up and say, are you a specialist in this area? Are you a valuer in this area?
I don't recall speaking to him directly, but I think if I'd had any concerns over his competency, if he'd had no letters after his name, I'm sure I would have reacted differently. But
yeah.
It wasn't something that I undertook, other than noting clearly at the time that I had no concerns over his competency.
Yeah, before this day, before you received that, did you know him at all?
I've come across Mr. Pathfinder.
Just a yes
sorry,
or
Mr.
no,
Ross.
probably.
Yeah, no.
You did know him?
Knowing him is quite a broad question. Have I come across him in the market? Yes, I have.
Yeah, okay. And you knew he was a valuer?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, but that's fine. That answers that in the sense that he's a valuer. He doesn't appear to raise any concerns at that stage about the costs of the proposal, does he?
I don't recall him raising any concerns at that stage over the costs, no.
No, and this is the northern site
Yes.
that I initially took you to, and this is his report, just for the avoidance of doubt, on the northern site, yes?
Yep.
And, you know, it's fair to say that the northern site doesn't have the same level of strategic road infrastructure as the southern site, does it?
Well, it's heavily impacted, but not the same level, no. It's
No.
a completely different quantum.
Yeah. You said something else, curiosity number 3, I suppose, in your evidence in chief. You said Highsted doesn't need any third-party land. You were involved in the transaction where Gladman secured planning permission, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Gladman. It's Hyde Homes now. It's got lots.
Swans Tree Avenue. As
If
well.
you remember our helpful colour-coordinated plan, it's the green one. Is that the Gladman one below the railway line, or is Gladman north? Okay. Ah, yes, you're quite right.
Sorry.
Stone. Which one's that called?
Swan Street Avenue.
And this one here is below the railway.
I don't recognise that, I'm sorry.
Stones Farm. Stones Farm. So Gladman,
I don't believe I was involved in Stones Farm.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, because I couldn't work out why you thought that. Part of the Northern Relief Road is on land which was in the control of that developer. Okay,
Yes.
it's the area here over on this side,
Okay.
and that's going to pass to Swale. Okay, so Swale Council, who obviously oppose this proposal, will be part of the landowner of the Northern Relief Road. Yes.
Okay.
You weren't aware of that, were
I
you?
wasn't, no.
No. And the position is, obviously, that the Northern Relief Road has to be opened built and opened before any houses could be occupied.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. But you haven't obviously factored in any land ownership issues because you weren't made aware of them.
There is, I believe, in my appraisal an allowance for some third-party costs. It's about 3 million off the top of my head.
Yeah, you haven't looked at a Stokes and Cambridge type issue where anything of that kind, have you?
No, it's a figure that's been provided to me, so
Or the delay, or any delay that might incur, or anything like that hasn't been factored in.
no, I think that's fair. No.
Yeah. I mean, the applicant has asked us about whether we would use CPO powers, because if they can't acquire it from Swale, who again opposes application, then obviously they're going to need somebody to acquire it. We've been clear we want the road to happen, obviously subject to a viable scheme coming forward with or without public subsidy. And so it may be that we have to use our CPO powers to deliver the road, and that would be depending on the members' views and so on. So I can't I can't give your clients that reassurance at this stage, but in terms of your appraisals and things, no delay for a CPO or anything like that has been factored in, has it?
No, it hasn't. No.
Okay. All right. Or indeed any Stokes and Cambridge type situation on land ownership, land costs.
No.
Yeah, because you mentioned, didn't you, Otterpool Park, and somebody's got to pay 42 million, was it, for the land?
Well, that is the mechanics of it, should they choose to go down that route, but clearly they're not going to go down that route.
Yeah, but if they wanted to acquire that, the price for the land that was needed to deliver the water treatment works that is necessary to release the development beyond, I think, 500 houses, 42 million, yes?
Yes, 100,000 an acre.
Yeah, in this part of the world, people know the value of their land, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But bearing in mind, that is allocated land that will form part of the development, so it's not just random farmland on the edge of the development. That forms part of the development.
Otterpool.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying, well, look at the value of
Yeah.
some land when a third party controls land that people need.
Yes.
It can be quite expensive, can't it?
Well, it can, yes.
Yeah. And as you said Otterpool, there have been significant delays there, haven't there?
They have, yeah.
Yeah. So
Huge
you-
cost overruns. Yeah.
Yeah, so your appraisals, and it's not a criticism, obviously, but your appraisals don't account for any of that. You work on the basis of the information of you get planning permission, you build the road, and then you sell the houses, yes?
Sell the plots.
Sell the northern site,
So northern site, yeah.
sell the
Yeah,
houses.
yeah, sorry, yes.
Okay, it's all right. It's difficult when we've got to flip between the two. All right, and yeah, so I've made the observation you didn't provide any evidence to support the costs for the Northern Relief Road and I'm putting aside those third-party issues and CPO powers and delays and so on. And Mr. Orst, surprisingly, I would suggest to you, doesn't ask for it either, does he? He doesn't ask for any cost information.
No, I can't speak for Mr. Ross, but if he deemed them to be not unreasonable, then maybe he wouldn't. But I can't speak for what he did or didn't do.
Well, let's go back. I'm sorry, madam, you'll have to reopen what you closed, but I wasn't expecting that answer. So if we go back to the costs,
Just remind me of the CD again.
1.11. Yeah, CD 1. Okay, and if we have a look in terms of the costs, obviously we get the revenue first of all. So I'm on page 11. This is the level of detail that was submitted to support this this planning application for the northern site. First, we get the revenue, so the sales valuations, number of units, square foot, etc. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then we have the acquisition costs, which is obviously the residualised price. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 27 million. Then the other costs: stamp duty, agent fee, legal fee, construction costs. So we're acquisition costs get the land, construction costs build the houses, obviously, and then what we've got is the additional element. So there's a building contingency figure there, yes?
Correct.
And that's if the cost of materials and things went up, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Abnormal contingencies, so you discover things you didn't want to discover, and you just include that, yes?
Well, that's a contingency on top of the abnormal cost, so yes.
Yeah. Infrastructure contingency, so if there's uncertainty about the infrastructure, add 10%, yes?
On that appraisal, that's correct.
Yeah. Obviously this appraisal. External and on plot works. Then we've got some abnormal costs put at £1,750 per unit. Is that right?
It is, yes.
Then we've got the Section 278 works, strategic, which is a set figure, the 33 million, strategic drainage, strategic landscape. Okay, and then if I go down, I've got other construction costs, foundation abnormals, lifetime homes. That's a separate item, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, latent defects policy, separate item. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then the disposal fees, the agent's fees, marketing, etc., finance. Now, if I want to know about what is the cost of the Northern Relief Road, leaving aside third-party land issues, leaving aside Network Rail, those type of issues, the only information I've got as somebody looking at this planning application is I've got a figure for Section 278 works of 33 million, yes?
Yes.
And I've got an interim junction solution which costs 3 million, yes?
Yes.
And some strategic drainage at 2.5 million, yeah?
Yes.
There's no evidence here to back that up, is there?
That is correct.
No. Mr. Ort is looking at your appraisal, yes?
He is.
He's saying whether you can deliver the 10% affordable, yes?
Yes, he is.
He then says actually you could provide more, you could provide 11.76, I think it was, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And he doesn't ask you at any stage where is the information to support the £33 million road cost, does he?
No.
No. Okay. So that's a curiosity, I would suggest. Number 4 is that he doesn't ask for that information. What then happens is, I think you indicated, there's a lot of dialogue between you over the course of a year, yes?
There is, yes.
And that year probably started in your assessment broadly in January when you submitted your report, and then it's a year after that, or was it a year?
It's a bit later because I didn't have any engagement with Mr. Orse until he produced his report. Is my understanding, recollection.
That makes more sense to me. I'm just trying to be clear about the year, really.
Yeah.
3 months till he responds.
I'd say April to April of the following year.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Thank you. So, what happened was, I think you said there were 50 appraisals done. Is that right?
I've done 50 appraisals on my files, yeah.
Yeah, and you provided all of those to him.
As I would need to look back to see how many of our provided to him, but we had a lot of exchanges of spreadsheets over that period of time, yes.
And what was, I mean, that's a lot of spreadsheets, even if you enjoy them, it's a lot of spreadsheets. So, what were you discussing in those 50 spreadsheets? What were the topics?
The principal topics were around residential values, house build costs. In fact, most of the inputs, but not the big ticket items of strategic works.
Yeah. So 50 sort of exchanges, if you like, or 50 spreadsheets. I appreciate it might not be exactly 50 exchanges. And throughout all of that process, not once does he say, have you got any evidence to tell me about that £33 million road?
No, and I think it'd be fair to say that had we been pressed or asked by either him or his client to produce cost plans or further information, that would have been provided. I have no recollection of him asking for any of that information.
Yeah. He doesn't even ask for a cost plan, does he?
He doesn't ask for a cost plan as far as I can recall, no.
Curiosity number 5. Doesn't ask for a cost plan on a major infrastructure-led scheme. So you provided these spreadsheets. These have not been provided to the public, have they?
They weren't redacted. They weren't. Whether or not Mr. Orse passed them to his client to be put on the planning portal, I don't know. But they were provided to him as the client's advisor.
Okay. Did you say in your evidence, your written evidence, that you'd done 50 of these spreadsheets?
I have done 50. Yeah.
No, did you mention it in your proof?
I don't recall mentioning the quantum. No.
No. It's quite interesting. Would you have any objection to us seeing those?
The appraisals.
Yeah.
Are we going to do that?
Well, it's the first time they've been mentioned that there's 50 of them. They go to viability. I'm dealing with.
I mean, procedurally. I mean, if we submit the load of new evidence, that means it reopens this whole.
Well, it's new evidence we didn't know about. It's new evidence which gets into things like you said, residential land values, build costs. Yes. So, yeah, I think we probably would like to see that if it gets into build costs, which is a contested matter.
I don't recall there being major swings on any of these. I mean, I did various sensitivity. Sorry. I recall doing various sensitivity tests around that, and certainly I looked at different quantums of affordable housing from 10% all the way up to 40%. So, you know, that modelling was done. Now, obviously, it's not submitted. It's not part of the inquiry.
The reason I'm interested in that is that you said you'd done sensitivity tests, yes?
Well, I'd modelled it on different scenarios.
Yeah,
yes, that's absolutely correct.
Which we call a sensitivity test. You change a variable. One of those that you looked at was build costs, wasn't it?
From recollection, it was, yeah.
Yeah. So you did sensitivity tests on build costs.
I think I looked at Mr. Orst's costs and compared them to mine.
Yeah.
I recall doing that. Yeah.
Any difficulty with us seeing that? I don't need them all on the different affordable housing scenarios because I appreciate why you'd be testing that, but you know, our case isn't to say you can afford affordable housing. That's maybe other people's cases, but that's not our case. Any reason why we couldn't see the sensitivity test on the build costs?
I guess not. I mean, without pulling them up and checking them all and going through them. But
I'm not going to be unfair to you now. If you've got that, then provide it, and we'll deal with that by way of a note if necessary.
I can provide a note to that effect. Yeah.
Yeah. If you provide the raw data, and then we'll have a look at it, and if you want to provide a note to explain. The reason is that we're obviously, you know, we've got this issue about build costs between us, and we think you should have looked at that by way of a sensitivity test. You've helpfully indicated to the inquiry in that year-long debate between yourself and Mr. Ross, there were sensitivity tests going on. We haven't seen them. We'll have a look at that. But what I keep coming back to this point about the curiosity of him never asking for a cost plan and never actually asking for the evidence to support the cost of the road. I don't want to go through the whole of that year, if that's all right. But what I can do is I can catapult us forward to May 2025, which is roughly the year on, as you say, and helpfully you provided in your appendices to your main proof of evidence, Pathfinder's May 2025 report. And if we go within that, which you've helpfully paginated, page 61, okay, and this is a longer report, obviously, than the one that was done, probably reflecting the fact there'd been a lot of discussion and over the course of that year, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and it extends from page 61 to 121, so even if maths isn't your thing, that's a 60-page report.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's got various things, more detail in there. What I'm particularly interested in, though, is if you have a look at 7.4, actually, forgive me, can we go to page 73 first? So this is 73 in your paginated bundle, and you've got a heading, abnormal, additional and contingency costs at 6.4.3. Do you have that, madam? So have you got the hard copy?
So say again.
Have you got the hard copy of your appendices?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. If you go to page 73 in that.
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at 6.4.3 abnormal, do you see that? Yeah. Okay. Look above that. It says it's a separate. Obviously, there's a preceding section, and in the preceding section, you're dealing with gross development costs. And it says at the last part, significant sums for major infrastructure works have been allowed for by Strutton Parker in their work, yes?
Correct.
It has not been possible to verify these figures at the present time due to the level of information available, which places a risk on viability outcomes presented in this report, yes?
Correct.
Okay, now this is the northern site, this report, yeah? You can see that on the cover, Madam, page 61. We're not even talking about the southern site yet. We're talking about major, significant sums for major infrastructure works. That's an appropriate description, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
It hasn't been possible to verify these figures. Now, that's a curious phrase, curiosity number 6. It's curious, isn't it, that he couldn't verify it. He obviously was interested, yes?
That's the version of it, yes.
Yeah, but he couldn't verify it because your clients hadn't provided that information, have they?
And that's my understanding, correct?
Yeah. Due to the level of information available, which places a risk on viability outcomes presented in this report, yes?
Indeed.
Okay, and then if we go to page 115 and look at paragraph 7.4, where he's talking about the master developer, 115, and this is all set out obviously in my witness's proof of evidence. I'm putting these points to you. I've just noticed there's one of my appeal decisions in the paragraph above. Former Holsworthy Showground, yeah. Yeah, what are the odds of that? Where we got planning permission and then the house builder went in and removed all the affordable, as I remember, on another appeal, obviously, not mine. 7.4, significant sums for major infrastructure works have been allowed for by Strutton Parker in their work. For instance, 77,700,000. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
For a motorway junction, yeah? And substantial Section 278 works. It has not been possible to verify these figures at the present time due to the level of information available. That's repeating what I said earlier.
Indeed.
Which places a significant risk on viability outcomes for this report. Do you see that?
I do.
We went from places a risk at page 73 to places a significant risk. Now, I can't quite work out why they're talking about the motorway junction on that one. Have I missed, I think I have. I've missed a stop and start of the report. This is for the
101
southern
that
one.
changes, yeah.
So forgive me, madam. Yeah, it's the second one, beginning at page 101. And on the southern side, we go, in the northern side, it places a risk on viability outcomes. On the southern side, it goes into the category of places a significant risk on viability outcomes, yes?
That's what he says.
Now, you are being employed by your clients to persuade professionally the council as to the amount of affordable housing. That's your role in this exercise, yes?
Demonstrate 10% was deliverable, yes.
Yeah, consistent with our ICS guidance and so on. This is what you get back in May, yes? All right, and on the southern side, it's saying, haven't got the figures, can't verify it, places a significant risk in the outcome of the report, yes?
It does.
Which is a major caveat to the report, isn't it?
It does say that it places risk on viability, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a major caveat to the report. That is correct, isn't it?
It doesn't specifically caveat it, but that is my take on it, yes.
Yeah, it is. It's a major caveat. It's we might call it in surveyor speak, it's a health warning, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah.
yes, it is.
It's a clear health warning of a significant unknown, yes? Because he hasn't got any information to verify the cost.
No, he doesn't. That's absolutely right.
So it's a significant unknown.
Yes.
Yeah, good. He knows what the sum is. What he doesn't know is whether that's right or not, because he's got no information.
Right, okay.
And as we'll discover a bit later on, he was right to be concerned about that figure.
Right, okay.
But let's not break into 4 o'clock yet. The position is that you then received this back because it was obviously responding to you, yes?
I'm actually correct. I don't recall receiving that for some time.
Okay.
I think it was issued back to the applicant.
Okay, that's a fair point. The applicant receives it but decides not to give it to you.
I don't know the time that it was shared with me.
Just that point, the applicant decides not to give it to you. That must be the case.
No, I can't say that they decided not to give it to me. From recollection, there was a delay from it being issued back to my client and then me seeing it to review. Okay. But it has ended up back with me. That's absolutely right.
That I know because it's in your appendices.
Yeah.
But let's unpack that a little bit, okay? This is dated in May. Both of these reports are May, right?
Yes.
Those are fairly significant conclusions highlighting the issue about the road infrastructure cost, yes? Right? Significant issues. Where was the delay? Was the delay between the council returning it to your client?
I don't know.
I mean, we can find out, obviously. We can tell you when it was. His proof was dated 28th of May.
Okay. That can be a matter of fact. And then... no, that's all right. No, Sorry. And in that interlude, I can see there's 2 appeal decisions that I've mentioned in that paragraph. It's just what a lucky chance that is, to have so much viability there. So, yeah, you don't know when Quinn received it.
I don't recall.
But
no.
at some stage before your proof of evidence and appendices were compiled, they provided this to you, yes?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know when you received this?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm being honest. I don't know when exactly I received that.
A perfectly acceptable answer when you're not certain. But it just, was it shortly before you put your appendices together for this evidence, or was it sort of the tail end of last year? Broadly, I won't hold you to this.
So the May 2025.
Yeah.
When did I receive that?
Yeah. Broadly.
I would have. I don't want to second guess.
Okay.
I don't actually know.
That's a perfectly acceptable answer if you don't know. We'll try and find out.
Yeah,
and we can have the email where it was sent to you or something like that just to verify it. Okay, so at some stage in the last year, you saw this, right?
Yes, that's correct.
What was your reaction to seeing your work described in this way, that it places very significant risk on viability outcomes presented in the report? What was your reaction to that?
I don't recall going into a huge amount of detail on that specific point. I recall going through the viability assessment, looking at the conclusions and the work that he had done. I don't recall challenging him on that particular point, and nor do I recall having a dialogue about whether or not further information on costs should be provided.
Yeah, you see, this is curiosity number 7. Bizarre, I think, would be the right way to describe a situation where such a significant conclusion had been reached over a fundamental issue, the affordable housing that is being reported to the Secretary of State now, but at that stage an application was proceeding, and nothing seems to have been done about it, because until you received it, you obviously couldn't say, look, we need to look at this, we need to provide the information. Could you?
No, I couldn't. No.
Just on the dates, I'm so sorry. I think that something might have gone a bit awry. You're talking about reports that were dated May of 25. Are you?
Yeah.
That's obviously in the middle of this inquiry.
I'm really sorry. You're quite right. Yeah.
So the obviously his proof was. No, I don't think so. No, look, no, May 25.
No, you're right. May 25.
It says at the end, May 25.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, something. Sorry, I was looking at the cover pages.
Yeah, you're right, madam. Yeah. It would make more sense to be.
No, they say.
At the end, it says May 24.
Sorry, let me have a look.
13th
Sorry.
of May 2024.
No, it says May 25 on the front.
Okay. Now, you may be able to help us, Mr. Mitford-Slay. The inspector's eagle-eyed as ever has spotted that.
Oh, yes, quite right. Just to say, sorry, the first one, so there are two. The first one says May 25 at the beginning and the end. The second one says May 25 at the beginning and May 24 at the end. I'd no idea what's going on there. But anyway.
What?
So that's a north, maybe the north ones.
No, I think there's a typo here because it can't be the 13th of May for both.
We'll call this
Well-
curiosity number 8, and we'll think about this and with your assistance. You must have on record when you received a response to the. It carried on for a year. Remember, we talked about starting the year, as it were, roughly starting in April 2024. Yeah, and a year later would be at this point. Yes. Oh, sorry. A year later would be at 2025, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Just so I can understand that was the 50 appraisals, and the dialogue going to and from, yes?
From recollection?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that must be, as Mr. Simons quite rightly points out, that must have been a significant amount of that is after the Secretary of State calls in this application for her own determination, yes?
I don't know the timing of that, but
Okay, just tell me this. A year from April, May last year takes us through the rest of 2024, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. This application was called in by Angela Rayner last year. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then 2025, obviously, is when we were preparing for the inquiry, the dates were set, there was
Indeed.
exchange of evidence.
Yeah.
If the 2025 date is correct on these reports, then Swale were providing viability appraisal work from Mr. Ord as late as, Mr. Orst, as late as a couple of months ago, yeah?
Yes.
Please don't keep looking at the. I know he wants to help, but it's best if you just look at me. And I mean that. He's genuinely trying to help, I know. So there has been then continuing dialogue throughout the currency of this call-in inquiry, when it was called, and then all through that. There has been a continuing dialogue between you and Mr. Orst, yes?
I would need to look back and verify exactly the period of time over which I was discussing this with Storrs. Bearing in mind I started this project in 2023. It was certainly over the course of early to mid 2024 into latter part of 2024. Have I had more recent discussions with him in the early part of 2025? I would need to look back at
I think actually the dates, I think you're right, and I think the dates are all here. If I can just give a reference, it might
by all
help.
means, yeah.
It's page 63 of, I can't remember which one it is, the northern one. But I think it's the same. So it's page 63 is in the northern one, and a sort of mini chronology happens on 1.4 to 1.5, which sort of walks us through 2024 into 2025, basically.
That's genuinely very helpful.
I think it's the same on the other one as well. Let me just check.
So what that tells us is there was the viability appraisal in January 2024. There's dialogue in, you responded in September. There was an addendum in 2024 in September. This addendum said £21 million of Section 106 contributions. And then 1st of April, Stratton Parker resubmitted an updated viability report, and this is responding to that, yes?
That's correct.
So that confirms, doesn't it,
Yes.
what you've said, which is that there has been this continuing dialogue about viability behind the scenes between you and Mr. Orst, yes?
We've exchanged information, and yes, we have, yes.
Yeah, and this was not made public, was it? This dialogue was not made public
No, it wasn't.
at all.
No.
So viability has continued to be an issue that's been raised, discussed with Swale Borough Council, with their valuer, and hence culminates in this report whilst this inquiry has been sitting, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, in which, no doubt, conscious of the fact that it's been called in, I don't think anybody missed that, to be honest. Mr. Orst then replies with these, with the southern site, significant risk of viability outcomes, yes?
That's what he states, yeah.
Now, that is not a satisfactory outcome for reporting to the Secretary of State, is it? To have a report from the council indicating there are significant risks on viability outcomes associated with this proposal. That's not a satisfactory outcome, is it?
That's fair. That's a fair comment.
Yeah, good. Okay. So, quite right that we all have a look at this issue. On receipt of this, and on the basis that this is, as has been indicated, in May of this year, a couple of months ago, what was your... You did see this in, or did you say you didn't get this as late as May and it's come to you much more recently?
I don't know exactly the date that I received it, but it was post-May and before this inquiry. Yeah.
So it's appended to his proof. His proof's dated 28th of May, so it must have been received in May because it's in his proof.
That's right.
So we don't need to worry anymore about sort of delay of receiving it. What we know is you got it at the start of May and your proof was the end of May, yeah?
That's right.
So it must have been provided to you.
Yes.
Yeah, good, okay. All right, and that raises these concerns. So now there is undoubtedly an onus on the applicant to address this issue about significant concerns, yes? Or significant risks, yeah? There's clearly an onus on your client to deal with it.
Yes. There is an onus on the client to review that and to establish whether or not additional work is required at that juncture.
Yeah, and to be fair to Mr. Orst, the drawings surrounding the motorway junction were still the subject of consideration at the earlier part of this year, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, they were.
Because that hadn't been finalised or settled, had it?
No, that's my understanding, no.
And here we are, we're now looking at this in light of addressing that issue associated with the significant risk. What I want to then do, if I may, is go to Mr. Spilsbury's appendices. So he provided an equally impressive set of appendices to match yours. And if you could take that up, this is for the main proof, madam. So my guess is it's one of those two. Under Kent, maybe? Okay. possibly that one. If you could go, please, to Appendix E, which is the Northern Site Appraisal NA.
Yes, I have that.
We'll just wait for the inspector who's just opening that up. Okay, now these are appraisals that are done with the Argus software, yes?
They are, yeah.
You'll recognise the appraisal summary. And if we have a look at the appraisal summary, 11.28% affordable housing. Do you see that at the top?
Yes.
Okay. We won't go into all the detail of this, but what I'm interested in is that you get these figures, and there's a two-page appraisal summary, and then if we turn forward, we've got a series in landscape format of spreadsheet results where the heading in the capital letters at the top is detailed cash flow. Do you see that?
That's right, yep.
Okay, and then that's page A1, page B1, detailed cash flow. A2, detailed cash flow, B2, detailed cash flow, and so on and so on. And all of these figures are relating to costs and revenue, but factoring in the crucial issue of cash flow, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
And we agreed, didn't we? Cash flow is king in this exercise, and so cash flow becomes critical to understanding how the process works, yes?
It does have a major bearing, yes.
A major bearing, thank you very much. And there's pages and pages of this, and then each of these appraisals has a summary backed up by a detailed cash flow drawing, yes?
Indeed.
Good, okay. You can put that to one side, because that gives us a flavour of what all this viability work really is driven by, cash flow. And then if we have a look, please, at your Appendix 9, so I've got your weighty tone here as well, and I want to go to page 305 in that. And Appendix 9 is cash flow models from you, yes?
That's right.
Okay, we turn over to have a look at this, and the sheet that we've been a little preoccupied with is on page 325. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, for me, I've got a hard copy of this in A3 format just to protect my eyes, I think, more than anything. Most people have got it electronically. 325, page 325. CD is 37, 13, 3. Got a hard copy. Would you like one? You can read it, which isn't a huge advantage in inquiry.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay, now we're going to spend a bit of time on this afternoon because there's a number of 325, yeah, 325, because there's a number of interesting things in relation to this. We're going to come back to the units and the years because I need to deal with that, obviously. But to start off with, what I'm interested in is I can see in this table, after the development trajectory for the 7,150 units, I've got infrastructure costs and I've got commercial land servicing costs, for example, and then the second item is highway works. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, there's some very large sums of money here in the first 5 years, aren't there?
There are, that's correct.
We know what the total is because this money is expended in the first 5 years. It's a total of 50,295,000, yes?
Correct.
And the way that plays out, because this is the southern site, I think that's probably obvious, for that 50 million of highway works, is that there's roughly 13 million in year one, 13 million in year two, 9 million, 7 million, and then 6 million, yes?
That is correct.
So a lot of the cost is up front.
It is.
Yeah, because we've got about 27 million in the first 2 years. Yeah?
Yes.
So over half the money. And then below that, we've got the section 278 highway works, including junction 5A. Do you see that?
I do.
And that figure is 77,700,000, yes?
Indeed.
And what we can see there is, in that case, the first 4 years are all 15,750,000, yes?
Indeed.
And then the last year is just slightly less, 14,700, yes?
That's right.
So what I've got there in the first 5 years of the southern site is a combined figure of 127, 128, nearly 130 million pounds.
Indeed.
Which is a huge expenditure on a housing development, isn't it?
Is this on the
Southern.
basis of the figures from Mr. Parks or the other?
No, this predates that work. So this predates the work that Dadswell and JCE have done, and that's why these figures are different to what has flowed consequently. The mechanics are the same, Ma'am, but the figures in this appraisal are different.
But they're the ones that you came up with, are they?
In my proof of evidence, Ma'am, correct, but the new cost came in between that and my rebuttal.
Yeah.
Right, and these
which is
figures we're
most
looking at now,
unhelpful.
though.
We're going to deal.
Are we dealing with
We're
that?
going to deal with it all in stages,
Oh,
but I
all
think
right
it's probably best to have a chronology. Sorry,
Got it on.
I've got it on. You just like shouting it. Yeah, that was my conclusion. Yeah. Not unhelpful when it's off.
Right, okay.
Less so when it's on.
130 million in the first.
All right. Okay. Now, just if we look at that, we've got nearly 130 million in the first 5 years just on the junction and the road, yes?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And what is significant about that is obviously the timing of it, yes?
Indeed.
And we know, and we'll come on to that, no homes are occupied. We'll come on to the sales a bit later. And then if we look at and as the inspector rightly observes, if I may say so, these are your figures, or at least these are the figures provided to you by your clients, yes?
That's correct.
And who was or what was the source of those highway costs, please?
So they came from the applicant and their in-house team. Whether or not they'd gone out to other parties to cost those, I'm not aware of exactly that quantum of detail, but maybe that can be asked of Mr. Gearing in his cross-examination, or indeed under the cost section.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair, and indeed I have got a whole series of questions from him around that issue. So the ball goes down the line, but for now, they were handed to you by Quinn, by the applicant,
That
yes?
is correct.
And it was your understanding, I think, there, probably, I think we've seen evidence that they're internal consultants, yes?
Yes.
Bigger house developers or land promoters, some of them have their own internal engineers, and Quinn have got people in that category, haven't they?
They do have technical team, that's
A technical
correct.
team, yeah. And so they provided some figures. Here are the figures. And what I'm also interested in is if you look down at the cash flow, so the revenue side, the money coming in, I can see, obviously, for the residential in year 2, £37 million, yes?
Yep,
Followed by 18, and then another 37, yes?
that's correct.
And then for the commercial, obviously, I've got nothing for the first 5 years because nobody's going to promote commercial until the motorway junction is in, are they?
No, although the figures you've got there have been updated in the rebuttal, and unhelpfully, and I accept that, unhelpfully, the cash flow isn't repeated again in the rebuttal.
Yeah, well, that's cross-examination in about 20 minutes, but let's wait till we get there. For now, well anticipated. For now, let's just look at what you did. You sensibly answered my question that nobody would sensibly look to take to the market their employment land. I think there's about over 80 acres of it. Is that right?
Yes, right.
Nobody's going to sensibly do that on a motorway junction or near a motorway junction until the junction's in, are they?
Well, you would certainly engage in that market as early as you possibly can, but the reality is that motorway junction needs to go in before you're going to be actively selling that commercial land, because it's entirely driven by that. So I accept that point.
Good, that's a perfectly fair observation. Okay, so, and that's in at year 6, and then what we see is, quite rightly, it's sold in tranches, because you've got an awful lot to get away there, and we can see that in year 12 comes the second tranche, yeah?
In this model, that's correct, yeah.
Year 16 is the third tranche.
Yep.
Year 20 is the fourth tranche. And year 24, goodness, that's a long way away, that's the final fifth tranche, yes?
Of the commercial land, that's
yeah,
right.
Good. Okay, so we've got a note of that, but as you rightly say, you provided a rebuttal, didn't you?
I did, yes.
So let's take up your rebuttal proof of evidence and have a look at what that says. And can we go, please, in that to your section 2?
Yes.
Oh, hang on.
Just the inspector has to take her notes of what we're saying, so we have to make sure she can do that and find the document and the page and everything.
Thank you for your understanding.
Try my best.
Page.
Page 4, madam, is the discussion on the CBRE, so Mr. Spilsbury's proof.
Oh, sorry. Oh, right. I've got
The
the wrong
rebuttal.
No, but I've got the wrong. Oh, you were talking about Mr. Slade, sorry. Oh, right, yes.
Page 4. It's called document 37.13.4,
Okay.
if anybody's...
Yep.
Okay, and here you are responding to Mr. Spilsbury, yes? And what I'm particularly interested in is section 2.13. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
You say the main cost differences from a viability perspective as set out below, showing the movement of costs from May 2025 FVA for the application schemes to the updated Southern Scheme MD appraisal. Just help us with MD.
Master developer,
Master
sorry.
developer, yeah. Master developer, which is attached as Appendix 1. These results of further technical work between the applicants, consultants and those of KCC, as explained by Mr. Gearing.
Yes.
Now, what we notice is, have a look, please, at the May 2025 figure for Junction 5A and the Section 278 works.
Yes.
In May, in your evidence, it was 81 million, yes?
That's correct, nearly 82, correct?
Nearly 82 million, quite right. And what happens is in your June work, so your revised work done after your proof of evidence, that drops down to 49.6 million, yes?
Indeed.
So that's a significant drop, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Equally, if we have a look at the relief road, so KCC's highway road, with obviously the highway authority for that road, and goodness me, that more than doubles in cost, doesn't it? So you previously accounted for that road being 52 million. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
52.8. And then that road has grown to 111 million, yes?
Indeed.
So if we wanted any proof that it might be sensible to have contingencies and to be cautious about figures and to be careful, we can see it in the cost of the relief road, because from the figures that have been provided, your figures, it doubles in price, more than doubles in price, yes?
Well, it does, but the other one drops. I mean, the
Let's not worry
balance is
about-
across the two. And
Let's
there's
not
an
worry about the other
apportionment.
one just for a minute. Let's just think about this road, okay?
Yeah.
The road is 6 kilometres long. The in-house people at Quinn thought it was going to cost 52 million, yes?
That's the information I was provided with at the time,
It's not a
correct?
criticism of you,
Yeah.
as my learned friend would say. It's not a criticism of you, but you do have to answer the questions, unfortunately.
Of course.
I'm more than happy for somebody's internal engineering team from Quinn to appear, but I think I've got Mr. Goodwin. But as it stands, what we see with that is a significant change. Yeah,
That is correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
And even if you take into account the motorway junction, what we're seeing is very significant fluctuations in the prices of both. Yes.
Well, it's gone up from 172 to
I know what it
190.
says. Just say yes, please, if you can. Those are significant fluctuations in the prices of both, aren't they?
Combined, yes.
Yeah. Now, the position is that even combined, it increases by over £26 million, yes?
That is correct.
That's 1 month later. So you produced an appraisal in May 2025, which added up to 172 million.
I
yes?
did.
A month later, it adds up to nearly 200 million, yes?
Yes, it does.
So we've got a dramatic change in a month apart, yes?
Yes,
Yeah, that is a very significant variation in a short space of time, isn't it?
based on new information provided to me via the applicant in that intervening matter of days, weeks. I mean, it was a very short period, but yes, that's
very
correct.
short period of time, £26 million more. But my interest, or our interest in this, continues because, as you rightly observed, you didn't provide in your rebuttal appendices the crucial cash flow, did you? No?
No, the cash flow that sits behind that, I accept, isn't in the rebuttal and it is in the proof, so that's correct.
Yeah, so the position is you were happy to show us the cash flow on the May one, but you have decided not to show us the cash flow in the June one, yes?
No, I've not decided not to show you. I've not included it. It's an oversight.
Ah.
Given the time that was provided from receiving all of those costs to then compiling this piece of work, whilst the appraisals are provided, the cash flow, and I have a copy in front of me, isn't there behind it, and I fully accept that. But that is where we're at.
Okay, and in the next hour we are going to discuss that cash flow that you've
Okay.
got, but let's deal with it in stages.
Or do we
You
need
did.
to have it copied?
You did. Well, could we just come to it in stages, if that's okay? You must have decided, because all of us decide what we put into our closing submissions or our proofs of evidence. It wasn't included to provide the actual outcome. So let's go to your rebuttal appendices, because your rebuttal appendices provide the appraisal summary. Yes.
They do, yes, correct. Appendix 9.
As Mr. Spilsbury's
No.
comprehensive appendices show, you can't produce the appraisal summary without the detailed cash flow figures, can you?
No.
The
It's
cash flow sits behind the appraisal.
yes, it does.
So, you decided to provide us with the appraisal, yes?
I did.
Despite it being there in front of you on your desk, you decided you would not provide the cash flow.
Yeah, I mean, I printed off all of the elements of it, and that is not included
Yes.
with it. That's correct.
I'm very interested in your cash flow, and it sounds like we're going to have it as a document a little later on this afternoon. But let's have a look at what happens here, because if you have a look at your page 4, so madam, I'm in appendix 1, the first appendix to the rebuttal. And if we go to page 4, you should have appraisal summary, appraisal with 22.5 affordable housing.
Yep.
Okay, and if we have a look, please, at the construction costs, yes, we can see that it's now the road that costs 111.48 million, yes?
Indeed.
Yeah, and we can see the motorway junction is now down at 49 million, yes?
Yep, correct.
Okay, and that difference we know, because we looked at it a moment ago, is over £26 million, yes?
That is right.
Yeah. And if I have a look at your interest, okay, so the finance costs, yeah, they come out at £58,026,000, yes?
That is right.
Now, if you go, please, to your main appendices, and if we go to page 58, so it's worth having the two open together. Have a look with me at your rebuttal.
Yes.
We've got £26 million more of upfront highway costs on the southern site, and the finance cost together with the other costs is £58,026,000. Despite the addition of all that money, that's almost identical to your previous finance costs. Because if we have a look at page 58, if we go down to the costs and we come down to finance costs, what do we see?
Very similar figure.
Oh my goodness, we're just £20,000 out in finance costs despite additional early costs of 26 million.
Correct.
That's a pretty good interest rate, isn't it?
No, there's no change to that. So if you're after an explanation...
Not yet, I just want to verify the figures, okay? So let's be absolutely clear.
Yes, those figures are very similar.
You've managed, because the appraisals, various inputs, you can change them,
You can,
vary
yes.
them. And what you've managed to do is keep the interest rates, because you're sticking to your 11.28% affordable housing, aren't you, or your 10% affordable housing?
Here it's 22.5%,
You're quite right.
yes, you're right.
You're correct. 22%, yeah. And to make sure your case is consistent, the interest rate stays exactly the same despite the extra 26 million, which means, which I think you're coming to, is you've changed some other things, yes? Yeah. And to understand what you've changed, we can have a look at the serviced commercial land, yes?
Yes.
And what helps significantly to keep the interest at that level would be to increase the value, the revenue derived from the serviced commercial land, yes?
That is one of a number of factors that I've taken into consideration between the two. Having read the evidence of Mr. Gardner, I took the view that actually I was too low on my commercial land values, and I've increased them. That's absolutely correct.
And you didn't just increase them slightly. What you went from is throughout the process, up until May of this year, you have adopted a figure of £400,000 an acre. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So over that period of time, since 2023, when you're first involved, £400,000 through that appraisal work, the 50 different appraisals, all of that work, 40,000. Then, in the last month, you increase that to 700,000. Yes.
I did. That's
and
correct.
Suddenly, that gives you a whole lot more money. Yes.
It does over the lifetime of the project. That's correct.
Yeah. But the trouble with that, of course, is in your original appraisals, remember the sheet on page 325, the difficulty you would have with that is that you get no money until year 6, yes?
Correct.
And then that money only comes in tranches lasting up to 24 years, yes?
Which is now 15 in the new model, that's correct.
Yeah, but in the original model, it was spread out over that period of time.
It was, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm there thinking, how do I maintain my, hypothetically you then, one sits there thinking, how do I maintain the 22% affordable housing? I've got these additional £26 million highway costs, and this is on your evidence, obviously, not ours. You've accepted, or Mr. Simons has accepted, if our highway costs are accepted, then both schemes are completely unviable, aren't they?
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. But we don't need to spend time on that today because that's a very clear conclusion. On your own highway costs, the revised ones of June, what we know is that you've maintained the interest at the finance cost at the same level. We know that you've got this additional £26 million early cost. So what do you do? Increasing revenue would obviously achieve that.
It would help, yes.
And the timing of that revenue, yes.
Would help, yes.
So two things that you have done to maintain that 22% affordable housing is to increase by what I would guess probably about 66% is the commercial rate. You've gone from 400 to 700.
That's right.
Is that right? Yeah, just a bit of quick maths, you can check it. And you've accelerated from 24 years
To 15.
to 15, yeah. Now, we've been struggling with this because, of course, we never had your cash flow and you never put it in your evidence.
No, I didn't. Correct.
So Mr. Spilsbury's very good with a spreadsheet as well. We've got a couple of spreadsheets we can have a look at. I'm happy to take a break now, but what we've tried to do is identify the implications of that interest payment, 58 million looking the same. I'm sure you'll know what it is. But if we took a break now, at least give the witness a chance to have a quick look at it. They're two
What
sheets.
are they new? What is it?
They're new, and they're our best attempt in the absence of having this witness's evidence to try and work out what he's done.
I mean, just taking a step back. I mean, I'm a little concerned that. I mean, firstly, if we wanted to see the cash flow, we could at any point during the inquiry process, like even yesterday, day before, whatever, could have just asked for it. Second thing is that if there's going to be new evidence put in, then I've not had an opportunity to. I don't know what that.
Could we not see his cash flow?
Wouldn't that just be easier? I've got no problem with
Then
that
we'll give
being
you time to
supplied.
look at it.
Would that be all right?
I have a live version and a hard copy. If Mr. Spilsbury and I want to have a look at the Excel spreadsheet together,
Don't
that's
think
absolutely
there's-
fine,
the
and I have a
problem is-
hard copy here.
I think it's not so much you two looking at it together. It's in the context of the inquiry, and we need to get
I
it
think we just need
copied.
a
And
printed copy.
I'd prefer
Or-
that if that's all right.
Yeah, no, for the integrity of the process.
Oh, sorry. I've got a microphone on.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. You brought it along. I think probably in fairness you anticipated this might be an issue.
Well, I brought it along with a lot of ancillary information. It wasn't till after I put my bundles together did I realise that it hadn't been included behind that sheet. So yes, I do have it, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, well, it'd be useful, as you say, for us to have a look at that, maybe a slightly longer break so I can discuss it with Mr. Spilsbury. Did you say you've got a number of hard copies?
I have a hard copy. I only needed one.
Yeah, if we run it through the photocopier, and then others can look at it electronically.
Well, that might not be so easy, unless Mr. Digan can.
That's only a few.
It's one A3 sheet.
It's a large sheet, isn't it? I don't think our photocopier does.
I've got it on an Excel spreadsheet.
They can do A3 here.
Oh. Okay,
Say,
do it.
say 8 copies.
Can I just flag, could we have it electronically? Because we've got Mr. Gardner.
I'm only one place at a time.
Knew it was coming.
That can be scanned.
Just the copies. Before we break, can I just, well, when you've sorted that out, I want to ask something.
I think that's it, isn't it? That we're going to get that copied.
What I just wanted to ask is, I'm sure there's a reason, but in, which one is now, your proof, I was just looking at the figures for the, in page 5 of your, is it proof or rebuttal?
Might be rebuttal.
Which- Yeah, which compares the two, and the May one, which I think coordinates with page 58, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's just that the figures are different, that's all.
That's right, ma'am. That's because the latter figure has been includes contingencies. Oh, sorry. If you look underneath the table on page 5, I state it should be noted that the May FVA data above includes contingencies.
Hang on, where am I
as does
looking? Page 5?
So page 5 underneath
I
table
see.
1. So there's, in order to compare them on a like-for-like basis,
Yeah.
the May one now includes the contingency sum alongside it, so I can compare between that and the June. The June figure, ma'am, included contingencies already.
Oh, I see. So it's 77,
Equals-
700 plus.
That compares directly to the 81.858, ma'am.
Right, but you have to add the contingent.
No, that's in it. That's included, ma'am.
No, you said that.
But not in the 77.
The 77, you include the contingent.
No, I don't, ma'am. Sorry.
You don't do, no.
It's not in the 77, but it is in the 81, and that's the difference between the two numbers.
Yeah, but surely if you look at the 77, the contingencies would be down here somewhere, won't they? Because they're a cost, aren't they?
Yes, I have a separate contingency line.
Yeah, where's that though? That's what I want to know. That it should be
Oh, right.
3 million something, shouldn't it?
Well, it's difficult to extrapolate because the contingency, there is still a contingency sum for things that aren't the junction and the highway works.
Yeah, but if it's different, I can understand that the 81 includes contingency
It does, and the 77 doesn't.
and the 77 doesn't. But presumably, if it's an appraisal, it has to have it down as a separate thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, there is a line. There is
So
a
which
line
line is that
underneath.
then?
Flat line, isn't it?
I can't see it. That's all.
Yeah, 5%.
Yeah, it's if you look-
That covers.
Yeah,
I can see contingency at
The-
5%. Is it included in that?
Yeah, it's
That's where it sits.
that's the
Mark,
contingency line for the entirety of that category of stuff.
So it's part of the 14 million.
Yeah.
I
Yes, ma'am.
see. Okay. Thank you very much. Right.
I do want to re-emphasise the cherries because do you hear? They are genuinely.
I'm going to go and have some now.
No, yeah,
Oh, thank you.
but seriously,
here we are.
wonderful cherries.
Do you want to? Shall I take one? Can I take one first? Make sure I've got it. We better have these inquiry documents, haven't we? What's this say? Cash flows.
I've got a.
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you,
well, I
yeah.
don't know.
You know, I need
How
that
long
one.
would you
That's my
like?
original.
Half an hour, right? What should we say? 3:45? I don't know yet. Mr. Young, 3:45? 4:45. Lots of time for cherries.
Have it as an Excel. I do have it in
4:45,
Excel. But it's
yes.
got everything.
Thank you.
in
What
it
a
as well.
gentleman.
I can cut it out and.
Are you already just have a screen maybe? Are you talking to Mr. Spilsbury now? Or I suppose you can't.
Let me open another.
Could you copy that into a back Excel spreadsheet?
I'll put it in.
He's going to share the document. Do you want one? I'm trying to get you an electronic copy of this. That's all. Do you want that? Yeah. Just trying to get this in Excel so you can zoom in.
Zooming is quite important.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty small, right?
Madam.
So yeah, the inquiry is resumed, and we've got
Two
everything.
pieces of paper.
Yeah,
So they're both now inquiry documents.
yeah, they are. Yeah.
Thank you, Yvonne, for that. They've come directly from the spreadsheet of Mr. Mitford Slade. The first is called Cash Flow South, and the second is called South Timeline. But so they are to be sort of read together, and that's that. But they're on the inquiry website now for Mr. Bell.
Thank you very much. So if we have a look then at the first sheet, this is the sheet that says Cash Flow South.
Yes.
What I can see is figures extending over a 25-year period, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. So that's the time scale. If we look at the costs and we look at the revenue, that's the time scale over 25 years for the development of the site.
The south, yes, that's right.
Yeah, and we know, don't we, that was the same period. If we had a look at your appendices, it was a 25-year period there as well, yeah?
Yes, they're both modelled the same way, that's correct.
Good, okay. All right, and with these things, of course, what we can see is your interest costs are that uncannily similar figure, just different by 20,000 from what was in your May report, yes?
They're very similar, that's correct.
So, madam, you can see the interest costs. I'm on this one, if I just hold that up. Yeah, if you go down on the left-hand side, you can see interest costs. 58,026. Exactly, yeah. And that is the figure that corresponds with the figure we see in this witness's Appendix 1 to his rebuttal that we looked at earlier. And as I pointed out, only 20,000 different from the situation when the costs were 26 million more. Now, what this reveals is obviously some changes. First change to note is the commercial development. Now, you've got that in. If we look at revenue streams, so the inspector can see, which is just while I'm watching your pen. Okay. When the inspector looks at the revenue, she can see residential land, commercial. Exactly that, madam, yes. £62.96 million. Now, what that is comprised of is about 57 million for the employment and about 5.2 million for the district centre, yes?
That's about right, yes.
Yes. And those, of course, are different from the figures in your May report, but we've already discussed that. They've gone up significantly.
They have.
Because you've gone up from 400,000 an acre to 700,000 an acre, and you've given higher values for the district centre as well.
I have, yeah.
Good, okay. But what I also do is look at the timing of that then.
Indeed.
So I see £15 million of revenue, 15,700,000 coming in year 5. Do you see that?
Yeah, once the roadwork's complete, that's correct.
Yeah, and then you've accelerated all the other payments. The first one, the same one you were looking at, and we were looking at commercial, and we'd found 62.96 million.
Oh, 15.7 million coming in?
Yeah, in year 5. Yeah, and then we get it again at year 8 and year 11 and year 15.
Correct.
Now, to look at that and understand the timing, we need to take up your appendices to your main proof of evidence, where we saw on page 325, or for those following in A3 version, the version we handed out earlier.
I'm just saying,
We just probably don't need to catch that.
I need to find the right one. Right, okay, so is this the one, the Southern Scheme MD appraisal?
Yes.
The wrong one.
What we wanted was page 325, and if you got the hard copy that I passed
I'm
you.
looking online because I can't see that really.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that's
that one was quite good, I thought, because we.
haven't got eyes like mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can probably just about see that. Hang on, is that the same? I don't know. The first one, wasn't it? So that's 325.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we look at the 325, madam. What you'll see is the first payment on the commercial is a obviously very significantly lower figure. Instead of receiving as the previous spreadsheet indicated, £4 million in year 6. Instead, what we get with the new figure is £15.7 million in year 5. Yes. So what you've done. Oh, sorry. If you look for commercial, if you go to revenue, because we're looking at what the money coming in, yeah, revenue, and you go to commercial, and then you follow that around, and you can see the figure 4,085,000. Okay, so what you've done is accelerate the first payment, so that it appears. Oh, sorry. You've accelerated that to no, sorry, it's just
Year 5.
It's gone to year 5. Yeah.
Correct.
But more fundamentally, it's trebled the payments. What you were expecting on the basis of your expert opinion, and what you were being told by your clients, what you thought would be £4 million suddenly becomes, hey presto, £15 million, and it comes a year earlier, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that's not credible. I need to put that to you. If we can move these figures around like this, if we can start saying, well, what I meant by 4 million was actually nearly 16 million, and you can have it a year earlier, then that is just playing with spreadsheets, isn't it?
No, I've listened to the evidence before me, and Mr. Spilsbury has adjusted his opinions as well. And I would say that I've looked at the evidence of Mr. Gardner, and a lot of evidence of Mr. Gardner is very credible. And I've taken a backward step, and I've looked at that, and I've gone, I was being too harsh.
Yeah, well, you certainly
those
don't.
land values should be much higher.
Yeah, you certainly don't think he's credible on benchmark land value.
No, that is one fundamental area of difference,
Yeah.
but he does have some valid points on value, absolutely.
His professional judgment on benchmark land value was completely inappropriate, wasn't it?
I don't want to suggest it's completely inappropriate. I disagree with it.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of the RSCS guidance and the polite way in which you put it. Okay, well, I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm making to you is there's changing your opinion, and then there's abandoning it. And you have completely and utterly abandoned your figures, the timescale, and you've done it simply to try and deal with the problem in viability, haven't you? That's what you've done.
No, I think that I've adjusted it, and yes, there are changes, absolutely, and yes, the interest rate is the same.
Yeah.
Is it pure manipulation? No, it's not. I mean, there are changes, and I could have come in higher or lower, earlier or later. I've got to take a judgment call here as to what I think the values are and when I think they're going to come in. If they came in a year later, a year earlier, there would of course be difference. This is highly sensitive.
Yeah, but that's a good phrase, actually, if I may say so. Is it a change or is it manipulation? And I'm going to put to you, to use your own word, it's very obviously manipulation, because what you've done is not just increase the value a little bit, leave aside the year coming earlier, you've not just changed it a bit, you've increased it by over 200%, haven't you?
I have,
Yeah.
and it was fundamentally wrong, too low beforehand, in my opinion.
Yeah. So you have got evidence that you put into the inquiry, put into the local authority in May, which you are abandoning, yes?
I've changed my opinion, yes, I have.
Yeah, you've abandoned it because it's not just a bit of a change, you've completely and utterly rejected it, haven't you?
On commercial land values,
Yeah.
yes, I have.
And not only have you done that, we see the next payment that you thought was appropriate because you work in this market. We're going to talk about logistics and the Golden Triangle in a bit. But the next payment doesn't come until year 12 in your proof of evidence, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And that's another 4 million, yeah?
Correct.
Whereas what you've done in the new evidence to keep the interest rate identical is you've accelerated that to year 8, yes?
There is a more aggressive sale of the commercial land. Absolutely. Yes, I agree.
Aggressive would be an appropriate word, I think, yeah. And then the next one, obviously, we can see is year 14 and your year 11, and you're all done by year 15, yes?
That is correct.
Yeah, it is just manipulation, isn't it? You've manipulated the figures to try and deal with the problem of the rising interest costs.
I've changed my opinion as to the value, and I've changed my view as to when those trigger points will happen. I have. That's absolutely right.
And in terms of, I mean, when you're saying absolutely right, you're not agreeing with me, it's manipulation. I don't want to uncharacterise that. You manipulated the figures, obviously.
I've changed the figures,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and in a fairly dramatic way.
Yeah, there is a fundamental difference. Absolutely. 400 to 700,000 per acre is fundamentally different. I don't disagree with that.
And it has a dramatic implication, doesn't it?
It does have a very large implication.
No, that's not my word. It has a dramatic implication. That's right, isn't it?
It offsets the £20 million worth of...
It has a dramatic implication. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
good. Okay.
Happy
All
with
right. And then we go to the other sheet, and just so everybody knows, for the sake of the tape, we approached you in the break, but both sides approached you, so that it didn't look like I was just... demanding you give me your figures. We fairly approached you,
of course,
and you provided these spreadsheets that were then provided to us. And this, we asked for this because this provides more information, doesn't it? The second one.
Yes, that provides the detail as to when those revenues and costs come in. That's correct.
And it's the one with the green on. You got the green? Okay. And you didn't initially offer that up, did you?
No, it's not included in my...
But you realise why it's relevant, don't you?
Well, yes, absolutely relevant, yeah, because it's got a different time frame that matches my rebuttal appraisal.
Yeah, and so what we then see is, in terms of your costs, the total costs...
Yes.
We've got those set out in the total figure, and then if you look at year 1, 2, 3, 4 through to year 7,
yes,
you've reduced the profile of costs, yes?
Yes, that's based on the JCE work that I've done in terms of... That's an entirely new sum of money. It's entirely new cash flow.
Yeah.
Could you explain? I don't understand what you mean. Sorry,
okay, so if you have a look at the total, we've got the number of units, 7,150 in the green row. Do you have that? And then below that, we've got all the infrastructure costs. And and then if you look at year 1, those costs add up to 56,400,000 and something thousand, yeah? Okay. And then if you look across each of those rows, you can see what the costs are for each individual year. And the proposition that I've put to the witness is that the profile of the cost is reduced. So it's a reduced cost profile. In other words, costs are deferred and costs are delayed so that each year the costs are less, if that makes sense. Now, some key ingredients in this. Part of the road costs are moved into year 7, yes?
That's commuted sums, yeah.
So 15 million, yeah. So this bridge is going to be provided, this road is going to be provided, the highway works and the junction, and the commuted sums are delayed to year 7.
Yeah, although I would respectively request that I'm not a cost consultant,
okay.
And
they've been provided to you. That's a perfectly fair point. I just what I'm getting you to just confirm is the factual accuracy of what we're talking about.
Of course.
And that's it. The mechanics as to why that's done, and that's a perfectly fair point. You're saying, look, there's some people coming along to talk about costs. Ask them; they'll know. I don't.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's 15 million for the link road and 5 million for junction 5A. Okay. Now, the implications of this is that it, as we said, reduces the profile, yes? Reduces some of those initial costs, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Another way to reduce initial costs is obviously to avail yourself of public money, if such public money is available.
Yes.
Yeah. This profile wasn't or didn't feature any part of this scheme at any stage until, in terms of information that we could look at, until half an hour ago, did it?
No, not at all. Though, in fairness, none of the cost information was provided to me until after I provided my proof of evidence.
Yeah, and that's a point in itself, isn't it? A curiosity, one might say. I've lost count of them now. 9, I think. The point is that you've done all of your work from December, let's say, 2023 through to May 2025, so over an 18-month period without any details about the costs of the highway works.
Other than what my client has provided me. That's correct.
Yes. Yeah, okay, all right. And that's not really satisfactory, is it? If you're involved in a big project like this, you, as the chartered surveyor, looking at viability, should have satisfied yourself about where those costs were coming from, shouldn't you?
Absolutely, and I've done that by asking the applicant, who is a very well respected developer, for those costs, and they are provided to me. I've not asked them to provide a detailed cost plan. No, I haven't.
We don't have a cost plan. What we have is the evidence now supporting those costs. One of the things that we saw before the break was the complete transposing of the costs associated with the motorway junction, which come down, and the highway, the link road, which go up, yes?
I agree with that. Yeah.
And we saw the doubling of the link road costs, which would suggest that Quinn's internal technical expertise was somewhat limited, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know the detail of what compares.
Just focus
with
on
all
that question. It would suggest if something doubles in cost.
The suggestion is that someone's not appraised it correctly at the outset. I fundamentally agree with that.
Limited expertise to get it that wrong.
I think that's a question for Mr. Gearing, really. I mean,
Okay.
you're asking a surveyor to speculate on the level of expertise of someone else who's in the room.
Have you met the internal consultants from Quinn who did that work?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well then. Okay, all right. And you agreed with me that it wasn't satisfactory not to have that cost information, and yet the appraisals were done over an 18-month period without that, yeah? Other than the internal information, which turns out to be very wrong.
All the appraisals have been done based
Yeah.
on the information provided to me at the time. Correct.
You said some very interesting things in evidence in chief about the scale of the project and the nature of the uncertainty surrounding that. When we see dramatic changes, significant fluctuations, figures that are doubling from one report to another a month later, all of that reflects the fact that this is a very infrastructure-heavy proposal, yes?
Yes.
It's a high-risk proposal in terms of those costs.
There are fluctuations over those costs do create risk. Yeah, fluctuations and timings of those costs do carry risk, of course.
Yeah, I know that, but what my question was, look at what's happened. Doubling of figures, dramatic changes, 1 month to the next. It reflects a high-risk profile associated with this project. That's fair, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Good,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Now, that deals with some of these assets. We've got a couple of spreadsheets. And what I want to just do is look at exactly the same issue, okay? So if you don't feel comfortable answering, that's fine, but I think you'll probably recognise the spreadsheets and the way the payments go. And it's just to make the same point that you've made, really. So I'm just going to ask Mr. Spilsbury to hand those out. There's just 2 of them.
Well, maybe I could have a look. I've not seen them before, and I've not had a chance to ask anything about them in chief or anything. But I mean, I don't know.
I accept that. But,
Well, good. I mean, I'm happy to have a look at them, obviously, but it's quite. I don't really want to. I mean, I'd prefer questions to be put without reference to new information, ideally.
just been presented with a load of new information, and I haven't.
It's only because it was asked for. We didn't. Anyway.
Thank you.
It's the same topic. It's the same topic.
I don't know. I mean,
There's no smoking gun here. It's just a way of looking at how the maths changes.
we can. I'm happy to start and see how we go. I mean,
But do you want a few minutes?
not really. I mean, I'd need to really. The way this should have happened is this should have been given to me before evidence in chief. I would have sat down with my
Well,
witness,
I
talked
do
through what they
understand
mean.
that. I mean, it all seems to be evolving as we go along.
Well,
really,
it,
doesn't it?
it wouldn't have done if this had been presented in the right order. But look,
Well-
I can barely read it, but if your question is, are there dramatic changes to interest rates if you manipulate
really
and
like it.
move costs in a different way? Absolutely, would be my answer if that's what this shows.
Yeah, I don't need to go beyond that answer, to be honest.
Well,
That's fine.
I don't really understand the answers, so I'd rather have the question. If we're going to have this,
No, we don't need that. The witness has quite fairly put just how dramatic the changes are that we've seen in the last month.
If the costs are more front loaded and the revenue is more back loaded, that will have a dramatic impact on interest rates. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Now, it's curious that the interest rate...
can we sort of not have
You-
this in the inquiry?
Yeah, you can
then?
put those to... let me take those back.
Right.
Because...
So just say that again, then, please.
So
Costs are more front loaded.
if you've got greater costs at the beginning
Yeah.
and less revenue or slower revenue coming in, then you are holding more cost for a longer period of time. And Mr. Spilsbury, quite rightly, in his appraisals, demonstrates that you could have, nearly £750 million worth of interest costs if you take a worst case scenario. So there is a very simple matter of fact that early loading of costs without revenue will impact dramatically on interest payments.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. And I didn't know you were going to bring along the missing information, but it is genuinely helpful to have that, because then we can see what you've done and see what you've changed, and you've obviously felt it necessary to change. The curious bit is that the interest payment stays almost exactly the same, doesn't it?
It does.
So you've recognised, because you can make these spreadsheets
There
say
is a
anything.
direct correlation between the two. That's
Yeah. The point is, and this is where we get into manipulation, you can make these spreadsheets say whatever you want. You really can. It's quite easy to change variables and come up with that. And what you set as your constant in deciding what to change was that you set your constant as keeping the interest payment basically the same, yes?
No, that is a function of moving the numbers to reflect the evidence before me.
Yeah, but it would be far too much of a coincidence that you were just £20,000 out when you've increased the costs by 26 million. I mean, that would just be ridiculously coincidental. Be straightforward with me.
I'm being very straightforward.
Yeah, let me finish the question. You have sought to keep the interest payment the same. That's been the pivot around what all these new figures and the new spreadsheets that we got today are about, isn't it?
There are lots of inputs that can change, and I might have ended up at 55 million. I might have ended up at 60 million.
Yeah.
And you can look at this in the round and say, am I going to receive 1/5 or 1/6 or 1/7 of the commercial land at any one point in time? There are a huge number of variables. Yes, I've ended up in an area that is broadly similar to where before. It's actually very similar.
Yeah,
but that wasn't the intention. The intention was to model this based on higher costs and higher revenue, and we end up in a position that is, as you say, very, very similar. I don't disagree with that.
It's virtually identical.
It is.
Yeah. And I'm putting to you quite directly, that isn't a coincidence. You have tried to keep that constant so that you can keep the 10% affordable housing despite the extra £26 million costs. You've done it intentionally.
It's 22%, 22.5% affordable housing.
Yeah.
But I've moved it around, as you would with any cash flow, with new evidence provided for me, new costs, new revenues, and we've ended up in a virtually identical place.
The outcome has ensured that your interest payment is virtually identical.
I could have moved it one way.
Just answer that. The outcome
The
is
outcome
the interest.
is that they're very similar. That's
Yeah,
correct. Yes.
and that means that what you've done is change various components. You've changed the profile of expenditure, yes?
have, yes.
You've changed the amount received dramatically for the commercial land, yes?
I have.
And you have changed the period in which those payments come forward, yes?
The payment profile has changed. Yes.
All of which has absorbed almost to the sort of 10,000, absorbed all of the additional £26 million upfront costs, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not a coincidence, is it?
That's where we've ended up.
Just to be clear, sorry to interrupt. When you say it's not a coincidence, just so that we got the witness's answer to the clear proposition that I think is being put, I think not a coincidence is intended to say this was a deliberate exercise, not reflective of your genuine professional view, I think is the implication, but instead that you have, in fact, rather than setting out your professional view, whatever that might be, you've deliberately set out to manipulate figures in order to achieve a particular goal.
But don't answer that question because he's not cross-examined.
No, but is that a fair...
Yeah,
I mean, is that where we're going with all this?
Yeah, I think I've been fairly direct with the witness.
Well, I mean, you've said it's not a coincidence, that's an implication.
If I go much higher or much lower, I
Yeah.
end up with a different quantum of affordable housing, which could be marginally different.
Yes, and the
But
point...
the reality is standing back. Sorry. The reality is that standing back, in the round, do I consider that this scheme should be delivering 22.5% affordable housing? Yes, I do. I could demonstrate it shows 15% or 20% or 25 or 30 by moving things around. So
Yes, that's not your case. Your case in opening and everything else has been to tie this proposal to 22% affordable housing on the southern site, yes?
I've worked all the way through.
Well, just help me with my question,
The starting
please.
at 10 I started at
just
10%.
please just focus on my question, okay? Did you understand my question?
Repeat it, please.
Yeah, okay? By all means, just focus on the question, though. The question is, in opening and in your client's case, they have highlighted 22% affordable housing. You're aware of that?
Yes, they have, yeah.
They don't want to be changing that now in the latter stages of the inquiry. They want it to remain at that level, yes?
I suspect so, yes.
The costs have gone up, even on your own case, by £26 million on the highway cost, yes. So, to achieve that 22% affordable housing, the interest payments have got to stay the same, haven't they?
To demonstrate that it can be achieved,
Yeah.
interest payments would need to be broadly similar, yes.
Exactly. And so what I am saying, what Mr. Simons is keen that I put to you directly, which I am, is that you have ensured that is the constant by changing other things in a way that is not at all consistent with all your previous evidence over the last 2 years.
I could have changed it more or less than 22.5%. I've ended up at 22.5%. Because that fits with my view as to where this should be. So could I have changed it to 23% or 21%? I could have done.
Let's be clear about what your view is, okay? You are not expressing a view about the costs, the highway costs, because you're not a cost consultant. Yeah? So you can't do anything about that. That's not within your remit. Those are presented to you by your client via their cost consultants, yes?
Yes.
Okay. What you can do is you can change your opinions in relation to the employment land and when it comes forward and how much it's worth, yes?
Yes.
And you have dramatically changed your opinions on that, yes.
Yes.
And you can understand the scepticism,
Of course.
in relation to that, because it looks like manipulation.
It does.
I'm putting to you directly, it is manipulation, because why else would you change your opinion so dramatically?
I've changed my opinion on values, principally because I have taken on board the fact that 400,000 was too low. So I have done that, absolutely, and I don't dispute that
And
at all.
is that because you read the evidence of Mr. Gardner?
Yes,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to explore that issue with you. You talked about the lorry drivers coming off the ports, okay?
I did or he did, sorry.
No, you did.
I did, yeah.
Dover and Folkestone,
Yeah,
okay? And just so we're clear about this, you then said, well, they might not want to stop at Faversham because it's a bit close to the port, but they might want to stop at Sittingbourne. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's an analogy. The further away from the ports you go, the
Yeah.
more valuable the
Have you
land
ever-
is going to be.
Ever driven an HGV?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I've got the advantage on you there, right? And what do they put in? What do they put in to them into their cabs? What do they have to do?
Tachometers?
Yes, you know more than
I've
you
never
think.
answered that in a viability session, but
Yeah,
anyway.
they put in a tachograph. And how long can they drive
I don't
from
know.
the ports? No, you don't. So you're not an expert. You're saying, oh, well, the drivers can stop off at Sittingbourne, but they won't stop at Faversham. You've got no expert evidence or no expertise in that, have you?
No, but that is the fundamental reason why values in the Golden Triangle and Dartford are more valuable than they are closer to the ports. That's the reason.
It's
the exact time is not something that I'm party to.
Yeah, no, you don't know about that at all because it's a 4-hour period before they take their first break.
I'll take
okay?
your word for it.
So that's why the Golden Triangle is where it is. You can get to Milton Keynes, you can get to Leicestershire. It's not about deciding whether. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. It's not about deciding whether you might stop at Faversham or Sittingbourne. They're not going to stop there. The difference in terms of the East End of London, Dagenham, for example, is that they might choose to go there because there are London distribution centres there, aren't there? You don't know. Yeah. So I'm slightly curious, as you relied upon that, and that as part of your sort of understanding of the logistics market, as to why you've increased from £400,000 a square acre to 700. That significant increase, I think we agreed about 66%, is because you think that you're going to get lots of companies who recognise that their drivers can stop there rather than Faversham.
No, not at all. So I've looked at the comparable evidence. I've looked at Eurolink 5. I've looked at the evidence that Mr. Gardner has provided, and some of that is compelling. Those are historic sales in an inferior part of Sittingbourne at £400,000 to £500,000 an acre. That must be too low.
So Sittingbourne, you talked about Eurolink. What sort of values are they achieving at Eurolink?
We have a look at
The evidence from Mr. Gardner is.
Yeah, but well, you can look it up by all means. But what are the values they're achieving at Eurolink?
500,000, 550,000.
Yeah, so around 550,000. My client changed, as you were keen to point out, from what to what?
400 to 500,000.
Yeah, so his values would be consistent with the Sittingbourne evidence, yes?
A very different location, north of the A2 and south of the A2. Being next to a motorway junction, upon reflection, would be much more valuable.
We've got no evidence of Sittingbourne achieving prices wherever it is at £700 a square acre, have we?
700,000 an acre for commercial land.
Yeah.
I've not gone into that level of detail.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was.
No,
but
let's deal with
it's not
reality.
in my evidence.
No, let's deal with reality. Saying I wouldn't be surprised there is, you don't have any evidence to that effect, do you?
I could possibly find some, but
no. You're sitting here giving evidence
I
about an
don't
opinion.
know
An opinion.
that-
Just forgive me.
Yes.
An opinion you've already expressed, that
Yes.
you've already written down, which has changed all your spreadsheets, which has changed all the flow. It's no good saying, well, I think I could probably find some. What you need to do is tell me where I find in your written evidence to support the idea of £700 a square foot. And the answer is I don't, do I?
well, I looked at the Panettone.
Just a yes or no, not a well. Yes or no, did you provide evidence demonstrating in Sittingbourne £700 a square acre?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the value you used? The
So
Panettone
I
site?
used Panettone's site at 800,000 an acre and discounted back from that because I'm further away.
Sorry, Sittingbourne.
No, Panettone's further up. They're on
No,
the
no,
M20.
I didn't ask you about further up. I'm not asking you about Milton Keynes. I'm not even asking you
I
about
haven't got any
Dagenham.
comparable sites in Sittingbourne that are next to a motorway junction.
That's the question. Yeah, good. Okay. Now, let's go back to your Appendix 9 in your main proof of evidence. And this is, of his main proof of evidence, 325 again, but we provided it in A3 as well. 325. Thank you, madam. Yes. And if we have a look at the top line, the top row A, it says development trajectory, yes? 325.
Yes, back to the cash flow, Mum.
It's 37.13.3. That's the one. Thanks.
It's not your handout, is it?
No, it's not. It's not the thing we've just handed around.
If we have a look at row A, that's row A, that's development trajectory.
Yes.
And a trajectory is where you plot the progress of something, in this case a development, yes?
Sale of development land, that's right.
Yeah, no, it doesn't say that. Let's just deal with trajectory first of all. A trajectory is something where you put out how you expect something to take place, yeah? It's not a past trend, it's a future trajectory, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And that trajectory says development trajectory and then in brackets 7,150 units.
Yes.
And that, of course, is the number of dwellings, yes?
Yes.
So for units, we read dwellings, yes?
No.
Yeah. You haven't got, believe you me, 7,150 parcels of 120, because that would be really quite a big development.
No, we have plots, but yes, but plots and dwellings, excuse me, Ma'am, but this goes back to plots and houses, it is the same thing, but this shows plots, not houses.
Okay. I'm a really simple man, and I just speak English. So let's stick with this in a straightforward English way. Okay? 7,150 units.
Yes.
What do you think that might be referring to if there's 7,150 of them on the southern site?
That will be houses at the end of the day. That's how many will be developed over that 25 years of the project. Correct?
It means dwellings, doesn't it?
It means dwellings, as in that is how many will be delivered over the 25 years.
I mean, qualified all you like, but it's 7,150 dwellings. That's what it means.
That's correct.
Yeah,
yes.
good. Okay, so then I go to year one, and there are no dwellings, are there?
No?
No. And then I go to year two, and there are 500 dwellings, aren't there?
No, there's 500 plots.
500 plots, yeah. So your point is, I'm receiving money, not in year one, not in year two, not you, I mean, Mr. Quinn, obviously. But year three, Mr. Quinn receives £2 million, yes?
Sorry, where am I?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. No, that's my fault. Year two, 500, and then revenue. I have to go down to revenue.
Correct.
And I got commercial revenue. Yeah, a bit more than 2 million, 37 million, yes?
37 million of residential land sales have taken place at that point, yes.
Yeah, that's your case, and it's on the 500. Now, the first thing to observe is obviously 120, which is what you've identified, doesn't divide into 500, does it?
Sorry, 520.
Yeah.
So 120 doesn't... No,
So,
it doesn't, no.
No, yeah. It's just basic maths. Yeah. We're sure, aren't we? Because 120, 240, yeah? 360, 480, not 500, yeah?
But the point that I made earlier is that 120 is just a typology. That all that it does is drive what is a plot value. I could have run it on 100, I could have run it on 200.
Yeah,
I've run it on 120. So what we're saying, and I believe this came out in my evidence in chief, is that over that period of time, years 2 to 4, land for 1,500 plots will be sold, and that is a proportion of that.
I do
That is
understand
no
that,
more
but
than
that isn't my question. I'm really sorry, I haven't been clear. In year 2, 500 dwellings, okay? 500 dwellings netting £37 million, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we think about what that means that Mr. Quinn, or the landowners, because it's back-to-back deals, receive £37 million in their bank account, yes?
From a number of different landowners as,
Yeah.
as a premium payment. Sorry, house builders.
Yeah, you didn't... I don't find that explanation in your proof of evidence, do I?
No, I don't.
No,
I don't
no.
think you do. I mean, I do say that this is how the master developer will release service land, but I don't go into explicit detail as
No.
to that apportionment. Correct.
You don't. And what you're saying in year 2 is, look, they're going to get 37 million, yeah?
Yes.
But we know, don't we, that even on your client's estimates, there are no actual occupations, yeah, until which year?
Till the road is completed, so year 5, yeah.
Yeah, so year 5, and that's when the occupations can begin, yes?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Take up the statement of common ground for the southern site, please, and page 10. Financial viability statements of common ground,
Yes.
page 10. Do you have page 10, madam? Good, okay. And it's the southern site, areas of common ground. And if you go down to the serviced land plots, it's 120 residential dwellings. That's the third row,
Yes.
okay. And then the fourth row, development programme.
Yes.
Month 1, site acquisition. So that's when the house builder acquires the site, yes?
Yes.
That's what an acquisition is.
Yes.
And then if you look at the bottom, months 13 to 36, sale and disposal.
That's right.
So what the statement of common ground makes clear is, and upon acquisition of the site, and you've got £37 million worth of acquisition there in year 2, within a year there are sales of the properties. Now, that is wholly inconsistent with the evidence you've just given, because that would suggest that there were occupations in year 3, but your case is there's no occupations until year 5.
That is my case. That's correct.
So the statement of common ground, we can see, is inconsistent with your case.
No,
yeah?
it's not.
And the reason it's
He
inconsistent...
said no. He said no.
I know
It's
you
not.
said no.
Well,
and-
do you want to let him understand why it's not, or should we just press on?
No. I just want to be clear about this. You've said no, right? And I want to be clear about the components of how we arrive at no.
Of course.
You have signed this statement of common ground.
I have,
correct?
yes.
It says development programme, month 1, site acquisition, which we've just agreed is an acquisition by a house builder, yes?
Yes.
We can see months 13 to 36 is disposal, sale, yes?
That's right.
So that's when you sell it, yes? That's when they sell the houses.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's just, forgive me, I just want to build up the components so we're clear, okay? So, I am Bellway,
Yes.
for example, okay? I come along to Mr. Quinn and the landowners and I say, I would like to buy parcel 1A, yes?
Yes.
And I hand over my money that allows them to get part of this 37 million in year 2, yes?
No.
No. What you're saying is they're going to give money, and they're going to give money without being able to sell it in a year's time.
Yes.
Yeah. But in the statement of common ground, you've referred to site acquisition
Yes.
in month 1 and sale in beginning of month 13.
I do. That's
so
because
it's only a year apart, isn't it?
Yes. So that relates to the service land parcel. This is how a development valuer has to arrive at a plot value. You have to have a typology of 120 units or whatever number it is and work through that model from revenue through to cost and profit to arrive at what is a parcel for 120 units worth £9 million, £77,000 per plot. That is how you arrive at it. And the timetable within that typology says you buy the land at that point, as it states in the statement of common ground, then you build it and then you sell it over a 3-year period. That's absolutely right. I don't disagree with that. But I think what we're not talking about is apples with apples. We're not talking about a sale of a parcel of land for 500 units in year 2. And I thought I'd explain this in my evidence in chief, is that we're talking about the sale of 1,500 units, and that is with various tranche payments from a number of different house builders. So the equivalent sum of money that you receive in year 2 from a number of different parties is the same as were it 500 plots.
Yeah, and so let's work that through then, okay? It looked like your evidence was identifying the number of units, because it says units, and we agreed those were dwellings. It appears to show that obviously revenue is coming, or it does show revenue coming in to the tune of £37 million, which is based on your maths. If you go back to the 77,900,
yes,
if you multiply that by 500,
yes,
hey presto, you get 37 million, yes?
You do, yes.
So that's all of the plots sold, yes, for 500 plots.
Well, it's.
So, I put that wrong. A parcel, let's say a
Yes.
parcel, can be 1 or 2, but you sell parcels with 500 dwelling plots in them, yes?
Yes.
Yep. And then you receive the money, and obviously the money is the figure that you've identified as the value of each plot multiplied by 500 to arrive at the 37 million.
But you would have 3 parcels.
Don't start with a but, that's the problem. Just a yes or no, and then you can qualify it. I'm right to say we take your, I think it's 77,900, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You multiply that by 500
Yes.
and you get 37 million.
Absolutely
yeah?
correct.
So what you're doing is you're saying Mr. Quinn will receive the money
Yes.
from selling 500 plots in whatever size they are. Let's leave the 120 to one side. Selling those plots to the house builders.
So he will receive that money from selling a number of different land parcels over that period of time.
I don't doubt that, but what you just need to
I'm sorry to say he's desperately trying to answer these questions, and it would be good. I mean, it's obviously this is a matter we went over in chief at some length, so it's clearly not gotten through. So he needs to be able to answer it without if it's all right, without interruption.
You ask a question, he answers it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, madam. So. Again, it's my fault, bite-sized change. I understood what you said in evidence in chief. My point is the inconsistency of your evidence, okay? That's what we're driving at here, okay? We've got the number of dwellings. We've got the number as 500 in year 2, yes?
Yes.
Okay? To understand where the 37 million comes from, we need to look for that figure that was in your appendices, yes? Because and we took you to the right one so that it would add up. We went to page 58, and that was the 77,970.
Yes.
And we've agreed that if you multiply the one by the other, so the 500 by the 77,970, you arrive at broadly 37 million, yeah? So the first thing to observe is that those plots are now sold, okay? Bellway is the owner of those plots because you've sold them to them, yes? No. Your case, as I understand it, from what I understood in evidence in chief, is Bellway have made a part payment, so they're not now the owner. They're spending money on something that's 4 years away because they can't have occupation for 4 years, yes? And they're providing their share of that, and other people are providing their share. So Persimmon are buying some, and Taylor Wimpey are buying some, and that's where you did it. Now, I understood that, but what I want to understand is where's the evidence to support it? You don't explain that in your financial appraisal in January 2024, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't provide that in your financial addendum appraisal in September 2024, do you?
There's not a full explanation as to how the mechanics of that work other than the presenting of the financial figures.
In September 2024, you don't provide the explanation you provided in your evidence in chief.
No, I don't.
No.
I'm providing it now.
No. In May 2025, you didn't provide that explanation, did you?
No, I didn't.
No. In your proof of evidence, you didn't provide that explanation.
No, I didn't.
No. In your rebuttal evidence, you didn't provide that explanation.
No, I didn't.
No. The only time that you have provided that explanation to say, well, Bellway are giving 10%, Taylor Wimpey are giving 10%, the only time that that came out in evidence on behalf of your client is in your evidence in chief, yes?
Correct.
That's the first time that you've expressed a view on that issue, yes?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And what that is still not explained as to how the £37 million is made up, is it? If you just take 10% of the 71, let's get the right figure, forgive me. Let's go to your...
So just before we leave that, I'm so sorry to interrupt again. I'm really with some, trepidation, but the approach to the sale of plots to house builders in the way that has been described was set out in our evidence from Mrs. Dickinson in section 4 in terms, which is obviously in inquiry document 37.10.2, and it's all there.
Yeah, okay. And Mr. Dickinson's evidence, obviously not your evidence, but what she's explaining, I think Mr. Simons is saying, is what the percentage figures are. Oh no.
No, sorry. I'll just. Again, really don't mean to don't want to slow it down. That's why I'm explaining, because I didn't know whether you had or not. But in her proof of evidence, in her section 4, she explained, this was 2 or 3 months ago, whenever she submitted it, the fact that, and it's her section 4 explains the master developer approach to delivery, whereby plots, just reading from it, sold prior to the completion of infrastructure works, master developer engages with a range of plot developer, all the stuff that it's all.
Yeah.
It's on page section 4 under the heading housing proposals, and then she's got a section on approach to delivery. I just wanted to say that because I know that's a different bit of the evidence, but it was being suggested that it had never been explained.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had put it to this witness, actually, rather than another witness, but it's not unhelpful to have that reference point. And obviously, that will be looked at in due course. Sounds like I might have to cross-examine
Of course it
her
will, yeah.
as well. But the key point is that in your evidence, right, I need to think what you're actually saying. You're saying that there are actual deposits, let's call them that, deposits that are being made. And if we go back to your proof of evidence at 58, each plot, his main proof of evidence, Mr. Mitford-Slade's main proof of evidence appendices, and page 58, and at the top we've got the serviced, I think this is the latest appraisal, serviced
Yes.
residential land at 77,970.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, that's what Persimmon Bellway will pay for each plot. Yes?
Yes.
Good. All right. Now, let's imagine, because it's 4 years away, and obviously Mr. Spilsbury disputes this entirely, but let's just go with your approach. Persimmon decide to pay 10%, okay?
Yep.
Because you don't explain what the percentages are, how you arrive at 37 million anywhere in your evidence, do you?
No.
And I'll be very surprised if Ms. Dickinson did as well. But I understand her master developer point, but she certainly doesn't get into this. So 10%, please, of 77,970.
Call it £8,000.
£8,000, yeah. So now, to get your 37 million, several years before they've got to open it, before they can actually occupy it, you're going to have to sell 5,000 plots, aren't you?
I don't really understand that question. If I'm
Okay,
brutally
it's all right.
honest.
It's just maths. Okay, I'll take it slowly for you, and it's my fault if I haven't explained it. Okay, it's an advocate's fault, right? 77,970 is the total plot cost for each individual plot, yes?
That's the value of each individual plot. That's correct.
To Mr. Quinn and the landowners, yes?
Yes.
So that when we say they sell 500 of those, yes, then
Yes.
that's where we get to 37 million, yes?
That's right, yes.
Your spreadsheets talk about 37 million
They
pounds,
do,
don't they?
that's correct.
So to get to 37 million pounds, what you've got to do, let's assume 10% is a deposit that far in advance, you're going to have to sell 5,000 plots on that 10% deposit basis, aren't you?
But why 10%?
Look, I'm not the one who's suggesting they're going to pay the whole money. I'm trying to work out where your 37 million comes from. Okay, even if it's 20%, right? They're still not going to be able to build it for years. Mr. Spilsbury's evidence is they're never going to do this. They're not going to tie up their money paying your clients 2, 3, 4 years in advance. It's a work of fiction. But even on your case, imagine they spend 20% on something they can't build for another 3 or 4 years, right? 20%, you're going to need 2,500 plots sold. It's just absolute fantasy, isn't it?
Perhaps I could, Mum, if I could explain it in another way, is that... sorry, am I going too quick?
Just on the maths there, madam, all I did was increase to 20%, yeah, thank you.
So over the first 5 years of the project, you've got a year where there's no revenue coming in, and then you've got 4 years coming in of 1,500 plots. So between years 2 and 5 inclusive, you've got 1,500 plots being sold to house builders. And each of those plots is the equivalent of £77,970. So of each plot. So the total sum over that period of time is it's 37 million plus 18 million plus 18 million plus 37 million being crude. So over that period of time, I've got, or the landowner master developer will have 3 or 4 house builders coming onto site, having paid a sum of money, a premium between them. So not just one, you've got 3 or 4 of them paying that. And each one of those will then need to go through their own technical due diligence. They'll need to go through their reserve matters. And therefore, there has to be the ability for them to get on site so that when the road is completed, they've got units that are available for sale in the market. And to get to that point, you need a prolonged period of time. And as I set out in the service land parcel, that's 3 years from start to finish to getting on site and selling your unit. So it is absolutely correct that you would be putting, you would be acquiring the land in 2 or 3 different phases, and during that period of time, yes, you've outlaid money, but during that time, you're then doing your technical work on site, you're doing your full reserve matters applications, and then you're building those houses. So at the end of that period, the 3 years that was referred to earlier, and that appears in the Statement of Common Ground. At the end of that period of time, we then do have units for sale.
Let's go to your latest spreadsheet to see how far this ambition goes, okay? So if you take up the South cash flow...
Yes.
...and have a look at that... Okay, and what you'll see, madam, in year 2 is £38,985,008. 38,985,008 pounds, so 008. Okay, and these are the latest figures that have been provided, and then we get 2 years of half that, so 19,492 and 500,
Yes.
and then we get another year in year 5 of that 38 million, nearly 39 million. Yeah.
Final tranche payment coming through from the landowners as they're ready to sell the units. That's correct.
So now, before anybody can build a single house, the house builders have given your clients and the landowners 116 million,
No.
955, forgive me, your figures. If you add up 38 million, yeah, 19 million, 19 million and 38 million.
I don't dispute the number.
Okay, so let's not say no.
Well, let him answer the question then.
What? Hang on, I just asked him to do the maths. He said, and he just got it wrong. That's all. 116 million, 116 million 955,000 and 116,955,024. So, what's been received in by Mr. Quinn and the landowners is 117 million pounds. Yes. That's the year that hopefully the road opens, yes, and the motorway junction, all right? Now,
You did ask him a question which you didn't let him answer. You said all of that be received before a single house was built, and you wouldn't let him answer.
that's perfectly fair. Yeah, I'll answer that then, please.
No, the houses are all built at that point.
Okay. Yeah, but what I mean is the occupation. They built all the houses, yeah?
Yeah.
So you've got house builders who've now built 1,500 homes,
Yes.
yeah? And they think they're all going to sell them the next day.
No, not at all. No.
Please, just help me with this. You, it's my fault. You're saying you're going to have house builders who built 1,500 homes, yeah? Built
Yes.
them all, with not a single one occupied, yes? Until the road is opened, the mayor goes and cuts the ribbon, yeah? And suddenly there's 1,500 houses on the market all on the same day.
No,
I didn't think so.
That's not correct.
No, good. But what did you mean then?
Well, so in terms of, yes, there'll be sales, but they're not going to be on the market on that day. They would have been marketed during that construction period.
Yeah.
So all of that goes through. You're getting reservation deposits in. You're forward selling all of your affordable housing. So that's all coming through, and you can refer to the evidence of Mr. Gardner on that. So you have got revenue coming in to the house builders during that time.
Yeah, to be fair, 22% is affordable housing.
Yes.
Yeah, so if we think about roughly, I don't know, about 1,200 of those homes, market homes, have all been built by the house builders and are awaiting occupation. It would be the day the road opens, then they'd be able to be occupied. They might have got some advanced sales and so on. But how often do you think it is that a young couple or a family want to move into a house and pay their deposit for a house they can't move into for 3 years? How many people do that?
That's not quite the right way of reading it, if you don't mind, because in year 6 you've forward sold land as well in year 7. So it all pulls down into this pipeline of buy land in tranches, build and sell. And so it's not right that you would have 1,500 units all available for sale at that point in time, because you've got other land sales. So in year 4, for example, yeah, so that sum of money is 19.492 million. That isn't just necessarily the tranche payments of the first 3 house builders. That also includes tranche payments from the next house builder and the next year and the next year.
And
so
I understand
you're
your point.
constantly delivering service land. You're doing the technical work and doing the reserve matters. You're starting on site, so that each parcel of 120 units then is in a 3-year period.
I understand. So that's very helpful because it allows us to see this. Imagine the deposits were 10%. I'm going to explore all of your deposits in a minute. But imagine... Could we just do 10 more minutes on this topic? If you go with my 10%, all right? You paid 10%. that would require your clients to pre-sell before the road opens 15,000 houses. Yeah. On the maths.
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
I can't answer it, I'm
Okay.
afraid.
It's really simple.
Not to me, I'm afraid.
77,900 is the per plot amount. Yes.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. And you've got to get from that. Let's imagine the deposit is 10%. Okay. I know you don't agree with that, but let's just entertain this idea that you've sold 10% and Bellway paid you 10%. Okay. For that, we would need for the 500, for the 37, 30, now 38, 39 million, you're going to need to sell a very significant number of houses. If you take that 10% for all of your 117 million, remember the figure when we added up those four figures?
Yes.
117 million, at 10%, you'd have to sell 15,000 homes, okay? 10% of 77,900 is 7,900, yeah? 7,790.
There's a lot of maths being put to it, which is obviously absolutely fine, but if it's all going to be premised on the 10%, it would only be fair to the witness to be shown what the basis is of the 10% assumption, because it's not in Mr. Spilsbury's evidence.
No.
Hang on, I've not quite finished.
Sorry, forgive me.
It's not in Mr. Spilsbury's evidence, and it's definitely not in anywhere in our evidence. So if we're going to construct this hypothesis, that's obviously absolutely down to Mr. Young, but it would be very helpful to examine what Mr. Young's basis is for that 10%, so that Mr. Mitford-Slade can try and engage in the hypothesis.
Yeah, there is. Our case isn't that any of this would happen. It's all fiction. None of this would happen. What I'm doing is trying to understand how he arrives at 37 million, or more particularly how he arrives at 117 million for all the houses that can't be occupied. We've established the 117 million, and I'm trying to understand your case. I understand your case is it wouldn't be 10%, but I just want to do the maths.
Okay.
I'm right on the maths, aren't I? If you required 10% would be £7,790, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you divide 117 million by
Yes,
the deposits,
I agree with the maths.
it gives you 15,000 dwellings pre-sold. Let's go to 20%.
No, I disagree with that. Before you move on to the next question.
10%.
No, I disagree with the fact that you end up with 1,500 homes.
15,000.
15,000. Because what this cash flow does is you're not going to sell land for 1,500 units in years 2 to 5 without also then looking at years 3 to 6 and 4 to 7.
Yeah.
So during that period of time, within the cash flow, you've got land receipts being pulled down from further up into the cash flow.
Yeah.
So looking at that purely in isolation doesn't take account of what's happening after the road's been completed, and you're selling more land and more land and more land, and all of that's being pulled through.
I'm not concerned about what's happened after what I'm interested in is how you get 117 million before anybody can even occupy a single house, even if that trajectory works, even if the road is built in that way, even if we entertain your case. Let me finish, which Mr. Spilsbury doesn't say. Now, 15,000 obviously isn't the number of units that your clients are going to sell, because there are only 7,150 on the southern site, aren't there?
There's only 7,150 plots,
Yeah.
That's correct.
So 20% deposit on all of that at various stages to allow you to sell some deposits in year 2 and sell some in year 3 and 4. And you're right, you can carry on selling them in year 5, 6, 7 and 8. But to do it before the road opens at 20%, obviously it's half, so 7,500. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now that's a 20% deposit, right? And we don't accept any of this. But even if you're right, okay, and Bellway are going to buy this on a 20% deposit basis for something they can't have and occupy, or like people can't occupy 3 years, they're going to want a discount on the 77,900, aren't they?
No.
They're going to pay 20% without any discount on the total price.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just complete fiction. And what is your percentage? Because you haven't provided it in your evidence.
So No, but so the way the mechanics work, and I don't want to get into too granular detail is that the equivalent of land for 1,500 units is sold over that period of time. But equally, you're receiving, during that period, you're also receiving land payments from further down the chain. So you've got multiple different house builders buying multiple different plots of land, all building at different times. You're not going to have just 1,500 units built then and 1,500 units there. That's
not my question.
The mechanics of the work.
No, I understand your point. That's not my question. My question is, I put to you the consequence of trying to get £117 million, which is your maths, your figures.
That's right.
Trying to get to that figure through your deposit concept, because you're not saying they're paying you the whole plot price, are you?
No, they're paying maybe a third. So you may have Bellway, for example. Of those 1,500 units, taking 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you've only got 30%, let's a third. That was your figure, okay? And I'm just running with your figure. So 33%. 33% of 77,900 is not 77,900, is it? A third of 77,900.
Yeah, but I've got three of those. I've got three house builders providing.
Of course you have, and that's why we're getting to these figures of 15,000, because you need lots of people. If a plot is worth 77,900 and Bellway are paying a third, yes?
Yes.
In year 2, yeah, they're taking a third of that 77,900, yes? Well, that's your case, or what you've just said. So year 2, when the money starts to come in, it's £37 million that this witness says will be received by Mr. Quinn and the landowners. If people are paying a third up front without receiving the house or being able to occupy the house, a third of the 77,900 figure is 25,940, okay? You can do the maths, yeah?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. So, but this plays back exactly to how a serviced land parcel comes forward. You own it for a 3-year period, and you're doing your technical works and you're planning and you're building and then you're selling, and the same for the next parcel and the next parcel. So it's all been brought down.
Yeah. So your new figure for year 2 is just shy of 39 million. Yeah. So in your latest cash flow, your figure was 38,985,000. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if we take the 25,000 figure that we gave you, which is the third. Okay, you'd have to sell in year 2 1,503 plots on the third basis. Yeah. This is the maths of your analysis.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, good, okay. That is... So if we take the 39 million that is year 2, 39 million, and you sell to Bellway and Persimmon and whoever you can find a third of the value, which is what this witness has said. It's not in the written evidence anywhere. It wasn't explained in evidence in chief.
It's exactly what he said in chief.
Just say...
Literally what he said in chief was you'd sell 1,500 and you'd get 3-stage payments.
Okay, well, forgive me. A third. We'll check the transcript. I'm sure my own friend's right. Is selling for a third, which was the 25,000, not the 77,000. Okay? You would need, to get to 39 million, you would need 1,500, just over 1,500 dwellings, yes? That's the maths, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is your case now,
yes,
is to say Quinn and the landowners will be, at year 2, receiving in money for 1,500, yeah?
Yes.
Which bears no relation to your unit numbers in the top line, does it?
No.
No, good. Thank you very much indeed.
And just to say that it's said that a situation has not been explained before. Obviously, I've mentioned the point about chief, which has mentioned that. but it is literally what's explained in our evidence, both of Mr. Gearing and Mrs. Dickinson, in writing already before the inquiry. I just wanted to say that because it has been suggested that this is all some sort of new thing.
I finished for the day because it's 5 o'clock and you'll be expected to make me. I'm pausing there.
Right, well. Okay, I think it is a good time to pause, to be quite honest. Okay, so we have now a week off, or I say off, when no doubt we'll be looking at things. And we resume a week next Tuesday, don't we?
We do. It is the Tuesday the 15th of July, I think.
Yeah, at 9:30.
At 9:30.
So before we do that, is there anything anyone wants to raise before we...
I don't think so. Thank you very much.
So you will obviously not, you'll be in...
Tim.
Yeah, you won't be able to communicate with your team. Yeah, you realise that, of course. I should have a nice week off. Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. So we'll adjourn till then. And we need to clear everything out. Don't forget to take all your rubbish away. Don't forget to hand in anybody who's not coming back. Probably nobody, actually. Your passes. Thank you.